lang to, Ricardo.
Gumaya kasi sa amin.
Eh, parang masakit ang mga kanang paa ninyo ah. Wala ba siyang hapon?
Morning everyone, magandang umaga sa lahat. Good morning to Secretary Garin and Chairman Juan. Good to see you. Tagal na tayo hindi nakikita. Last time was na nasa ERC ka pa. No? That's a long time. Oo nga, after a few times. So, and to everyone, good morning to PNOC, to NPC, to the ERC commissioners, to Transco, to PSAM. Magandang umaga po sa lahat ng ating mga kasamahan sa energy sector. So, let's already convene this budget briefing, and before we continue, let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge your resource persons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. For the briefing on the FY 2026 proposed budgets of energy agencies, namely the Department of Energy or DOE, the Energy Regulation Commission or ERC, the National Electrification Administration or NEA, the National Power Corporation or NPC, the Philippine National Oil Company or PNOC, together with the PNOC Exploration Corporation and PNOC Renewables Corporation, and the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation or PSALM, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons. From the Department of Energy, we have the Secretary Sharon Garin, together with Undersecretary Rowena Cristina Guevara, Undersecretary Giovanni Carlo Bacordo, Undersecretary Mario Marasigan, Undersecretary Maylene Capongcol, Undersecretary Ronald Conquilla, Assistant Secretary Augusto Cesar Navarro, Assistant Secretary Myra Fiera Roa, Assistant Secretary Lethel Alburo Mejia, Assistant Secretary Eden Brion Baquilan, and Director Michael Sino Cruz. For the ERC, we have the Chairperson and CEO, Attorney Francis Saturnino C. Juan, together with Commissioner Florecinda Baldo Digal, Commissioner Marco Romeo Fuentes, Commissioner Amante Liberato, Commissioner Paris Real, and Attorney Nancy Aurora Fajardo, the Executive Director. For the NEA, we have the Administrator Antonio Mariano Almeda, together with Deputy Administrator Vic Alvaro, Attorney Rosan Rosero Lee, and Engineer Raymond Napilot. For the NPC, we have the President and Chief Executive Officer, PCEO Jericho Jonas Nograles, together with Attorney Melchor Dulme, Mr. Crisanto Hilario, Engineer Rene Baruela, Attorney Rohel Teves, and Attorney Manuel Luis Blafino. For PNOC, we have the President and CEO, PCEO Maria Cristina Sheila Cabaraban, and Attorney Josephine Cassandra Cui. For the PNOC-EC, we have the President and CEO, PCEO Adrian Sugay, together with VP Candido Magsambol and VP Jaime Bacod. For the PNOC-RC, we have the President and CEO, PCEO Ronald Estiles. For PSAM Corporation, we have the President and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Dennis Edward de la Serna, together with VP Manuel Marcos Villalon. We have also requested the presence of the National Transmission Corporation or Transco, and we have the President and CEO, Engineer Fortunato Lines, together with Ms. Dina Dizon, Attorney Noel De Leon, and Ms. Maria Teresa Laranang. For DBM and COA, we have Director Gemma Ilagan, Assistant Director Junaid Ibne Karim, Ms. Maria Denive Belaro Dayo, and Mr. Ramil Rocco for DBM. We also have Attorney Francisco Javier Jr., Mr. Manuel Garcia, Mr. Rodolfo De La Riarte, Attorney Joaida Macno, Ms. Cynthia Herrera, Mr. Alexander Espina, Mr. Jonathan Javier, Ms. Nanette Rose Garcia, Mr. Halil Bagul, Mr. Virgilio Bautista Jr., Ms. Maria Cristina Antonis, and Attorney Jane Lizetco for COA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. So we'll have the presentations first. We start off with DOE, and then ERC, and then we can go with NEA, then PNOC, who else pa? NPC, and then PSAM. No? So we'll do all the presentations first, and then we'll open the floor to questions later on. All right?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for having us today, and we're privileged because no less than the chairperson of the Committee on Finance is chairing our hearing. For DOE, Sir Chair, we will have two parts which will be presented by Director Sino Cruz and Assistant Secretary Navarro. If they can start, sir. Thank you.
As we recognize Director Cruz, Sino Cruz. All right.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to our colleagues. Allow me to present the Department of Energy's accomplishments as well as our proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. Next slide, please. Next, please. So the country's total final energy consumption increased from 37.1 million tons of oil equivalent in 2023 to 38.9 million tons of oil equivalent in 2024. This is translated to 5.1% growth for 2024. Across the sectors, transport and household sectors remain the largest energy users. And in terms of fuel type, the bar chart here, oil and petroleum products continued to dominate with a share of more than 50% or almost 51% of the total final energy consumption, and of which 65% was used by the transport sector. Next slide, please. On the 2024 primary energy mix, the country's total primary energy supply mix reached 69 million tons of oil equivalent, and around 45% came from indigenous or domestic sources, while the remaining 55% was from imported fuels. As illustrated, the country continues to utilize a significant amount of fossil fuels, coal, oil, natural gas, which accounted for about 70% of the total primary energy supply. Coal still made up the largest portion of the energy supply with a share of almost 36%, closely followed by oil with almost 30%. The aggregate share of renewable energy comprised about 30% of the total primary energy supply mix. Next slide, please. The total installed capacity and dependable capacities as of May of 2025 reached 30,965 megawatts and 27,152 megawatts respectively. Coal power plants remain a major source of power, contributing 42% to total installed capacity, while the renewable-based power plants accounted for 32%. Nat gas and oil comprise the remaining 14.9% and 11% respectively. In terms of power generation in 2024, more than half, or 62%, was supplied by coal, while renewables only accounted for 22% of power generation mix. Next slide, please. One of the high-impact programs that will contribute to achieving energy security is the transmission development, and the grid expansion is necessary to accommodate new and sizable renewable energy capacity and connect demand centers with new sources of supply. Under the current administration, the major transmission interconnection projects completed include the Mindanao-Visayas Interconnection Project, completed in January 2024, the Cebu-Negros-Panay Stage 3 Transmission Project, completed in March 2024, the Hermosa-San Jose Transmission Project, completed in July 2024, and the Cebu-Bohol Interconnection Project, Line 1, completed in December 2024. Next, please. In the upstream sector, the President recently awarded 8 petroleum service contracts, including 2 contracts for native hydrogen exploration. In total, there are now 22 active service contracts being monitored and supervised by the Department of Energy. From June 2022 to June 2025, the country's two producing oil and gas fields generated around 1,300 million barrels of oil, 217 billion cubic feet of gas, and 46 million barrels of associated condensate. The Malampaya Phase 4 project has commenced its implementation as part of the Service Contract 38, the renewal agreement. The project aims to undertake the drilling of Camago 3, Malampaya East 1, and the Bagong Pagaso 1, which will extend the life of the gas field and to increase the country's indigenous energy supply. Next slide, please. Since the enactment of the RE law way back in 2008, the DOE has awarded a total of more than 1,000 or almost 1,400 RE projects with 7 gigawatts already installed and a potential capacity of around 150 gigawatts. So the DOE is also prioritizing offshore wind development, including the necessary port infrastructure to support it. Also, for the Chair's information, the Philippines rank as the second most attractive emerging market for RE investments based on the Bloomberg NEF Climate Scope 2024 report. So this is a testament of our efforts for clean and sustainable energy in the country. Next, please. When it comes to biofuels blending under Section 5 of the Biofuels Law, it mandates the use of locally sourced biofuels before importing that will be blended with the liquid fuels for motors and engines sold in the Philippines. So the current blend being implemented is the 3% or what we call the B3 with biodiesel, and the 10% or the E10 for bioethanol. The recent National Biofuels Board resolution issued this year suspended the implementation of the B4 and B5 mandated blend, citing the anticipated impact on pump prices and the potential inflationary effects to the country. Next slide, please. So the utilization of natural gas is a transition fuel, is viewed to support and complement the variability of RE in the grid. So the passage of the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act in January 2025 intends to increase the share of natural gas in the country's energy mix by promoting it as a safe, efficient, and cost-effective source of energy, as well as an indispensable contributor to energy security. So we even issued the corresponding implementing rules and regulation in April of this year. In addition, the DOE also issued another DC providing the guidelines for the prioritization in the procurement and utilization of indigenous natural gas. Next slide, please. So the DOE implements energy efficiency and conservation as a national way of life for the country, covering the following programs under the Government Energy Management Program, or what we call GEM. The cumulative savings reach 33.55 gigawatt hour and 0.61 million liters of fuel, equivalent to 422 million in savings. So this is enough to generate power to cover 2,000 homes for a year. The energy efficiency projects carried out by the Energy Service Company and the designated establishments yielded around 9 billion in investments equivalent to 778 gigawatt hour or 8.5 billion pesos in savings. So the savings generated would be enough to cover or to power 210,000 homes for a year. And through the Philippine Energy Labeling Program, the 15,673 energy labels were issued, covering television, refrigerators, aircon, lighting products, washing machines, and Electric Fund. And lastly, on the Vehicle Fuel Economy Labeling Program, now covered 63 land transportation vehicles. Next slide, please. Based on our initiative to decarbonize the transport sector, this would entail reducing our dependence on oil and therefore would also reduce our reliance on imported fuels. And the passage of the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act in 2022 sent a clear signal of the government's regulation and development of electric vehicles in the country. So the formulation of the comprehensive roadmap for electric vehicle industry, or what we call CREVI, intends to accelerate EV adoption, and it sets a minimum 10% EV share in the vehicle fleet by 2040 under the business as usual scenario, with an ambitious target of refleeting 50% of all vehicle fleets by the same year under the clean energy scenario. Correspondingly, the department or the DOE is also set to issue policies on the mandated installations of electric vehicle charging station and then and also the mandated EV share. Next slide, please. On nuclear energy program, so the passage of Republic Act 12305 or the Philippine National Nuclear Energy Safety Act would provide the institutional and regulatory framework to ensure the peaceful, safe, and secure use of nuclear energy in the country. It also it will also establish the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Authority, or what we call PhilAtom, a quasi-judicial body with exclusive jurisdiction over nuclear energy regulation. So the DOE issued a circular last October 2 of this year, providing a policy framework for the integration of nuclear energy in the country's generation mix. So this establishes the foundation for the Philippines' first commercially developed and operated nuclear power plant, designated as Pioneer Nuclear Power Plant. So the Philippine Energy Plan 2023 to 2050 also outlines a phase entry of nuclear power. And to sustain momentum, the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee has set targets covering legal frameworks and the IAEA compliance, public acceptance, the human resource and supply chain development, regulatory setup, and the initial bidding, construction, and operation of nuclear power plants. On the 123 agreement, the U.S. Secretary of Energy issued a secretarial determination last September of this year. So this added the Philippines and Singapore to the list of generally authorized destinations under 10 CFR Part 810 regulations. At this point, Mr. Chair, I'd like to pass the microphone to Assistant Secretary Navarro to present our proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sino Cruz. Good morning to all. Allow me to proceed, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
The total proposed budget of the Department of Energy for fiscal year 2026 is 3.8 billion. 64% or 2.4 billion is allocated to the agency-specific budget, which is Fund 101, while the 1.4 billion or 36% is allocated to the special account in the General Fund or Fund 151. The DOE's budgetary priorities under agency-specific budget, which is Fund 101, is the implementation of all the agencies' major programs, particularly ISSP and capital outlay requirements, increase in manpower complement, operational requirements of the newly created Nuclear Energy Division. The bulk of the increase includes those expenses related to the said major programs. Under Fund 151, or the special account in the general fund, the proposed budget accounts for 36% or 1.4 billion pesos. Under this fund, the priorities for 2026 includes the following: Nuclear Energy Development Program, promotion of energy efficiency and conservation, alternative fuels for transport and other purposes, the total electrification project, and the ISSP and capital outlay requirements. By allotment class, 51% or 1.9 billion is for maintenance and other operating expenses. 982 million or 26% is for capital outlay, while 910 million or 23% is allocated for personnel services, including retirement and life insurance premiums. Next slide, please.
Before you continue, ASEC, let me recognize the presence of Senator Marcoleta. Go ahead, ASEC.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This slide shows the National Energy Expenditure Program for 2026 per major program, covering both regular programs and the special account in the general fund. Among the programs presented, the Electric Power Industry Development Program will receive the highest allocation at 676 million, followed by the Energy Efficiency and Conservation and Alternative Fuels and Technologies programs. By budget utilization, covering the period from 2019 up to September of 2025, fiscal year 2023 recorded the highest utilization rate of 99%, with 2.331 billion pesos obligated out of the 2.362 billion pesos total budget allotment for that year. On the other hand, the highest disbursement rate was recorded in fiscal year 2024, with 85% or 2.251 billion pesos disbursed out of the 2.653 billion pesos obligated. This slide shows, in line with the Department of Energy's objective to ensure energy security for the country, we respectfully seek the committee's consideration for additional funding for fiscal year 2026 to support our proposed Philippine Gradiometry and Scientific Survey project, which aims to acquire modern geophysical data to enhance the petroleum prospectivity of underexplored areas in the Philippines. For fiscal year 2026, or in its first phase of implementation, the project has a proposed budget of 626 million pesos with a total project cost of 2.79 billion pesos over its 4-year implementation period. Next slide, please. Presented our priority legislative agenda. The key legislative priorities of the Department of Energy are amendments to the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, which will strengthen the ERC, NEA, and the powers of the DOE. Amendments to DOI Deregulation Act, which shall incorporate fair trade practices and safeguards, as well as the authority of the President to suspend or reduce excise taxes on fuels. Amendments to Biofuels Act that will allow imported blend if domestic supply is expensive. Waste-to-Energy Bill, which aims to allow the use of waste-to-energy technologies in electricity, fuel, and heat generation. Energy Transition Act, which mandates the country's preparation of the energy transition plan that shall include national targets, annual target reduction of GHG emissions, and compliance mechanisms. And the last is the Energy Storage Bill, which aims to improve the reliability and flexibility of the grid to accommodate the growing demand for cleaner and renewable energy sources of electricity, such as, but not limited to, solar and wind as part of the country's just transition plans. Under the reference scenario of the Philippine Energy Plan 2023 to 2050, we see a significant expansion in power generation from 111.52 TWH in 2022 to about 453.81 TWH by 2050. In 2022, coal provided nearly 60% of the country's power supply. By 2050, this significantly drops to 14%, reflecting our efforts to transition to cleaner and more sustainable energy sources. At the same time, natural gas plays a critical role as a transition fuel. Its share increases from 16% in 2022 to 35% by 2050, giving reliability and flexibility support to balance variable renewable energy while ensuring a stable power system. Mr. Chair, that ends our presentation. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, ASEC. We now go to ERC, represented by Chairman Juan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity for us to present the Commission and its proposed budget, as well as its major accomplishments over these past few months. So next slide, please. So the ERC is a quasi-judicial, quasi-legislative body that was created pursuant to EPIRA, and its fundamental mandates are, among them would be to regulate the rates of the distribution and transmission sectors and promote competition, particularly in the generation and supply sectors, all with the purpose of promoting and protecting consumer welfare. Next slide, please. So these are our constituencies. First would be, of course, the consumers, then the two regulated sectors, and then the competitive sectors. Next slide, please. So at a glance, these are the industry stakeholders for the electric power industry. We have the generation companies, in whose favor we issue the certificates of compliance before they can commercially operate. And then we have the transmission concessionaire, NGCP, whose rates are regulated by the ERC. And for the distribution, the 142 distribution utilities composed of 120 electric cooperatives and 22 private utilities. And then the 154 licensed retail suppliers that operate in the retail sector. Next slide, please. So these are the major accomplishments in terms of numbers done by the ERC from January 2024 to September 2025. Being a quasi-judicial body, we issue orders and decisions on cases filed with ERC, and among the cases filed would be power supply agreements, rate reset, approvals of CAPEX, approvals of point-to-point connections by generation companies, and as well as issuance of orders penalizing industry participants for violation of rules, and issuance of rules and regulations to govern the different sectors of the power industry. Next slide, please. So just to zero in on the accomplishments of the ERC these past 2 months, from August to October 2025, we have already issued 449 decisions and orders. Of these, 78 were final decisions, 310 were final orders, and 61 orders were interlocutory, and they are either the provisional authorities and interim relief orders. We have also, as part of our licensing functions, issued already 1,658 certificates of compliances, provisional authorities to operate, and the COC for our distributed energy resources for the net metering customers or the qualified end users, and we've issued one retail electricity supply license. Insofar as the issuance of the relevant rules and regulations that will govern our rate setting moving forward, we have actually already approved the revised or the rationalized rules for setting the distribution utilities rates under the PBR. And together with the issuance and approval of this resolution, we had to decide on what valuation methodology to adopt for Meralco in relation to the Supreme Court ruling in Nasicor versus Meralco, and we have adopted the trending method for this so it can also proceed. And finally, we have issued the resolution that will require the filing by the private distribution utilities of their confirmation, true-up and confirmation applications, or what we call the actual weighted average tariff applications of the various distribution utilities, similar to what Meralco has filed, that resulted to the refund order that was issued by the ERC earlier. Next slide, please. Insofar as the rulemaking, in addition to the rules governing the way forward for the reset for the private distribution utilities, we have promulgated the amendments to the net metering rules so we can streamline further the application process for the net metering in compliance with the directives of the President as announced in the SONA. We have also adopted some rules that will simplify and speed up some of our processes with the adoption of the summary of proceedings in various applications, category of applications filed before ERC, such as those for P2P or point-to-point CAPEX, over/under CPCN, and BSUP or business separation and bundling. We have also adopted some amendments already to the customer choice programs rules that will make it easier for the applicants to a RES license to be able to obtain such license, so we can encourage the entry of more RES in our retail sector. Then we have also issued and adopted the amendments to our Section 43T guidelines, or the public offering requirement. And these guidelines or these amendments will actually prevent the discrimination of the smaller generation companies, because currently if the requirement is imposed indiscriminately on all the generation companies and distribution utilities, not all will be able to comply with the mode of compliance that is through the PSE listing, because not all of them are in possession of the qualifications to be able to publicly list. We have also several other various resolutions that we issued for public consultation, and we hope to be able to conclude our consultations thereon and issue these resolutions or amendments to these resolutions before the year ends. Next slide, please. So these are just some of our targets until end of 2025, and that will include the proposed amendments to the Philippine Grid Code and the JAP resolutions in support of the DOE's JAP auctioning, and the amendments to our CSP rules and the adoption of the ASPA rules. This pertains to the adoption of the outcome of the competitive selection process in the review by ERC of the power supply agreements filed before it. Next slide, please. So these are our major trusts for 2026, for which we would be needing the budget that we are proposing now, and these are the major trusts. We will continue to perform our mandate to set the rates of the distribution utilities and the NGCP. We will address the backlog by coming out with timely resolution of all pending cases. We will enhance our oversight and our monitoring of the competitive sectors. We will come out with decisions that are predictable and rational. And of course, in the performance of all this, we shall have always the interest of the consumers in mind.
Chairman, before you continue, let me acknowledge the presence of Senator J.V. Arcito.
Thank you. So next slide, please. These are the 5 major thrusts. And for our budget is a slight reduction from our last year's approved budget. Our proposed was 906 million, but the NEP was slightly reduced to 905 million. Next slide, please. So that is a slight reduction owing to the reduction in PS budget. Next slide. So insofar as our utilization, we are trying to address this. Right now, we are already above 50% utilization, and this will further increase before the year ends because bulk of the unutilized budget right now of ERC is on consultancy. And with our recent adoption of the RRDWR to finally restart the reset process for the private distribution utilities, we shall be able to make good use of this remaining budget. And right now, our BAC is already preparing for the procurement of these needed resources to assist us in our rate reset process, which we anticipate will happen with the filing by the first group, Meralco included, by January 19, 2026 of their rate reset applications. Next slide, please. So again, that is the utilization rate over the years. Next slide. And in terms of the revenues that we are able to earn out of the supervision and regulatory fees, including the penalties that we are able to collect on behalf of the National Treasury, we have already at present 1.3 billion remittance to the National Treasury versus our budget of 906. So we're actually contributing more than what we are being allocated as our budget. Next slide, please. So that will be all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Juan. Next will be Administrator Almeda of the NEA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. The National Electrification Administration hereby presents its fiscal year 2026 corporate operating budget as included in the National Expenditure Program of the government in the amount of 9,469,417,000. First, may we humbly present the NEA's recent accomplishments. NEA is primarily responsible for pursuing and implementing the state's rural electrification program to bring electricity even in missionary or economically unviable areas in the countryside through the electric cooperatives as its implementing arm. With the combined efforts of NEA and the electric cooperatives, the rural electrification program has reached its 16th million consumer connection in 2024 As of July 31, 2025, the data on the energization status of the franchise areas of the ECs shows that 79 provinces, 1,485 municipalities and cities, 36,067 barangays, 130,519 sitios, and 16.81 million connections have been provided with electricity. The NEA targets to energize its 17th million connection in December 2025. The NEA, currently in its Phase 2 in situ electrification program, has already energized 10,270 sitios, equivalent to 54% of the 19,087 target, based on the master plan submitted by the EC's utilization rate for the years 2020 and 2024 ranges. Utilization rate for years 2020 to 2024 ranges from 96 to 99%. Remaining balances of which consist of retention balances and savings, which will be further used for priority projects. For 2025, GAA projects are either in the procurement or construction phase. Nonetheless, we were able to energize 805 sitios as of September 30, 2025. For barangay line enhancement projects, the NEA already enhanced 34 barangay lines sourced from the savings from prior year subsidy. For 2025 BLEP, projects are either ongoing, bidding, or implementation. Next slide, please. The NEA's new flagship program, which utilizes renewable energy, is the photovoltaic mainstreaming project. This project aims to provide electricity service to dispersed households where distribution lines are either physically or technically unviable, for extension through standalone solar home systems. As of September 2025, 40 ECs are implementing solar home systems project, while 7 ECs implement installation of solar facility in public school buildings. Relatively, the NEA and DepEd entered into a memorandum of agreement to energize far-off schools that remain without reliable access to electricity, commonly known as the last-mile schools. The first energization ceremony under the program was held at Datu Saldong Domino Elementary School. This is the first out of the 295 planned projects under the Last Mile School Electrification Program for the year 2025. The remaining projects are intended to be fully bidded out by the end of the year. In response to the clamor of member consumer owners, NEA promptly addressed the power crisis in Siquijor and Siargao. In compliance with the directive of President Marcos, NEA expedited repairs on power generation gensets, and also facilitated the transport and installation of additional gensets from the Palawan Electric Cooperative to help secure electricity supply. Recently, the NEA, under the direction of DOE, facilitated the execution of an emergency supply agreement which will provide Siquijor with an installed capacity of 17 megawatts and a dependable capacity of 12.5 megawatts, well above the province's peak demand. The NEA, in collaboration with Procelco and the new power producer, rapidly constructed, tested, and commissioned the new power plants to ensure reliable and sustainable power for the province. Likewise, power returned to Siargao, Bukas Grande Islands, which endured 13 days of blackouts after commissioning a 4-megawatt modular generator set. The generator set was part of the imported alternative sources of electricity delivered by the neighboring cooperatives to Siaralco. Currently, Siaralco secured approval from NEA for loan availment to finalize the construction of the new 69 kV submarine cable distribution line from Barangay Cagdianao to Barangay Doña Helen and Barangay Bagakay to Dapa in Surigao del Norte, and switching 7 stations and switching stations to address the overloading issue and accommodate the Siargao Island's growing power demand. Masbate was among the areas placed under state of calamity after Typhoon Opong. Through the Task Force Kapatid, we were able to restore the down 1,200 distribution backbone poles. In less than 19 days, we were able to restore the distribution backbone. And at present, household restoration is now at 80%. So we expect full household restoration by the end of the month. Indeed, the NEA Task Force Kapatid demonstrated relevance with its steadfast commitment to solidarity and prompt disaster response, especially during the onslaught of the 5 major typhoons in 2024, Julian, Christine, Marcy, Nika, and Pepito, which affected 22 electric cooperatives, while in 2025, Task Force Kapatid responded to Tropical Cyclone Emong, which affected 2 ECs. Tropical Cyclone Nando, which affected 1 EC, and Tropical Cyclone Opong, which impacted 4 ECs. Among NEA's other accomplishments, and as part of its commitment to leave no easy behind, the NEA has conducted competitive selection process for 19 ECs, both on off-grid and on-grid and off-grid, in accordance with the prevailing DOE and ERC CSP guidelines. Through these CSPs, the NEA has assisted cooperatives in securing stable and competitively priced electricity. It is also noteworthy that the Civil Service Commission recognized NEA for adopting its Prime HR and received the Prime HRM Bronze Award Maturity Level 2. Moreover, NEA was able to maintain its existing ISO 9001-2015 certification, adhering to the principle of good governance, and was awarded as a top 3 ranking GOCC in fiscal year 2023 Corporate Governance Scorecard for GOCC. Lastly, NEA attained an overall customer satisfaction score of 96.8%. In compliance with President Marcos Jr.'s directive of total electrification by 2028, NEA holds steadfast its 3-pronged strategy comprising of Sitio Electrification Program, Barangay Line Enhancement Program for grid extension, and PV mainstreaming as an off-grid solution or for those areas that are not reached by the grid. The table shows updated electrification plan, funding of which still requires subsidy appropriation of 61 billion to implement projects from 2026 to 2028. With those accomplishments, they assures the government that we continue to provide essential services and that our fiscal year 2026 budget will be utilized accordingly. As presented in the slide, the NEA's budget as contained in the NEP and as categorized by expense class are as follows: 63% for maintenance and other operating expenses, which include subsidy from national government for rural electrification in the amount of 5.6 billion for the connection of approximately 93,849 households through the implementation of the strategized rural electrification and operational reliability for ECs and ESSERF, and administrative and financial expenses of 314 million. 28% for capital outlay, which covers loans for EC's CAPEX and other financial requirements of 2.6 billion, and procurement of office equipment, ICT, technical equipment, and motor vehicles that needed for its operation in the amount of 48 million. The 9% is for personal services cost of 517 million for 348 plantilla positions and 337 million for the separation benefits of NEA employees who were legally separated in 2003 by virtue of RA 9136 or the INQUIRER law. Next slide, please. As to fund source, 60% of the NEA's budget will be sourced from the national government for its electrification projects, 8% as equity contribution from the government, and 32% from NEA internally generated funds or corporate funds, which will cover its operational expenditures. Comparatively, our fiscal year 2026 is 12% higher than fiscal year 2025 GAA due to the increase in budgetary support from the government and our provision for loan releases to ECs. NEA appreciates the DBM's recommended subsidy level for electrification projects for fiscal year 2026 as we aim to achieve at least 92% electrification level by 2026. We hope to secure the remaining 24.32 billion or 81% of our proposed budget, which will energize approximately 505,413 more households. To affirm, next slide please. To affirm that NEA can effectively utilize and maximize its proposed budget, we humbly present the NEA's recent financial performance. For 2024, subsidy appropriation, NEA utilized 98% of its allotments for program projects, 72% of which was already disbursed to ECs. For SEP alone, NEA already reached 98% obligation and 80% disbursement rate. Notwithstanding the provision stated in the 24 GAA, wherein subsidies released to GOCCs shall be valid until fully expended, NEA is committed to fully disburse the subsidies immediately. All projects are on track except for the installation of the solar power system in Zamboanga City, in which the NEA had encountered some delays in the EC's submission of documents. However, we are still committed to fully obligate the funds by end of 2025. For the year 2025, NEA's overall utilization rate is already at 93%, and is on track to reach 100% utilization rate by 2025, by end of 2025. 4 months from the receipt of SARO in May in the amount of 3.6 billion, the NEA already obligated 91% of its allotments and disbursed 27% to ECs. Majority of projects are still undergoing implementation. Nonetheless, the NEA is projecting disbursement rate of 51% by end of 2025. As to the remaining projects, the SARO of which was only received in August 2025, projects are still undergoing procurement. To meet our expenditure targets in 2025, NEA will continue to adopt the following catch-up plans as indicated. For our corporate financial report, for our corporate financial targets rather, for fiscal year 2025, charges to budget already reached 73% for in-house expenditures, collected 99.5% of EC's loan amortizations due, and released loans to ECs at 1.98 billion pesos. We would like to emphasize that NEA's financing scheme contributed to the revenue of NEA, which financed the agency's operating expenses. NEA as a GOCC primarily sources its revenues from the interest income earned in its lending function. For the status of COA audit in its examination of NEA's operations for the current year 2024, the Commission on Audit raised concerns regarding the agency's treatment of engineering, administrative, and overhead expenses, the EAO, from calendar year 2011 to 2024. Due to these concerns, COA issued a qualified audit opinion on the fairness of the presentations of NEA's financial statements as of December 31, 2024. Alongside, COA issued 127 audit observation memoranda, 100 of which were fully implemented, complied with, while 22 AOMs are still under monitoring as to the management full compliance of the 102 audit recommendations as embodied in the issued 2024 annual audit report. Out of the 102 audit recommendations, 53 were fully implemented, while 49 are either ongoing or partially implemented as of September 2025. To provide flexibility and to fast-track implementation of projects, we appeal for modification in the special provisions set forth in the NEP. In this slide, we appeal that the engineering and administrative overhead be treated as operational revenues in NEA's books. This is to cover funding requirement for all operational expenses of organic positions dedicated to the monitoring, supervision, evaluation, and liquidation of government subsidy projects, considering that NEA is facing a lot of government subsidy projects compared to prior years. NEA is wholly dependent on its operational and service income in funding its mandate. The exclusion of EAO in NEA's income will greatly hamper its capacity to properly and timely implement the Rural Electrification Program. In fact, the NEA has been forced to stop the hiring of additional personnel, adversely affecting the timely implementation of the government projects. NEA submitted its letter requesting consideration for the modification of the special provision to House of Representatives and the Senate of the Philippines on September 2, 2025. Also, we request to include the provision that the NEA can release calamity funds to ECs even with unliquidated subsidies from regular electrification projects. Further, we appeal to add that in justifiable cases, NEA may conduct the bidding and or release the funds to the project implementer other than the subject ECs. Lastly, we appeal for the retention of the special provision on augmentation beyond the approved COB to provide NEA more flexibility in the use of available funds. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Energy, Senator Pia Cayetano. Next will be NPC, and it's good to see you, Jericho. Kala ko sa tobacco ka lang ngayon. Diesel na linalanghap mo.
Buti naman, lumipat na.
Diesel engines na ngayon ang naaamoy mo ngayon. Because missionary electricity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm happy and proud to be the president of the National Power Corporation. Senator Marcoleta, Senator Cayetano, Senator Ercito. I'm honored to present the NAPOCOR budget to the Honorable Committee. We will first go through the summary of accomplishments presented per 4 mandates of NAPOCOR. Hindi lang po kami diesel, Mr. Chair. So our first mandate is to provide power where no one else will go. We operate in 168 islands. That's 181 power plants serving 5.3 million Filipinos and giving a dependable capacity of 193 megawatts. We have 14 substations with a total substation capacity of 225 MVA, and we provide 1,173.92 circuit kilometers for Filipino users free of charge. On our second mandate, protecting nature's battery, this is our watershed management. We have 11 watershed areas, and for this year, 2025 alone, we have rehabilitated 550 hectares, which added amount to a total coverage of 147,434 hectares of our watersheds that total 485,000 hectares. This 2025 addition of 550 hectares added 3,850 tons of carbon sequestration. I want to emphasize that here in our watershed management, while certain groups would talk about the diesel plants of Napocor, I'd like to highlight that our carbon footprint is 455,000 metric tons per year, but our watersheds offset this carbon footprint because we offset it with 35.8 million metric tons. So ang footprint po namin 455,000, pero ang balik po namin sa aming watershed ay 35.8 million. In our third pillar, which is propelling clean energy, we have 12 dams where we do this delicate balance of controlled spilling operations. We make sure that the dams have adequate water and hindi po kami magsispill that will affect communities downstream. In order to do that, we do sessions with communities for them to understand, especially yung mga basura, para ma-protect yung dam natin. And at the same time, informing our stakeholders kung magsispilling po kami. Hindi po kami basta-basta nagsispilling, we do coordinated efforts. And under my leadership, we're planning to add localized weather stations in every single dam. And we are currently even crunching the numbers of the past 30 years para maintindihan po namin ng mga weather patterns through the years, and we can do our spilling operations in a more scientific manner. Our fourth and last pillar, which is providing national energy security through the management and operation of our remaining generating assets. These remaining on-grid generation assets, particularly the 7 hydroelectric power plants of the Agus and Pulangi complex, provides 25 to 30% of clean energy to the Mindanao grid. We give a dependable capacity of 929 megawatts, with a gross generation in 2024 of 4,491 gigawatt hours. Because of this operation, we give a plus 8.769 billion. This is net po na pera na binibigay po namin at tinatanggap po ng PSAM. So where will we be in 2026 kung masuportahan po yung mga programs po natin? We will increase our 24-hour operations from 84 to 101. We will increase our 12 to 23 hours operation from 18 to 42, and we will decrease our less than 12 hours operation from 79 to 52 plants. Total number of plants that we will add will be from 181 to 195. Also under my leadership, Mr. Chair, Honorable Senators, I want to look deeply into the unserved areas masyado tayong nakafocus sa underserved, punta na rin po tayo sa unserved. And hoping that these unserved will be, pinapadesign po namin, per on the drawing board, microgrids, hybrid. Doon po tayo papunta. Personally, bumababa po ako sa mga design engineers, mga bata and ambitious, and I'm challenging them to create green energy solutions for our future. Now, on to the budget. Our corporate operating budget is 42.5 billion pesos for 2026. This corporate operating budget is majority for our MOOEs, where we have a fuel cost of 13 billion pesos. This 13 billion fuel cost, personally, I am reviewing this for its inefficiencies, especially in the deliveries, because I want to bring it down. So we're still asking this by default because it's just my 31st workday. Inaaral ko pa po paano gawin itong efficient para hindi masyado malaki. Dahil isa po yung challenge ng ating Energy Secretary. Sinabi po niya sa akin, kailangan babaan ang diesel dependence po ng NAPOCOR, and we are up for the challenge. We are also subsidizing about 16 billion for our NPPs and QTPs and other contracted services, rent, debt service, repairs and maintenance, and other expenses. For personal services, we have 3.1 billion and our capital outlays of 3.5 billion pesos. On to the national government subsidy. Ito po yung topic natin na hinihingi po namin sa Kongreso. Ang hinihingi lang po namin ay 1.5 billion, hindi po yung buong 42. So 1.5 billion po yung hinihingi namin, and we're hoping that you can support it. This 1.5 billion will go to clean and affordable energy, access to electricity, and power system reliability and resilience. So on clean and affordable energy, these are our solar and BESS. For access to electricity, this is for our transmission lines, distribution lines, substations, and switching stations. And for power system reliability and resilience, ito po yung aming rehabilitation ng ating power facilities, and ang karamihan dyan is the Mindoro grid upgrading. On budget utilization, you could see here 2022, 2023, 2024, and the first 8 months of 2025. Medyo mababa po yung last portion, but we are looking that by the end of the year, above 90% po yung budget utilization natin sa corporate operating budget. Ever since I assumed the presidency, hindi po tayo basta-basta pumipirma. Tinitingnan ko po lahat ng mga kontrata at marami po yung mga kontrata na marami akong tanong. So that might be a little bit of a delay, pero ayaw ko po kasing pumirma na hindi ko naiintindihan kung tama ba talaga yung pupuntahan ng pera. And on the budget utilization for our national government subsidy, which is the one that we are asking for congressional support. As you can see, 75.64% na po tayo as of August, pero aakyat din po yan towards the end of the year. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Jericho. We'll go to PNOC. And we'll just combine the presentation of your subsidies, since PNOC is the mother company. So we'll call on PNOC's presentation. Then after that, finally, we'll call on PSAM.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Senate Committee. This is the presentation of the Philippine National Oil Company. Next slide, please. This is the mandate to authorize exploration, exploitation, development, and utilization of all forms of energy resources. Our vision is to be a strategic niche player, and our mission is to complement the efforts of the private sector. Next slide, please. These are major accomplishment in terms of remittances to national government over 3 years. We have remitted 1.6 in 2022, 2023 2.6 billion, and 2024 2.46 billion. In spite of the approved budget in 2025, 1.25 billion, we are projecting a net income of 1.79 billion, and that out of that 179 billion, we're expecting 895 million to 1.34 billion remittance to the national government. Next slide, please. This is the proposed corporate operating budget, NEP level. We are proposing a 5.8 billion distributed in terms of capital outlay at 4.723 billion, and MOE at 848 million, and the personnel services at 237 million. The biggest chunk of the COB is on the capital outlay at 81%, followed by MOE at 14 and 4.0% for personnel services. Next slide. This was the proposed COB and was presented. The capital outlay consists of the following particular projects, and it's about 4.7, and the rest MOE and the personal services, totaling to 5.809 billion. Comparatively, 2025 versus 2026, as shown in the right side of the slide, the increase in the capital outlay from 0.17 last year to 4.72. That is the major variance in the budget. Next slide. Recap of our prior year's performance in terms of the GAA versus the actual. At an average, we are utilizing our budget at about less than 50% at an average. There is an explanation on the 2024 and 2025 utilization, which I will be explaining later on. But supposedly, if that financial headwind has not happened, we could have attained a higher budget utilization of 77%. Next slide. This slide shows our financial headwinds. We identified 3: the bank gas depletion by 2027, the Petron case, and the tax liability and dividend to national government as a result from discontinuance of PNOC subsidiaries. Next slide, please. With those financial headwinds, we redirected our direction to de-risk to equity projects and the land development at PNOC Bataan Properties. Next slide. So this slide explains one of the major trusts, which is really the business model on de-risk to equity projects. In short, as a catalyst to energy investment, we will de-risk projects to crowd in equity and receive subsequent dividends. The slide there represents where we come in project development, in energy project development. Next slide. So the shift is actually from competing with the private sector to enabling it through a de-risk to equity strategy. From builder, operator, we want to be a market enabler. We want to crowd in private capital, not crowding out, and we only target budget only for the risk levers. What PNOC will not do will not build, operate assets in mature bankable segments where private developers are active. We will not be duplicating projects without system value or public interest justification. Our budget allocations will be explicit to de-risk outcomes and counterpart private participation. Next slide. So from hodgepodge to portfolio logic. We were perceived as a competing with the private sector. Now we would focus on programs to specific system risk. Next slide. So these are the de-risk to equity projects and technologies, and we have here the financial run for each of these technologies. So what we are asking is a 500 for 2026, where what we are budgeting is the 520, and the succeeding years for 2026, 27, 28. For the information, we do not expect significant revenue stream for the next 3 years, Mr. Chair, because of the financial headwinds that we have identified. Next slide. Okay, so this is also a simulation run for the equity returns that we hope to achieve when we now de-risk, when we now develop the de-risk to equity model. Next slide. So as one of the major trusts of PNOC is the development of our Bataan properties. We have about 520 hectares of property in Bataan, and we want to optimize its utilization. Next slide. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Press Kabaraban. Iba ba yung presentation ng EC and RC, or is that incorporated in your...
It's different.
It's
They have their
different?
own, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kasi mother company kayo, so I was hoping that package na sila, no? But yes, let's have a quick presentation for EC and then RC, no?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll try to make it as brief as possible. Okay. So good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to our honorable senators, to Secretary Garin, and to undersecretaries, as well as my colleagues in the energy sector. Okay. So I'm presenting for PNOC Exploration Corporation. So just to refresh, the corporation is the petroleum and coal arm of the Philippine National Oil Company. We are engaged in the exploration, development, and production of oil, gas, and coal resources. PNOCEC operates without national government subsidy and relies mainly on internal generated funds for its activities. Next slide, please. So PNOCEC currently holds interests in 6 active petroleum service contracts, namely SC-57 Calamian, SC-59 West Balabac, and SC-79 Araceli, which PNOC operates, and SC-38 Malampaya, SC-58 West Calamian, and SC-75 Northwest Palawan in joint venture with private companies. PNOCEC likewise holds 2 coal operating contracts, COC-41 already in development and production, and COC-204 under exploration, both in Zamboanga, Sibugay. Next slide, please. For SC-57, PNOCEC completed the processing of 1,519 square kilometers of 3D seismic data acquired last year, and continued technical interpretation to firm up drilling prospects. PNOCEC likewise initiated preparatory farm-out activities. For SC-59 West Balabac, PNOCEC undertook preparatory technical work for drilling identified prospects. Next slide, please. For SC 79 Araceli, PNOCEC completed seismic interpretation and evaluated options for geochemical survey. The corporation also evaluated and continues to evaluate new domestic petroleum blocks for possible application, nomination, or farm-in, including newly awarded areas. Under COC 204, PNOCEC completed regional exploration, drilling, and geophysical logging and continued evaluation of potential reserves. Next slide, please. As of end of September 2025, our net income is at almost 1 billion pesos. Earlier this year, PNOCEC remitted 347.75 million in dividends to the national government from the prior year's income. PNOCEC also continues to conduct CSR activities in our host communities. Next slide, please. For SC38 Malampaya, production and sales of natural gas and condensate continued under the consortium led by Prime Energy. 3 new wells were spudded, namely Malampaya East, Camago, and Pag-asa. In the Cagayan Basin, PNOCEC continued site preparation and procurement for exploration and drilling, both for Chico 1 and Mangosteen 1 workover. Coal mine development and production under COC 41 continued alongside preparatory procurement for Mine 4. Next slide, please. So PNOCEC has identified several investment opportunities. PNOCEC is looking for partners in SC 57 to share costs and risks, and likewise in COC 41 for development and production. PNOCEC is also exploring overseas equity positions in coal outsourcing and is evaluating downstream gas assets, starting with potential participation in the Ilihan gas pipeline in support of indigenous gas development. Next slide, please. So for 2026, PNOCEC requires an indicative budget of 11.102 billion, 7% lower than 2025. Of this, 10.183 billion is for exploration and production, 194 million for capex, and 725 million for our operating expenses. Next slide, please. So to break down PNOCEC's 2026 indicative budget, so 10.183 billion will be for exploration and production projects, specifically 2.932 billion for SC 38 Malampaya, 973 million for the Cadlao field, and 4.631 billion for petroleum exploration. 1.85 billion for coal projects, 65 million for native hydrogen. 193.88 million by way of general capital expenses and 725 million as general operating expenses. Next slide, please. So for 2026 programmed activities, SC38 Malampaya will continue production and pursue development works under the Sinagtala project and the drilling of Bagong Pag-asa aimed at extending field life. Cadlao activities include well drilling and extended well testing. Next slide, please. For exploration in SC57, PNOCEC will continue with the maturation of prospects using the acquired and processed 3D seismic data and will continue efforts in engagement of possible partners. In SC79, PNOCEC plans a seismic program and geochemical gas seep survey alongside ongoing interpretation. In the Cagayan Basin, PNOCEC will continue exploration activities and seek partners for the area it plans to nominate. Next slide, please. For coal, PNOCEC will maintain only minimum development and compliance activities while management continues to evaluate the appropriate course of action for the mines in light of current operational and economic constraints. The corporation will, however, continue feasibility studies, infill drilling for data completion, environmental impact assessments, and mine planning. For native hydrogen, PNOCEC will undertake geological and geophysical studies, secure free and prior informed consent, and conduct EIS-related work. Next slide, please. Our budget utilization rate remains low due to the speculative and capital-intensive nature of petroleum exploration and production. For first half 2025, our budget utilization rate is only 12.04%. From 2020 to 2024, it ranged from 9% to 25%. Around half of our annual corporate operating budget is contingent, dependent on prospectivity, technical results, permitting, and procurement logistics. Next slide, please. So the figures and programs presented are aligned with current technical studies and regulatory directives. PNOC-EC remains available for further discussion. End of presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Next
Chair.
will be PNOC-RC.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the other distinguished senators. I'll be presenting the PNOC Renewable Corporation. Next slide, please. Our key accomplishment for calendar year 2024 is to respond to existing clients' interest to expand current installation commercial operation in additional 100 kilowatts in the OST. We conducted technical and financial studies for renewable energy projects for private entities in Maria, Siquijor, and solar projects for Siargao LGUs. Committed to ensure project sustainability by operating and maintaining existing solar rooftop installation, and assisted joint venture partners in pre-development activities, and completed a 10 kilowatts solar parking shed with 40 kilowatts battery, started solar assisted 80 kilowatts charging station on DOE Clark Subic, and partially implemented abolition of positions pursuant to GCG Memorandum Order 2024-15. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we were advised that the PNOC-RC will be deactivated sooner this year, so we are already, Mr. Chair, on the transition period. That ends my presentation, sir.
Thank you, Pres Estiles. And lastly will be PSAM.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable senators. I'm here to present the accomplishments and budget of PSAM for 2026. Next slide, please. This is a summary slide of the accomplishments of PSAM, and I will go through these accomplishments in the next few slides. Next slide, please. With regards to the generation assets, we have privatized 46 generation assets totaling 9,823 megawatts. We have privatized the transmission business via a concession agreement, and we have disposed of 1,487 hectares of real estate. Next slide, please. We have a total financial bid of 917 billion pesos, of which we have collected 837 billion pesos. Next slide, please. The remaining power plants of PSAM are in Mindanao, mainly Agus and Pulangi Complex. We have the IPP contract CBK, which we have successfully bidded out, and we hope to turn over to the winning bidder or consortium in Feb of 2026. And we have the Mindanao Coal Plant or STEAG with the expiry of this IPP contract in 2031. And hopefully the plan of PSAM here is also a retirement of this particular coal plant. Next slide, please. With regards to liability management, the highest level of total debt and IPP lease obligations occurred for PSAM in 2003 of about 1.2 trillion pesos. We are now down as of June of 2025 to 262 billion pesos. The total amount of paid financial obligations represents about 2.2 billion pesos. Next slide. We are also, as part of our mandate, we are the administrator of the Universal Charge Fund. As seen on the screen, we have a total collection and disbursement of 302.8 billion pesos. With regards to the budget of PSAM, we have a proposed budget for 2026 of 248.9 billion pesos. Next slide, please. Here shows a breakdown and comparison of our 2025 and 2026 budget. Please note, Mr. Chair, honorable senators, there are huge differences in 2026 because there was an assumption of PSAM here that the corporate life of PSAM ends in 2026. Therefore, we made assumptions on PS for the separation and benefits of employees, and all of our debt were supposed to expire in 2026. So particularly in PS, we have a variance of about 377 million representing separation pay. We have a PSAM MOE of about 232 billion pesos, of which 170 billion of which are expiring obligations, but we are now in the process of negotiating these liabilities for a 10-year life in accordance with the 10-year corporate life extension of PSAM. We have a 10.3 billion requirement for Transco and a 2.2 billion requirement for the Napacor Operations Maintenance Agreement for the Agus and Pulangi, for a total proposed budget of 2026 of about 248.9 billion pesos. Next slide. Here is a line-by-line breakdown, Mr. Chair. As you can see, the biggest item in our budget represents the debts and IPP lease obligations, followed by the remaining IPP costs that we currently have, such as San Roque IPP, Bakun IPP, CBK IPP, Mindanao Coal IPP. Next few items are with regards to the budget funding for the NPC Operations Maintenance Agreement for Agus and Pulangi and the Transco funding. Next slide, please. With regards to our budget utilization for 2024, we are at 97.96 budget utilization. And for the first semester of 2025, we are at 46.72%. However, we project for the by end of 2025, we will be at 90% or higher. Next slide. This just represents the budget utilization for the NPC MOA, which is at 93%. And for 2025, next slide, we are currently at 32%, and however, again, we expect to be at 90% by end of year. That ends my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, President De La Serna. As a matter of tradition, we always give priority to the chairperson of the standing committee. And so we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano for her question, to propound her questions.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I probably have just 2 or 3 questions, which I just met with them, I think, 2 weeks ago, and I have a few other hearings coming up. So just a statement, and then after that, no, just very few questions. So I always start my interventions with a reminder, well, by stating that I'm also the chairman of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking. And so as we listen to your budget, obviously we're concerned about energy security, the effect on the economy, and our commitments to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. But these commitments we have go directly to the lives of our people. So SDG 7, which is of course affordable and clean energy, that is exactly your mandate. SDG 9, innovations, industry, and infrastructure. I'll go into my first question very quickly. No? Well, observation, and then maybe a quick reply from the Secretary, ERC. So for industries, no, for us to build industries. In 2019, I sponsored the CREATE Law. And even while I was sponsoring it, and then 6 years later in 2025, now chairperson of the Committee on Finance, was the chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, and sponsored the second CREATE Law, Create More. But during my time in 2019 and during his time in 2025, the feedback and the reports from the World Bank and the World Economic Forum state that the cost of power is one of the biggest concerns of the industries. So kahit ano pang mga initiative, ano pang mga diskwento na ibibigay natin sa mga businesses, it's the cost of energy that is the most important. And this has not changed. So I'm only speaking between 2019 and 2025, and it has not changed. No? 2023 pala when he chaired, kasi 2025 ngayon, finance na siya. It has not changed. And then if we look at our SMSEs, and I'll nudge my seatmate over here, Senator JV. We both bike around the country. Makipagkwentuhan ka sa kahit sinong small business in the provinces, kuryente yung ikikwento sa'yo. Walang patid na brown out. I'm an entrepreneur. And with all the problems you face as an entrepreneur, I can't even imagine, nakasama pa doon sa problema na tatakbo ba yung printing press ko mamaya? Tatakbo ba yung maliit kong makina na gumagawa ng kung ano man yung ginagawa nila? Can you imagine that life? And that is what our businesses are faced with every day, no? So, that's where we are. So, I don't know if there are projections on how we can see these prices go down kasi it's affordability. So, marami nang usapan about accessibility, NPC, President Nograles, no, yung mandate nyo. Pero siguro ako na magtatanong nung common concern natin, no, na kailan tayo mag-shift dun sa hybrid and renewables. You mentioned something that it's in the works, but it has to happen soon kasi in the meantime, napakamahal. So doon ako sa affordability ulit. Napakamahal ng diesel, napakadumi pa. And then the gap, the difference is subsidy by government, no? So everybody is paying for this. And then ulitin ko lang yung nakwento ko naman sa inyong lahat during our last hearing, hindi nakwento, just a statement. Example lang naman yung mga taga El Nido, Palawan, very similar din sa ibang sitwasyon ng mga kababayan natin na nasa island, while off the grid. Ayun, it's not reliable and it's so expensive. So siguro medyo projections lang, Secretary. How do we see this being addressed para kung sabi mong in 3 years, wag na muna natin pag-usapan in 2 years. Sa 3rd year na lang natin pag-usapan. Update nyo na lang kami.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Basically, comparatively to the other countries, ang cost ng production natin, whether it's transmission, generation, distribution, is competitive.
Okay.
What makes us different is we don't have subsidy and taxes. So if unahan ko na si Senator Marcoleta, if we do remove the VAT, which is 12%, and it's not just 12% of the electricity that's being paid by the consumers, it's 12% from the start as fuel, generation, transmission, even our platforms, no, sa WSM or our supply. And then distribution. I'm not sure of the amount, but for the very least, it's 20% less, Mr. Chair. So,
I'll interject,
Yes,
no? Sa dami ng mga think tanks, no? International, local, we have our own, of course, that's the job of DepDev. Has anyone looked at the numbers, no? Like, what is the difference between the revenue generated by the tax and the income generation organically created by the businesses and all the after effect, no, on how it flows to the entire community. Kasi sa ibang hearings ko and sa Ways and Means, talagang there's always a group that will give us those numbers so that we know, like by not preventing and doing whatever we can to prevent smoking, ito yung effect. O may taxation ka nga sa smoking, sa vaping, nasingit ko pa yung advocacy ko, ganun talaga buhay. Exactly. My trigger. May taxes ka nga doon, pero yung pag-o-hospital, yung loss of job, loss of income, so ganun din. May ganun kaya tayo, Secretary?
To our limited capacity in doing economic and financial calculations, no, our planning does have some assessment of what is the impact of the industry as far as job generation and other businesses that thrive around this industry. We can give that to you. Or do you have the
Somebody
data
have
now?
it already?
You have a data now? Or we can submit?
If you can find it now within the hearing, that would be
We'll
great.
submit it to you, ma'am. Yeah.
Kung kayang mahanap ngayon habang nag-uusap sana tayo, that would be the best, di ba? Para we can already discuss. Kasi ito na yun eh. You have 4 senators here. you know, if we need to make big changes, maybe we can. There's always going to be resistance, of course, with DOF kasi that's their job to create. But if there's other agencies that will tell us that ito yung effect if we do something differently, kasi we're not doing anything differently. We're not shaking things up, and we need to do that. I like your presentation. I mean, I like your response. It's so simple. So, nandun lang pala sa subsidies yun? Ganun kasimple, Secretary?
Mr. Chair, that's the part that can be done through legislation. In our capacity, though, as DOE, there are so many things that we do have that are our deliverables.
Okay.
Like yung grid problem na, for example, like Mindoro and Palawan, as you mentioned, we need to fix the distribution lines there, supply nila less of diesel and more of renewable or cleaner but cheap, no? So those are things that we can not immediately, but we can plan out for it to be delivered. Now, those are the infrastructure na we're trying to fix now with the different GOCCs that we have in different bureaus that we have. One that is very impactful, kahit mabagaling impact niya, is the shift towards cleaner energy. Because the more cleaner energy, according to the simulations, if we do reach the targets that we are targeting by 2030, mga 2 pesos, 1.3 to 2 pesos ang reduction. So, meron talaga, things are working, but it's not instant kasi every pieces of the puzzle have to be in place. Pero if we want really immediate impact, and I think it's a right call, kung wala lang tax sana, that will significantly lower agad. The rest are our responsibilities, Mr. Chair.
No? You mentioned renewable energy, and as I said, SDG 7 is affordable and clean energy. In a previous hearing, Madam Chair, in your team, you were, I don't know if you were secretary yet during that hearing, so it might have been a previous one. It was reported to us that there were 105 renewable energy projects that risk termination due to non-compliance to project timelines. And then, idagdag ko na doon yung nabanggit ko, I think, in that same hearing, that similarly, meron tong mga, and help me out with the correct terminologies, no? Doon naman sa exploration, di ba parang ang nangyayari, nagpa-park sila, yung they get the permits to explore, and then they don't explore, and they just park. So, yeah, the service contract. So, can you just report on those two things? Kasi nabanggit mo renewable, it's so important. We get so excited about it, you know, and I even mentioned that before I became chairman of the Committee on Energy, with my limited knowledge, which is still limited, you know, you don't hear, unless you attend a forum where the details get this technical, the average person doesn't know na one of the big problems with renewables is the storage, di ba? Wala pang nag-i-invent na technology na mas store yan. So kung madilim na, ang gagawin mo dun sa nakuha mong energy, and then it's the connection to the grid. Yung mga ganun ba? Anyway, I'm just saying na maraming nagmamarunong and they want to improve our situation, but they don't understand these things. So let's elaborate a little bit, no, on these issues you have with renewable and then yung sa service contracts.
Yes, the current supervising undersecretary is Undersecretary Guevara on renewable. But true enough, we are purging many of these contracts with the proper procedure, no? My due notice and all that. But I'll give it, if Mr. Chair, Yusek Guevara can answer.
Go ahead, Yusek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You pointed out the 105 service contracts that we terminated last year. And we could, may mga nag-MR, some of them we consider.
Kasi yung infos nyo sa akin at that time, at least that's in my notes, was at risk of termination. So, na-terminate na?
Majority, ma'am.
Okay.
And then, we continue to terminate projects na malayo na sila dun sa work plan.
Oo.
Kunyari, dapat na-achieve na nila to, mga 3 years ago na dapat, hindi pa.
Kasi,
so we terminate.
Sorry to interject, no, but the reason that's so important, and I'm not excited that you have to terminate. I'm not. But I believe that you include these projections in your official projections because they have these contracts, they commit that by this date. So, syempre, sasama nyo yun, di ba? Tapos malaman-laman mo a year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, walang nangyari. The nature of these projects, matagal mabuo. So if they're not moving along, then you might as well find people who can move these projects along, correct? So that's why lang I want to put that on record, that it matters because our goal to be, is it 50% renewable by 2040? Tama? 50% renewable by 20, is now affected. Imagine if you relied on that. And sino bang may ayaw na less government intervention? Bahala kayo, sige, private, go ahead, do as much as you can. Then, gugising ka na lang, walang nangyari, that's a 10-year timeline. Anyway, what's the timeline for these renewables ba? Solar, and maybe quickly inform all of us, solar, geothermal, wind, water, ano bang timeline yan? From the moment that, I don't know, I don't know, yeah.
From the...
Peg it to whatever is a reasonable time to consider na seryoso na to.
So when we award a service contract,
Okay,
that's
awarding.
the beginning. No?
Okay.
Solar can be built in 1.5 to 2 years.
Okay.
Geothermal, that will take 5 to 10 years. So yun po yung dulo-dulo ng
So for
minimum
example,
at
sa
saka max.
solar, no, from the moment you awarded the service contract, and it can be built in 1.5 to 2 years, just to be clear, one of the issues you brought to my attention was that yung pala, pag-apply nila, wala pa silang right to the land. So, and sadly, and the chairman, like me, was also chairman of the Committee on Energy Education. Ganun din. Nakalista na lahat ng papatayo ng eskwelahan. Tapos, wala pa silang right pala dun sa magpatayo, dun sa lugar na yun. So, same thing. So, you said that one quick solution there is they have to have a clear right, whether it's a lease or ownership, right?
They're not able to show the possessory rights within so many days after the award of service contract. Automatically,
unlike dati,
invalid
you're
na.
waiting. A year
Wala na
later,
po.
wala pa rin. 2 years later, wala pa rin. O ngayon, hindi na mangyayari yun. Okay. So 1.5 years. So, without that problem, pag that problem is addressed, meaning they already have to show that possessory rights within a few days, wala nang ibang major hindrance?
One of the major hindrance would be yung grid connection.
The grid connection,
Yeah.
correct.
But then, we make sure na kaya nilang, meron naman pong transmission development plan. If they make sure na mauuna yung transmission matayo bago mag-connect, then they should not have a problem. But ma'am, pointing to your question, we have 1,400 service contracts.
Okay.
But then we also classify them into committed and indicative.
Okay.
Ang committed, ibig sabihin po, nagko-construct na o may financial closure na.
Okay.
So yung numbers na sinasite namin, for example, na by 2030 dapat 35%, nakita na po namin yung 35% na yun na manggagaling sa mga committed sa
Committed,
indicative.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. So yung
So,
indicative, meaning they
yung
have a service contract but there's a lot of moving pieces pa? Ganun ba yun?
Tinatapos pa nila yung mga permits.
Ah.
Feasibility study, mga ganun po.
Pero ba't kailangan ma-award na sila ng indicative?
Because
I
they
mean,
will not-
mawawala ba sa kanila kung hindi nila hawak yon?
They need the exclusive
That's what
use
they're
of
after
Yeah.
na for them to make their commitment then kanila na yon, so that maka-invest na sila nung expenses necessary for
The
to
permits,
make
yeah.
the project happen, the permit, like you said, the feasibility. Okay. So, and then you mentioned geothermal, which takes 10 years?
5 to 10 years.
And in the last hearing, Secretary, you mentioned that we have geothermal projects in the works? We have?
There is, ma'am. Actually, this is the first time in so many years that we have a greenfield under EDC, no? Under EDC and Bicol.
Yeah, first
But
time.
there's also some that are closing. So it's
Really necessary. So
But-
it
but-
won't
but-
even increase our ratio. It's just going to maybe ang tawag doon, make up for the closures. Tama ba?
So Chair, although we are currently in talks and almost finished na yung talks on the de-risking facility for geothermal, kasi para mabawasan din yung risk on the investor. So that's through World Bank ba? Or, ADB through, and then conduit yung land bank. so that we can have more investments in geothermal. So, because really geothermal is one of our low-lying fruits, sana. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, yung pong sa to assure din na we will have the supply that we promised by 2030, meron po tayong green energy auction. And this year we're holding 4 green energy auctions. And so far, ang winners po natin ay 16.6 gigawatts na.
Okay.
So by the end of this year, baka umabot na po tayo ng 20 gigawatts. So assured na tayo hanggang sa 2028 to 2030 na mga developments.
Okay.
Kasi pag green energy auction, merong performance bond, they really have to deliver. Otherwise, they pay the government. They will lose the performance bond.
Right. Okay. I'm looking lang for a news article that Who's in charge of nuclear? Ikaw din. Anyway,
Yes, ma'am.
there was an article a day or two ago. It says the Philippines has emerged as one of the front runners in the nuclear deployment in Southeast Asia. Paano nangyari yun? Overnight, naging front runner tayo? May ginawa tayong, ano mga
Yes, ma'am.
groundwork natin?
We-
Kasi, sandali, ito si Senator JV. Last week, we welcomed the Speaker of the House of Hungary, di ba? Kasi binisita namin siya roughly a year and a half ago, parang early part of 2023. Yeah. And then, nag-side trip ako sa Vienna and I had a meeting with our ambassador. And at that time, a year and a half ago, we have done nothing. Nothing! And then now we're on the forefront. Ang galing talaga natin. What happened? Who can update me? Kaninong PR yun?
No, it's, Mr. Chair, hindi yun PR. Ever since 2022, with the new administration, medyo na-revitalize yung nuclear energy program interagency. It just took us time to get back on track. Yes, ma'am. So now we have a nuclear division. We have nuclear division in DOE. We have a roadmap already. Na-review na tayo ng IAEA second time, and we have good grades in IAEA. We're asking for another one pa. The law was passed. We entered into the 123 agreement already with the US and other countries. And we're making headway in a sense that many of our companies are also interested in pursuing our recent we had surveys now on the acceptance rate ng nuclear, but the recent activity of DOE, other agencies, in fairness, that also have activities in this. PhilVox, DOST, PNRI, DND, lahat sila may ginagawa. But DOE issued recently a circular giving let's say, preference or special treatment to the Pioneer One. So it's just more of a framework. And so, why are we considered nauuna sa Southeast Asia? Because we have been steady. Indonesia at one point was ahead of us, but hindi steady kasi their legislative medyo binawi ulit yung authority. Vietnam is also getting ahead also, but it depends on the year na rin or depends on the country. But comparatively, we are ahead of the rest of the countries in Southeast Asia in preparation for building the power plant. Hindi po yan PR, ma'am. Totoo yan.
Tamo, ang ganda pa nung opportunity mo magpaliwanag kasi I don't think I asked you for that update in our hearing, no? So I meant it na parang akala ko talaga PR, but with very straight to the point responses. I'm happy to note na you have you seem to have made a lot of progress. Kasi sometimes it's all talk, di ba? So, it's good to see. And ang pinaka-importante ko, na narinig ko dun is high grades. Kasi ayoko nung puro talk lang. Did you want to add something?
I wanted to add lang, I would like to thank the good chairman of this committee kasi he supported NEPIAC for on the budget side for a few years. Kasi with that, we were able to do our public communications, the mga contracts, surveys, and really beefed up the activities of capacity building of NEPIAC, for all agencies actually.
Si Chairman, on that topic, nasa Board of Governors tayo ng IAEA for 2025, 2027. Philippines, medyo impressive yun, ha? Na nasa board tayo ng International Atomic Energy Agency. Although it's, my staff just told me, DOST ang nakaupo. Yeah, but still, no, as a country, that's quite an honor to be part of the Board of Governors.
So, siguro ito na yung last comment, observation ko, no? I think everyone supports renewables. I don't think there's anyone who, would say offhand na that's not the right direction to go. It's a UN mandate, our commitment, and it's what we want, clean energy. But I think what has to be clear, and it's embedded, I think, in the energy sector nga, na someone's always paying for something. So, we are paying for the development and promotion of renewable energy. And the ERC has raised the feed-in tariff allowance from 0.1189 to 0.2073 per kilowatt hour, which would lead to higher power bills next month. Tama ba? Is that accurate? Yeah, ERC.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We just recently approved the increase for the feed-in tariff allowance.
So kaya nga mindful tayo dyan kasi 0.1189 to 0.2073. I don't know how much this comes up to an average person's bill. I don't know. Do we know how much? So magkano? Ikaw na mag-compute, Chairman. Utusan pa. 0.20 or 21 na, 207 eh. So 0.21. So 42 pesos. So isang kainan din 'yon, 'di ba? Isang kain din 'yun sa karinderya. So sa akin, so everyone is paying for us to promote renewables, to promote and develop. So sa'yo din to, babalik din to kay NPC President, no? And everyone else who I know, I trust the default should be that our government is working hard. That is my default. Pero work harder tayo kasi every day, an average family is paying 42 pesos per month. Per month, no? Per month yan kasi monthly billing yan eh. 42 pesos per month for us to promote and develop renewables. So we have to do our best to expedite it, lahat ng renewables natin. Yes, Secretary.
Yes, Madam Chair. It's always a dilemma, no? Going green kasi it will cost us also.
Yes, of
so we're trying to
course.
balance naman.
Exactly.
Like the feed-in tariffs, mostly hydro, which is basically should be the cheaper generation that we have. So, pero yun nga, may epekto siya sa feed-in tariff subsidy. But eventually, it will balance off, hopefully. Mr.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We can only see the feed-in tariff allowance because it is a separate charge. But what we cannot see is actually the reduction in the overall generation charge in WESM, for example, because these renewable energy technologies that are on mass dispatch, they would not offer any price in WESM, and they would actually reduce the quantities that will have to be traded in the spot market.
Correct.
And with the reduction in the quantity, there can be a downward adjustment to the overall clearing prices at WESM. So with those that are exposed to WESM, to these spot prices, then they would benefit also from reduced WESM prices, although, of course, there is that feed-in tariff allowance that is imposed on them.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So in the bigger picture, itong pag-push itong feed-in tariff, which is yun nga, meant to pay for the promotions and development of renewables, is offset by, well, the mere fact that it exists will now bring down the prices. But so that your explanation is very much welcome. But yung point ko naman was to push all of us, di ba? To act fast, to act efficiently, kasi binabayaran nga natin yon. But yeah, thank you for clarifying that on WESM, kasi malaking factor din yun dahil maraming napapabili ng medyo mahal doon pagka walang mga ganitong intervention. So, Mr. Chairman, I can end for now. I will just listen. Ultimately, I think our goal is very clear. We need to build a power sector that is affordable, that is sustainable, and that is resilient. Let's think of our kababayans all over the country that are really depending on us for this. One last sector that I just want to include is the tourism sector, no? I think all of us here, but again, itong seatmate ko, talagang we like to promote local tourism, and ang hirap kasi when you look at the downside of local tourism, yun nga yung magba-brown out. So parang ang hirap din talaga. It's so hard to support our tourism when these factors are a big factor. When we have this power outages as a big factor in our promoting ourselves as a tourist destination. So tulungan lang natin.
Mr. Chair, just for example, we are aware and we are also working with the OT. For example, for Siargao, trying to find funding to improve whether it's the subsea cable or the distribution lines within. So, Siargao, Siquijor, Camotes Island, Palawan also. We're trying to work with MIC, even our whatever is available with the DBM and NEA to focus on these areas. And we've had several meetings already with our different agencies for this.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Secretary, and to the entire DOE team. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Next will be Senator Marcoleta.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko pong malaman uli, Madam Secretary, yung installed capacity natin.
Mr. Chair, can
Yes, ma'am.
Guevara answer? She's the supervising undersecretary for power. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, 30,000 megawatts po yung ating installed. Yung dependable po, okay po. Megawatts.
And then
Yung
you're
ating
saying dependable is
27,000 megawatts.
yung consumption po natin.
Ang peak po natin is about 19,000 megawatts po.
19.
Apo.
So, Mr. Chair, kung ang dependable natin is 27,000 megawatts, ang consumption lang naman natin is 19. Kasi sobra-sobra ang ating capacity, di ba?
Mr. Chair, palagi po tayong, hindi po natin pwedeng tawaging sobra-sobra kasi po nakikita namin yung...
Hindi, mathematically, sobra-sobra talaga.
Opo.
Okay.
Yes.
So, anong problema?
Ang problema po natin, ang ating mga planta, pagka they go on
So,
forced
they are not
outage.
dependable. Kasi sinasabi mo, dependable. Something that you can depend on.
Yes.
Tapos sasabihin mo sa akin, may problema yung mga planta natin. So, hindi sila dependable. Ano talaga yung dependable?
terminology po kasi
You should
dependable.
know.
Opo. Pero kunyari po sa ating the way that we look at it,
Hindi, wag kunyari.
if you look at the outage
Real
rates,
tayo eh. Oo.
opo, yung pong ating 19 gigawatts na need, nasusupplyan po yan ng ating mga supply, ng
Hindi,
mga
teka muna.
generators.
Nasaan yung hindi dependable? Yan ang kasi yun ang problema eh. So we should at least produce 19 gigawatts, di ba? Kasi yun ang demand eh.
Yes.
I mean, logically.
Logically, pero
Nasaan ang problema? Kasi yung 27 na ito,
yes.
napakalaki. Meron tayong sobrang 8,000 megawatts. So itong problematic na ito, ano ba ginagawa natin? Ba't di natin ma-address? Palagi namang problema si Sharon Garin.
Opo. Ang mga planta po kasi hindi located in one location. Pati po yung mga consumers natin hindi in one location.
Alam na natin lahat
Opo.
yun naman. Hindi naman pwedeng ilagay mo lang sa isang lugar yun. Alam na natin yun. Ang sabi ng chairman natin ng energy, kailangan major overhaul ito. Hindi yung usap na lang tayo ng usap. Tayo rin nagkikita-kita every year. Pero hindi natin nahihit yung problema eh. So meron tayong, essentially, meron tayong 8,000 megawatts na sobra. They appear to be sobra talaga. Ang ganda sana, ang advantage natin. Pero bakit hindi, yun ang striking natin. Anong problema nung dependable sana eh. If we do something about it, baka maging dependable. Let's say half of it. Hindi na yung
27.
Hindi na yung 8,000, maski na yung 4,000 na lang. May sobra ka pa rin. What do we do?
Mr. Chair, tama po kayo, Mr. Chair. Yung 8,000 na dependable, ang iba dyan hindi talaga dependable kasi nasisira palagi yung iba.
Hindi talaga dependable.
Hindi
Because
dependable.
hanggang ngayon, we are struggling.
Yes.
Lahat po ng presentations na narinig ko this morning, they're about our struggle.
Yes, sir.
Our continuing struggle to ensure quality, reliable,
Affordable.
Hindi, wala mo din affordable.
Wala mo na.
Mamaya na tayo ron. Ang sinasabi ng batas, quality, reliable, meron pang isang word eh. Paano ang gagawin natin? Puro struggle na lang po eh.
Mr. Chair, for example, sa Luzon ang dami-dami nating planta.
Secure pala. Okay.
Secure.
Quality, reliable, and secure. Isipin mo, the law is sufficient in itself eh. Talagang sinabi niya sa atin, these are the things that we must do in order to secure our requirements for electricity.
For example, Mr. Chair, sa Luzon, daming planta natin from Bataan to Batangas, no? Pero ang Visayas, iba rin yung characteristic ng Visayas. Kahit marami sa Luzon, limited naman ang linya. So, pag in-assess mo yung Panay, kulang talaga doon. Kailangan iikot pa siya. So, today, I understand may problema talaga. Today, we are assessing every region sa Visayas, Mindanao, and Luzon. Saan ba yung kulang na ano? Kasi hindi tama yung sinabi ni Yusek Kev, hindi kasi nakaspread out ng maayos yung mga power plant natin. So, now, pinapa-review ko ulit ang energy plan para tignan saan ba yung mga regions na kailangan may base load pa tayo or saan kulang yung mga transmission natin. Those are things na kaya kahit mathematics siya, na tama naman, sobra-sobra tayo, pero actually yung design may kulang pa talaga, Mr. Chair. So we're working on that. Mga 2 buwan na namin ina-assess, nagra-run kami ng mga simulations, and we'll have it ready hopefully by the end of the year, Mr. Chair.
Kasi, Mr. Chair, talagang napakahirap intindihin, ano? 27,000 megawatts it's only a matter of maximizing this because this is dependable. Yung 19,000 megawatts naman, this is the peak load eh. Hindi na, sa buong panahon, sa buong araw na, hindi naman peak 19 eh, di ba? Ano yung base load? O, 12,000 lang. Imagine mo 12,000 lang, Mr. Chair. You have a dependable capacity of 27 million, 27 million, 27,000 megawatts. Hindi tayo dapat namang problema eh. Maski pa paano mo kwentahin ito, madam? Notwithstanding the fact they're all located, siyempre naman kasi island tayo eh. But what we need to solve this problem. Kasi sana kung ang pinag-uusapan, manipis na manipis yung ating difference between the supply and the demand. Hindi po eh. I don't think you can justify this. This is 27,000 megawatts. Dependable sana. So issue lang, gawin nating dependable kahit na yung ano lang, kahit na yung kalahati lang. And then yung 19,000 megawatts is only the peak. Yung baseload mo is only 12. So maski pa paano mong kwentahin ito eh. Alam po ninyo, hindi ko makalimutan yung China eh. Yung Three Gorges Dam. Siguro this is, sabi ni ang chairman natin ng energy, we need to shake up. Bakit sila isang dam lang? Ang dami nating pwedeng gawing dam. We have how many islands, Madam Secretary, in this country? The Three Gorges Dam in China supplies more than one-half of the requirement of mainland China. Isa lang. That's about 25,000 megawatts. Reliable. Tayo, meron lang tayo isang ganun. Hindi na tayo siguro mag-hearing every year. Ito yung dapat natin. Kasi, okay, meron tayong requirement sa renewable. Kahit ano pong gawin natin sa renewable, hindi po siya magiging kasangkapan para sa baseload. Renewable energy, hindi siya pwedeng dependable facility for baseload. Very, very fleeting po yan. Wind, solar, maganda lang po yan sa salita. Di ba? Yun po yung ating pinipilit na, no? Gawin din natin po yan because of our issue on environment. Pero yung baseload po natin, teka muna, ano po yung energy mix natin dito, Madam Secretary? Dito po sa 27,000 dependable capacity, ilan ang coal?
43.7% po. 11,800 megawatts.
Ilang percent, ma'am?
43.7%.
43%. Diesel?
Ang diesel, oil-based po is
oil.
2,880, 284 megawatts. 9%. 9.9.
10% sabihin na
Apo.
natin. Ano pa po yung ibang fuel natin?
Natural gas, 15.2%. Saka renewable, 31.2%.
15% ang natural gas po. Renewable,
31.2%.
so that makes up 100% already.
Yes.
So talagang hindi po tayo makakaalis talaga sa coal sa ngayon kahit ano pong gawin natin.
For now, di po.
Kahit na sabihin natin ito ang pinakamaruming fuel natin, ang sa ngayon, dito pa rin tayo. Ano po?
Opo.
Unless, yung natural gas natin, pagbaligtarin natin sa maging 43,
Masyadong mahal po.
meron naman tayo rito, kaya lang hindi natin malaman kung makakakuha pa tayo, hindi na. Talagang wala na tayong sources ng natural gas, madam.
May bago pong mga wells.
Mr. Chair, we have contracts pa mga bago ngayon eh. Pero siguro mga 5-7 years pa yan at pwede siyang mag-produce for us. Medyo late lang tayo
Thank you po. Mr. Chair, meron po tayong Interagency Energy Efficiency and Conservation Committee, IAEECC. Ito po ay na-create under Republic Act 11285. Tama po. encouraging all government entities to install and utilize solar PV system or any equivalent renewable energy technology in their government-owned facilities. Bakit po ang title encouraging?
Mr. Chair, if you allow Undersecretary Marasigan can
Ay, ikaw may kagagawa na naman ito. Sige, tira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Marcoleta. Under the Energy Efficiency Act, yes, it's mandatory for all government agencies.
Hindi, nakalagay nga, encouraging. It's not mandatory.
Sir, mandatory, sir, yung 10% reduction ng kanilang
Hindi kasi ang
energy consumption.
title, encouraging kasi.
Opo.
Alam mo, you'll be guided by the title. Pag sinabi mong ini-encourage mo lang, may option eh. Hindi siya talaga tutupad eh. Pero pag sinabi mong mandating, wala kang option kung di sumunod eh. Tama?
Tama po.
Kasi halimbawa, in-encourage ka lang ng tatay mo. Nung bata ka pa, ligawan mo si ganito. Mukhang ayaw mo. Meron kang gusto, di ba? Hindi ka susunod. Pero sinabi niya, kasi lalo na nung panahon mo, pag sinabi ng tatay o ng nanay, hindi pwedeng hindi tayo sumunod. Ganun ang Pilipino eh. Pag sinabi mong mandating, nandun yung puwersa ng batas eh. Di ba?
Tama po.
So, kaya ganun po yung aking ina-emphasize, Mr. Chair. Ito, nakalagay, the solar PV system or equivalent RE technology to be installed must initially supply at least 20% of the agency's electricity requirement. O nangyayari na ba ito?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, nangyayari na ito.
Meron na pong nag-i-install.
O malayo yung sagot mo, pare. Sinasabi ko na nga sa iyo huwag yung encourage eh. Pag minandate mo, lahat sila, this is addressed to all agencies eh. Para sasagot mo, meron na po. Kaya hindi tayo nagkakaroon ng 20% ito eh. At least. Ngayon, kung magawa niya 25, 30, di lalong maganda. So itatanong ko nga kasi it has been more than 2 years, sir. Puro tayo resolution. So, ilang ahensya na ang napakabit ng solar panel o katumbas na renewable?
Yeah.
Ilan na?
Meron po kaming 8 project na na-install na.
8 pa lang?
Yes po.
Ilan po ba ang ahensya na ina-address nitong resolution na ito?
Sa ngayon po, pangkalahatan po yung ginagawa natin.
Kaya
pero
nga, ilang ahensya po ang na-address nitong resolution na ito?
Ang rollout po kasi natin ay per region at binubuo pa natin yan under the Government Energy Management Program kung saan po mandatory po yung minimum 10%.
O yung ginawa niyong mandatory, 10%. Ang sinasabi ng resolution, 20%. Paano? Bakit gano'n? Kayo mismo, hindi niyo sinusunod na resolution eh. Kaya nahihirapan ng kasasagot ang ating sekretary.
Ang 10% po kasi is the reduction in their consumption. So isang tool po yung pagtatayo ng mga renewable energy like solar rooftop installation para matulungan sila sa reduction. Pero hindi naman po ibig sabihin nun is hindi na sila mag-a-apply pati.
So ilan po yung tinarget natin, more or less, agencies?
Sa ngayon po talaga, nasa roll-out pa lang po kami. At including the local governments naman po ang kasama na namin.
Kaya nga, bigyan mo ballpark, ilan po ang agencies na tinatarget nitong resolution na ito?
Mr. Chair, dapat yan lahat, no?
Kaya nga,
Pero,
mga ilan?
minimal pa lang ang nagawa kasi ang process yan, mag-audit kami, magmumowa, may audit sila, titignan namin yung mga pumbilya, tapos i-advise namin kung anong solar ilalagay, no? So, right now, we have agreements with DOH, I think, ongoing yung CHED, TESDA, and and then some LGUs dito sa Metro Manila with Valenzuela, Navotas, Makati, we're entering to agreements para ngayong year sana maumpisahan na siya full scale. But we cannot just say to all agencies, so i-reduce nyo kasi they need our technical assistance na rin para malaman nila anong aircon yung lalagay nila, anong bumbilya. So, with the limited capacity that we have, it's small compared to the whole of government.
Yeah, alam ko po yun, Madam Secretary. Kaya ko lang tinatanong if it is addressed to all agencies. Para lang malaman natin gaano tayo kabilis, gaano tayo ka-slow. Let's say, X number of agencies. Ngayon, ang sabi mo after 2 years, ilan yun? 6 o 8 pa lang nakapag-comply. So, you have, let's say, 1,000 agencies as the targeted universe. After 2 years, ay 6 lang ang nakakomply. So you have, baka 28 years ang abutin natin bago natin ma-cover. Yan sinasabi ko, ganun tayo kabagal. Kaya hindi rin natin mafe-feel pagka ganun eh. Sayang naman yung initiative kung hindi naman pala magagawa ng ganun kabilis. So nasasayangan lang yung effort natin. Kaya ko po tinatanong, if this is the way to not only to economize but they produce their own electricity to help each other, sana nakikita natin ang sustainability, yung manageable sana. Hindi ganito po na ang nakikita natin, nakaka-discourage, imbes na nakaka-encourage po eh. Yung waste to energy, Madam Secretary, hindi naman po bago ito eh. Meron na tayong 9513, yung Renewable Energy Act of 2008. Ito may mandate na rito, Yusek Marasigan, hindi ba?
Opo.
Pero ang sabi ninyo, sa ngayon, 13 WTE projects pa lang. Tama ba ito?
Mr. Chair, 13 nga kasi hindi viable yung ibang...
Kaya nga, 13, ano? Although your department greenlit the same as of 2022. So that was 3 years ago. Pero out of the 13, 6 lang ang operational. Yusek Marasigan. Kasalanan mo na naman ito. Bakit ba gusto mo yung number na 6? Tingnan mo kanina yung PB system, 6 lang ang ano. Ngayon ito na naman WT, 6 na naman ang nagko-comply. Mabuti pa ang NEA, alam mo wala akong may tatanong sa kanila eh. Kasi ang NEA naman kasi sa kaibahan ng iba, ito huwag kayong magagalit. Si Mr. Almeida, kahit na busy yan, kung minsan ite-text ka niya, Sir, kumusta ka? Meron ka bang mga issue na ganito, ganyan. Yung parang pinapaalalahanan ka eh. Pero si Yusek Marasigan, kahit minsan hindi ako tinext niya. Para nalalaman sana na nagkakausap man lang tayo. Akala mo ba napakalit ng problema ng bansa natin sa electricity? Lalo naman ang ERC. Mamaya po babalikan ko kayo. Commissioner Digal, kayo po ay isa sa mga alam kong siyang pinaka-cooperative sa ERC. Sinasabi ko na sa inyo. Very reliable, very consistent. Pagka tinext mo yan, hindi pwedeng in less than 2 minutes sasagutin ka niya. Hindi kagaya ni Coco Nograles. 2 araw bago ka sagutin.
Ako, mabilis ako ha.
No, si chairman. Kaya naman sa tuwing naghihiring kami, kahit kaming 2 na lang, hindi ko iniiwanan ito. Ang dami kong gustong itanong, Mr. Chair, baka humaba lang ako, magalit ka sa akin eh.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
yung sa WTES, marami talagang hindi feasible. So right now, meron po kaming nakaset na i-auction na namin yung WTE, especially Metro Manila. Identifying yung mga problema, pero this is together with DNR, MMDA, DOE, and ERC. So hopefully maka-award kami by first quarter of next year.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, dadako ako ngayon dun sa affordable. Kanina pinag-uusapan natin yung quality, reliable, and secure supply of electric power. Pero yung affordable, nandun din po yun. Section 2, paragraph B. Tama, President Nograles. So yung affordable, ito yung walang kamatayang issue, yung affordable na to. 24 years ago, we crafted a law. Ang pangalan ay INQUIRER. Talaga ay nakalagay, affordable. Tapos pagka binasa mo pang pababayan, transparent and competitive. Mga ganun competitive price of electricity, fair, under a regime of free competition in order to make our products globally competitive, nakalagay. Pero talaga pong hindi natin very, very elusive yung affordable. Kasi unang-una, tingnan po ninyo yung lifeline rate program natin, which is stipulated under Section 23 of EPIRA. Merong kasing ladderized yan Pero in case of Meralco, alam po ninyo yung 100% na free lang, 20 kilowatt hours. Kawawang-kawawa. Para malibre ka ng 100%, kailangan ang ginagamit mong kuryente hanggang 20 kilowatt hours ka. Parang nagsindi ka lang ng 3 bumbilya maghapon, tapos tigilan mo na yan. Bakit po ganon, Madam ERC? Sa Meralco, ang consumption bracket discount niya po ay, let's say, 0 to 20 kilowatt hours, 100%. Samantalang sa Ilocos Sur Electric Cooperative, 0 to 15, 30%. Sa Tarlac Electric Cooperative, 20%, 20 kilowatt hours, 100%. Sa Surigao del Sur, electric Surseco 2 yata ito. 0 to 15 kilowatt hours, 20%. Sa Pampanga, 0 to 15 kilowatt hours, 50%. Sa Antique, 1 to 15, 7%. Hindi ko po maintindihan ito, ba't nagkakaiba-iba? Electric Cooperative sa Pelco 1, 16 to 20 kilowatt hours, 40% ang discount. Yung Anteco, 16 to 20%, 5% ang discount. Bakit po ganito? Talaga pong hirap na hirap ako dito. Bakit hindi po at least uniform ang pagbibigay ng discount? Hindi ko po sinasabi na dito sa discount na ito ay talagang sapat na para maiangat natin doon sa affordable. Dito pa lang naguguluhan na ako. Gusto kong pag-aralan, kaya lang, pasensya na po kayo, napakahirap intindihin ito. Bakit po nagkakaiba-iba?
Mr. Chair, can I respond?
Yes, sir.
Yung pong original na Lifeline program na ngayon ay pinatutupad pa, ito ay nadisenyo noong time na ina-unbundle natin ang rates ng mga distribution utilities. At ang nangyaring disenyo ay per distribution utility. Dahil ang Lifeline program ay isang paraan ng pagsusubsidiya ng mga marginalized consumers, nung nadisenyo ito, ang subsidy ay manggagaling doon sa subsidizing class within the same distribution utility. At yung isa-subsidize niya ay yung mga marginalized doon din sa same na distribution utility. May mga distribution utility na malalaki tulad ng Meralco na kung saan marami ang pwedeng panggalingan ng subsidy. Kaya nung dinisenyo siya, ang isang pamantayan naman na ginawa ay dapat yung subsidy charge o yung lifeline subsidy charge will not exceed 10 centavos. At nung dinisenyo, tiningnan kung magkano ang malilikom kung ito ang limit, nakita na sa halagang 10 sentimo na i-charge mo dun sa subsidizing class ng Meralco customers, maaari ka pong makapag-extend ng discount up to 100 kilowatt hours na konsumo ng mga marginalized or yung low consuming. Pero dun sa iba tulad ng electric cooperatives na maliliit lang, predominantly maliliit lang din ang konsumo at yung subsidizing class ay maliit lang din, para ka makapag-extend doon sa marginalized customers na hindi naman mag-exceed sa 10 centavos yung lifeline subsidy charge, kinailangan ibaba mo yung threshold. Kaya meron doon na ang kanilang diskwento ay kung meron lang silang konsumo na hindi lalampas ng 20 kilowatt hours.
Naintindihan ko po yun, Mr. Chair. Ang hindi ko po makuha ang mabuti ay yung pinag-uusapan natin na lifeline rate. Lifeline kasi, ibig sabihin talaga pantulong eh. Bakit ang Tarlac Electric Cooperative sa Limbawa nakakapagbigay, nasusundan niya yung sa Meralco na yung 20 kilowatt hours, 100% na ililibre niya. Katulad ng Meralco, bakit lahat na ay walang nakagawa ng ganon? Isip-sipin po ninyo, yung Pampanga, mas malaki ito kaysa sa Tarlac. Hanggang 15 kilowatt hours lang ang 50% niya. Yan ang hindi ko makuha. Paano, pag sinabi po ninyong, alimbawa, yung 15 kilowatt hours na consumption ng isang household, yun lang ang bibigyan niya ng kalahati, 50%. Gaano po ba yun? Hindi po pang buhay yun eh. Hindi lifeline yun eh. Lalong-lalo naman yung iba, walang nakaano kahit isa. Ito, Cooperative Inc., Anteco, 16 to 20 kilowatt hours, 5%. Eh siguro po kung langgam lang ang pinag-uusapan natin, sa langgam pwede na po ito. Pero tao po itong mga ito. So paano po nakalampas sa inyong radar ito? Paano po natin masasabi na lifeline rate?
Yun nga po, yun yung original na design ng Lifeline program na nakabase doon sa individual distribution
Yun po
utilities.
yung original design.
Ngayon nga po, mayroon tayong ipapalit na kung saan ang diskwento ay ibibigay across the country regardless of the distribution utility at ang Lifeline subsidy charge ay pare-pareho din na i-impose.
Ganito na lang. Yung proposal ko po, meron akong bill eh. Para po maging ganap na maramdaman ng bawat household, lalo na po yung mahirap. Ito po kasing lifeline rate was intended for our poor people. Yung talagang walang-wala ito eh. Ngayon, ito pong ladderized na ito na hindi pare-pareho talaga. Naintindihan ko naman sapagkat hindi naman pare-pareho po yung pinanggagalingan ng mga electric cooperatives, halimbawa, o lahat ng distribution utilities. Pero pare-pareho naman ang kalagayan ng household, talagang hirap na hirap. Ito po, alam na ni Mr. Chair ito, meron po kaming panukalang batas na lahat po ng households na kumukonsumo ng 200 kilowatt hours pababa, dapat na po nating ilibre lahat yun. Hindi po kayo makasagot.
We will support that po kung yan naman ay tutustusan ng gobyerno dahil po itong Lifeline program ang tumutustus po kasi dito ay yung mga ibang consumers din. This is a form of cross-subsidy. Pero yung pong inyong prinsipyo na pinapanukala, ito po ay ang gagawin naming bagong disenyo ng Lifeline program na kung saan ang makakabenepisyo doon sa diskwento ay across the board pero hindi lang maibibigay yon at 200 bagkus maaring ito ay 50 kilowatt hours, 50 kilowatt hours at 30 kilowatt hours. Ganun lang po kasi pinag-aaralan natin naman din ang magiging impact niya doon sa Lifeline subsidy charge.
Hindi naman po kayo magpapasyan yan eh. Kung halimbawa naipasya ng Kongreso na ito ang maging panuntunan natin, 200 kilowatt hours parang subsidy na po sa lahat na. Yun po kasi ay talagang makakatulong sa marginalized sector ng ating bansa. Siyempre po, isa-subsidize ng gobyerno yun. Tingnan po ninyo, ang philosophy po behind that is napakarami ng binibigay nating mga subsidies ngayon. Lalo na nakaraang eleksyon, meron kayong AKAP, meron kayong AX, meron kayong TUPAD, meron kayong MAI, bukod pa dun sa 4Ps. Alam po ba nyo kung magkano yon ang total for this year? 194 billion pesos. Pero wala namang record kung kanino napunta yon at kung paano nagkaroon ng transformation sa lahat ng mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Pero pag nilibre natin, let's say 200 kilowatt hour consumption, siguro 100 billion lang po yun. So nakatipid ka ng 94 billion. Yun po yung philosophy behind this. So, yun pong affordability issue, naayos natin. Bababa po yung kanilang elektrisidad, lalo na po yung mahihirap. Ngayon, kung naipasa pa po natin ang isang panukalang batas na alisin natin ang 12% VAT, immediately, bababa ang kuryente. Gusto ko po kasing kausapin ang DOE, natulungan din kami. Kasi sasabihin ng DOE, hindi natin pwedeng, bakit hindi natin pwedeng gawin? Hindi ba nila alam kwentahin? Kasi maaaring ang DOE kaya niyang kwentahin ito. Ano ang impact sa mga industries natin, for example, particularly the manufacturing sector? Anong impact kapag ka naibaba mo ang production cost nila? Lalaki ang kanilang output. Para ko nang nakita yon. Kasi tinitingnan lang natin yung mawawala sa atin sa collection ng taxes. Bakit hindi nila tingnan kung gaano ang ilalaki ng ating economy? Siguro kapag binaba natin, inalis natin ang VAT, yung kapalit naman nun is probably triple the economy. So, mas malaking buwis ang makukwenta. So, imbes na pag-usapan natin yung kawalan ng kusan, sabay ka kukuha ng kukolektahin ko dyan kapag sasabihin ko naman sa kanila, problema mo yun, ikaw ang taga-kolekta eh. Bakit mo akong problema niyan? Ang problema ko lang, i-depends ako kung ano yung sinasabi ng batas. Affordable, transparent, reasonable, competitive. Eh, sinasabi ng INQUIRER eh. Ba't mo kasi nilagyan ng VAT? Kaya nga naging exorbitant. Eh, pinagmulan natin ay affordable. Ba't nyo nilagyan ng 12% VAT? Sino bang may idea nun, Mr. Chair? Wala naman dapat. Basahin po ninyo yung INQUIRER in its original form. Wala talaga eh. Bigla na lang nagkaroon ng 6% VAT pagkatapos binigyan na naman ng another 6%. Kaya, tanggalin natin yon. And then we will present a study na kapag ginawa natin yon, ang ating manufacturing sector talagang lalaki. Ito po yung problema. Bagsak po ang manufacturing natin. It is not contributing significantly to our economy. Ang ating pong GDP is consumption-driven. Dapat production-driven. Imagine po nyo yung ating cement industry, Mr. Marasigan, Yusek Marasigan. 70% ng production cost is electricity, power. Kaya po hindi sila gumiginhawa. Ang nakikinabang po ang Vietnam. Ayun pong mga cold storage natin, kaya hindi tayo makaimbak ng pagkain natin. 60% is electricity. Subukan ninyong ibaba ang production cost by way of reducing the rates of electricity. Para ko nang nakita kung gaano ang threefold, maybe fivefold giginhawa ang ating economy. Then, from there, we can collect more taxes. Yun ang gusto naming i-present na alternative. O di, bumaba ang kuryente, tumaas ang economy. Dapat yun ang aralin natin. My friend, President Coco Nograles, paano yung ano ba yung gusto kong yung ating universal charge for missionary electricity. This is your jurisdiction. Paano natin binabayaran yung sa pagitan? This is the subsidy. No? Meron tayong ginagamit na generation companies. We call them new power providers, NPPs. We're talking of the off-grid communities, sir. Kaya lang, most of these, hindi nila nagagampanan yung kanilang contracted energy capacity. Karaniwan. So, paano nyo minamanage? Paano nababayaran to if they have not delivered their contracted energy with the distribution utility?
Mr. Chair, thank you for your question. No? Magandang tanong yan. Unang-una, yung mga ina-apply po na mga UCMEs at binabayaran itong mga new power providers or qualified third parties, depends po dun sa approval din yan sa ERC. So yung nababayaran lang po natin doon ay yung mga karapat-dapat na mabayaran. So kung may shortfall sila, hindi sila mababayaran dun sa kanilang shortfall. Yun ang ginagawa po natin.
We'll go to that. Pero in principle, how do you manage the subsidy payments to the NPPs?
Pass-through po yun. So yung nakokolekta lang namin dun sa mga ECs, yung mga SAGAR. Tapos yung merong pinapass-through na mga UCMEs sa kanila, from the UCMEs, binibigay lang namin pag na-approve na ng ERC.
Hindi, yung NPC is overseeing the SPAG areas. Let's say, Mindoro, Palawan, Masbate, Catanduanes,
yes,
etc.
Yes.
So meron kayong missionary electrification development plan. Diba? In order to project the power requirements in each of these SPAG areas. Ngayon, paano ninyo ma-allocate yung payment of subsidies per each of these SPAG areas? Ito yung gusto nating malaman. Because you continue to collect itong subsidy na to na kung tawagin natin ay universal charge. Ito nga yung nagpapahirap din sa ating mga consumers. Kasama ito sa binabayaran nila.
Yeah, so meron silang mga claims, Mr. Chair. And yung mga claims ng mga ito, syempre bine-verify po natin yung performance nila. At kung hindi nila naaabot, hindi po namin sinusupport yung claims na yan. And naka-budget din naman yung mga subsidies na ito. And
Yes, but we have to start with the UKME allocation. Kasi kayo nag-a-approve ng plan.
Yes.
Alam ninyo kung magkano ang allocation in each of these PAG area.
Meron po tayo. Mga
So, kung minsan yung tagal ng pag-a-approve ninyo, hindi nagiging yung tagal ng regulatory approval, that will take years kung minsan eh. Pero yung subsidy nasa inyo na, it becomes a problem do sa transparency and accountability level kung paano ninyo. Hindi kasi pare-pareho eh. I'll give you an example. Yung, what do you call this? On October 2, a demand letter of Power One Corporation for payment request of about 140 million was coursed through your office. And I believe there was already a directive from the ERC to pay this 140 million
Yes,
pesos.
Mr. Chair. 144 million. Dumaan
Oh
po
yes,
sa
something
office
to that effect.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's being
How come
processed.
it's not being paid?
It's being processed, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Kasi kaka-decide lang ng ERC dyan, so there was a claim, Mr. Chair. And then the ERC, dumaan po yan sa table ko just this week. And then, siguro mga 10 minutes lang sa table ko. Mas mabilis po kesa sa yung pag-reply ko ng mga messages.
10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
2 hours you'll be able to pay that.
It has to go through a process, Mr. Chair.
Oh, how long is the process?
I think that's, so nag-okay na yung ERC, and then we're gonna go to SAM, no? Yeah. Yeah,
Yung letter
magvouchering-
po ng ERC,
magvouchering
Mr.
pa
Chair,
yan.
is September 18, 2025. Sabi niya, bayaran mo na siya. Tama, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh. So why is it?
May mga
So ilang
internal,
araw ang processing?
may internal processes po kami. So pagdating sa amin, that's a few,
Yeah, but I think the chairman would like to know how many days will it take?
I think from now, probably we're going to pass it on to SAM, and then SAM will already release it. Siguro less than 30 days, Mr. Chair. Less than 30 days.
30 days daw?
Less than.
10 days.
Best efforts, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, PISAM, if you allow me, Mr., because it goes through back and forth sa agencies, if PISAM can commit a certain number of days when this will be released once NPC submits.
Mr. Chair, just for the information, it's actually allowed na 45 days yung processing time. So, best efforts pa. We're still within the 45 days, Mr. Chair. Pero best efforts po, mas mabilis.
Kasi po, Mr. Chair, alam po natin na these power producers are using their own capital and their own money sa matagal na panahon. For example, I think I'm talking about Ormeco here in Mindoro. Ameco or Meco, I don't know, nakukumpisa ako sa dalawang power producers. Pera nila yung ginagamit nila eh. So, yung tagal po ng pagbabayad to reimburse them sometimes affect the efficiency and effectiveness of their system. Kaya napipilitan po silang ibaba nila yung requirement to produce the needed electricity. And ang nangyayari, ang naapektuhan yung mga mamamayan. And this defeats the very purpose of missionary electricity. Kaya yung processing po ninyo, hindi ko alam kung why would it entail 45 days or 30 days if there is already a directive from the ERC and if the money is there. I don't think you can delay it for 5 days or 3 days. Kasi kailangan po nila yung pera eh. Ang apektado dito, siyempre kung hirap na rin po, yung PC niya halimbawa hindi naman ganun kahaba, ito yung pinag-uusapan natin. We're talking of missionary electrification program here. And they are spag areas and they are your own responsibility. So, how do we justify 45 days, 30 days?
Well noted, Mr. Chair.
ERC, what is the reasonable period in this instance?
It depends on their internal process, but of course around the 15 days would seem already to be reasonable.
I heard 5 days. I'm sorry, I'm hard bargainer. Oh, 10 days.
Since dumaan na po sa table ko at in-okay ko na po. Yes, sir.
Oo, alam ko naman tayo magkasama, sir. Tayo nga dalawa pag nag-usap yung gagawin natin kahapon tapos na eh. Oh, yeah. Mr. Chair. Okay, titigilan na kita. Pwede pa po sa PISAM, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, kasi po yung mission ng PISAM is to manage the sale of power assets, liquidation of NPC obligations, and administer incentives such as missionary electrification and renewable developers under EPIRA framework. Ito po yung medyo mahirap ding unawain dito eh. Ang NPC, meron siyang missionary effort. Ang PISAM, meron siyang missionary effort. Pero nakikita ko lang gumagawa nito yung yung NEA eh. Mr. NEA, ikaw ba tinutulungan itong dalawang ito kasi palagi ikaw nabubugbog ka pag ikaw ay nasa Congress? Lalo na yung mga kasama ko, ikaw na lang palagi sinusulatan at piniperwisyo.
Maganda po ang samahan namin sa Energy Family ngayon. We are all working as a team, Mr. Chair.
Tinakot ka ba nila?
Hindi, Mr.
Huwag ka
Chair.
mag-alala. Hindi pwedeng hindi ka nila tulungan, di ba? How much of the 2026 budget will be devoted to accelerating the sale, privatization, or repurposing of remaining NPC generation and real estate assets? PISAM.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta. For clarity, with regards to the universal charge for missionary electrification, Mr. Chair, our role on missionary electrification is to collect from distribution utilities and electric cooperatives, and once we've collected those amounts, we remit the same to NAPOCOR. With regards to our mandate on the privatization of the generation assets,
Hindi po, ang tinatanong ko, how much of the 2026 budget na pinresent nyo sa amin will be devoted to accelerating the sale, privatization, or repurposing of remaining NPC generation and real estate assets?
let me get back to you on that, Mr. Chair. I'll check with my team specifically for the specific amounts from the different groups, Mr. Chair. I don't have that with me. But the mandate of PISAM, the whole of the organization, is to privatize the generation and IPP assets of PISAM, Mr. Chair. Right? So in that sense, it's the whole organization is moving towards that mandate.
Okay, as you continue to manage NPC obligations, financial obligations, what measurable reduction in total outstanding debts is projected for 2026?
Again, I will give you the statistics within the day, Mr. Chair. But for sure, I think we have been very efficient in our in the managing of the debt obligations, specifically in our partnership with Land Bank and the Development Bank of the Philippines. It has proven to be a very good relationship. We're in coordination with Land Bank, President Inet, and DBP, President Mike. It's been proven that we have been able to reduce the cost of borrowing vis-a-vis borrowing from private banks, Mr. Chair. Senator Marcoleta.
Wala pa kayong naibibigay na information sa akin. How can you show that you are very, very sure about it? Halimbawa, yung universal charge. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan lang natin, yung nandun sa affordability na naman tayo. May connection naman kayo in lowering the charge of electricity rates. Sa universal charge pa lang, kaya po tayo interesado rito, lalong-lalo na yung stranded contract cost. Bakit po hanggang ngayon ay kasama pa rin sa billing ng isang ordinaryong household yung payment ng stranded cost kung talagang nagagampanan ninyo yung mandato ng batas na ma-dispose natin lahat ang assets ng NPC at sa ganon ay mabawasan na yung binabayad ng ating mga households sa elektrisidad. Hanggang ngayon po ay yung stranded contract cost ay kasama pa rin sa billing. Universal charge nandun pa rin, pero hanggang ngayon nandito pa rin tayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to stranded contract cost, Please recall, Mr. Chair, that there is the Mura Corriente Act. It prohibited the continued collection of the universal charge for stranded contract costs and stranded debt. So for the purpose, stranded contract cost in our bill is 0. However, we still have 4 centavos of universal charge for stranded debt, which is supposed to end the collection in 2027 po.
Sigurado kayo, stranded cost, wala na?
Wala na po, 0 na po yun. And under the MKA law po, it was prohibited to the further collection ng stranded contract costs at saka stranded debt,
Okay,
except
bakit
for
yung-
those that were previously approved by the ERC po.
Bakit yung stranded cost ay hanggang ngayon binabayaran pa natin?
Wala na po. Wala na, hindi naman po nyo makita yan sa bill nyo po. Kung sa Meralco po kayo naka-residence, wala na po yan sa Meralco bill, yung stranded contract cost.
Ano na lang ang nandun?
Stranded debt of about 4
Okay.
centavos.
Bakit po pati stranded debt ay binabayaran pa?
Per the MKA law, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta, the MKA law prohibited also the collection of stranded debt except for those that were already previously approved by the ERC. Therefore, the remaining stranded debt or the approved ERC for stranded debt is about 4 centavos, and the end collection date for this particular item is in 2027, Mr. Chair.
So,
Senator
Mr.
Marcoleta.
ERC is throwing the issue to you.
Hindi po. It was a previously approved ERC decision long ago, Mr. Chair. We continue collect that, and once it's fully collected, we project to end in 2027 po.
Yung stranded debt,
Opo.
by 2027, wala nang babayaran.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta.
So that will be 2 years from now.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero yung corporate life po ninyo ay hanggang kailan po kayo?
Under EPIRA, Mr. Chair, the original corporate life of PISAM is supposed to end in June 2026.
Paano natin masisiguro hanggang 2027 na sinasabi mo? Ang
Ayun po.
buhay mo
So,
hanggang next year.
The corporate life was given an extension via RA 12179 for an additional 10 years. The law was passed this year, extending the corporate life of PISAM to June of 2036.
Nakalimutan ko lang na barahin yung batas na yun. Dapat hindi ka na hanggang 2026 ka na lang kasi hanggang ngayon hindi namin mapili yung pagmura ng kuryente talaga. Isip-isipin ninyo, ilang years po ang buhay na binigay sa inyo, yung original?
The original po was 25 years.
Isip-isipin ninyo, 25 years. Ang tungkulin lamang niyo po, ibenta niyo lamang yung NPC assets eh. Di ba? Ang nangyari po kasi, imbes na ibenta ninyo ng bago. Kasi po, halimbawa, nagbebenta kayo ng sasakyan. Sir, bago nyo ibenta yung sasakyan, pagagandahin nyo muna, di ba? Pipinturahan mo. Siguro, papalitan mo ng konti yung mga... Gusto mo, lalagyan mo ng burloloy para sa ganun, maging... marketable. Tama po.
Well, part of the mandate as found in EPIRA, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta, we are supposed to optimize the privatization proceeds. So whatever we need to do to optimize that proceeds, we'll do it, Mr. Chair, Senator
Hindi
Marcoleta.
po, pagbebenta muna yung pinag-uusapan natin.
So pagbenta mismo ng assets, Mr. Chair, given the limited funds of government, we did not necessarily first improve the asset before actual sale. The privatization plan that PISAM implements, Mr. Chair, is an as-is where is privatization plan.
So, wala kayong mandate na improve nyo man lang para sa ganun, mapagbinenta ninyo ay mas mataas ang halaga?
Well, Mr. Chair, Senator Marcoleta, part of the problem of government when EPIRA was passed was there was a lack of fiscal space. So therefore, the amount of funds given to NAPOCOR or PISAM to rehabilitate and fix these power plants was not part of the mandate given to PISAM, Mr. Chair. The mandate was sell as is and let the private sector improve these assets as can be proven from the various plants that were taken over by the private sector.
But the problem is there was no mandate for you to use the assets. Ibenta lang dapat eh.
Well, except for Agus and Pulangi, Mr. Chair, there's a particular provision in the PIRA that Agus and Pulangi should be retained by government for that from 10 years from EPIRA, and only privatization can be considered after that 10-year period.
There were other facilities aside from Agus Pulangi na ginamit din ninyo bago ninyo binenta. So, yung bibili, kumbaga sa sasakyan, ginawa mo munang taxi, nung karag-karag na, tsaka mo binenta. Wala na, puro scrap na lang. Kaya ganun na nangyari.
Well, hindi naman po. I think the experience of PISAM with regards to the privatization proceeds, Mr. Chair, it's proven that we are able to maximize the value.
At least that is your experience. But insofar as our experience is concerned, based also on some facts, hindi ganun na nangyari. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, baka magalit ka sa akin, ikaw na muna.
Tayong dalawa lang naman, Mr. Chairman. So, one to sawa tayo. Sige, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you pointed out a lot of important items. I'll follow up on those items, Mr. Chairman, Senator Marcoleta. But I'll go to some items in the budget. I'll start off with DOE, Secretary Green. May nakita ko sa budget ninyo na yung advertising expense increased by 65%. And then yung donations increased by 56%. Any particular reason bakit tumaas siya ng more than 50%? I consider more than 50% something substantial. And donation, meron ba tayong particular activity why we need donations?
Mr. Chair, most of this, most of those donations and advertising expense increases are under the Bureau of EUMB, Energy Utilization.
Is that kay Yusek Mario ba yan?
Yes. Yes.
Kayo na naman, Yusek Mario. Paborito ni Senator Marcoleta. Any particular reason, Yusek Mario, bakit ang advertising and donation, ano bang i-donate natin?
Thank you very much po. Primarily we are the Energy Utilization Management Bureau. Related po ito dun sa question kanina ni Senator Marcoleta. We are coming up, we have programs in identifying sino yung lalagyan natin ng unang mga solar rooftop installations as donation. So it's part of that.
So magdo-donate kayo ng solar rooftop?
Yes.
To private?
Local government units in particular.
To local government units?
Yes.
Okay. So this is solar rooftop ng donation?
Yes po.
As incentives, you mean?
Yes.
But why do you need to incentivize solar rooftops? Hindi ba savings is already enough of an incentive?
Kailangan po kasi nating mag-set ng good examples. Kailangan ipakita natin na magro-roll out yun. One of the concerns that we have discussed in the committee is that not all local government units are capable of doing solar rooftop installation.
I understand that. I understand.
So yun po yung isang concern na ina-address natin.
Ang concern nila is not the use, but how to procure.
Yes,
how to procure. Kasi actually ito yung problema with local government units. They don't want to spend for it, but they want to share on the savings.
Thank you, Mr.
Ang
Chair.
problema, ang COA, hindi rin na-recognize yun. No? I don't know kung na-change na yung rules. No? Kasi in effect, wala kang binibid eh. No? So,
Yes po.
ang savings, ang parang nakukuha mong, ang nag-share kayo dun sa savings. Diba? So, but how do you value that, no? Yung savings? Yun ang hindi clear under the rules.
Well, actually, under the energy service contract concept, any improvements that will produce energy savings will be shared between the third-party participant, the ESCO, and the owner.
Correct. But is that recognized by COA?
Yes,
Diba? Yan ang problema eh. That concept sa private, matagal na yan eh. Na mayor pa ako, actually, andyan na yan. Ang problema, yung mga LGUs, hindi nila magamit yung concept because may COA issue. I'm not saying ayaw ng COA. Hindi lang nare-recognize ng COA. The rules for that type of savings sharing mechanism is not so clear. Yun ang kailangan yung i-clear up.
yes po,
Tulungan ng mga LGUs.
Yes po, including po yung procurement procedures
Yes.
under yung
Correct.
ating existing procurement law.
Yes.
Even with amendments, hindi pa po siya specified. Pero ang tinitingnan natin is this should fall under specific specialized procurement.
Correct.
So yun po yung tinitingnan natin na avenue on how we can really explain that, not only with our recipient beneficiaries.
So it's only ang sa mga LGUs, ang only way nila is outright purchase.
Yes.
Bibili sila ng solar rooftops.
Yeah.
No, pero hindi naman lahat ng LGU
Pero,
kaya, 'di ba?
sir, based on our experience, meron naman mga local government units na willing. Like for example,
Outright purchase.
hindi po outright purchase. Even if meron silang problema or hindi pa klaro yung rules. Like for example, in Siquijor, ang una naging problema natin doon is power supply. But nung i-introduce natin yung energy efficiency and conservation concept, including solar rooftop installation, inaccept at inacknowledge kagad ng provincial government. So nakipagmawa kagad ang Department of Energy.
Baka kasi
to effect.
G2G 'yun.
Hindi po G2G yon, kundi ang sinetup natin doon is for a third-party energy service company.
And wala silang problema sa COA.
So far wala pa po kasi, no cash out sila.
Yan ang naririnig ko with LGUs.
Yeah. No cash out po yung naging arrangement nila.
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're actually exploring, tama pa kayo, there might be problems with the audit, pero there are other models eh. Palis mo lang yung rooftop mo sa developer. That's a possible without any
That's another,
problems
yes.
na. So, we're actually trying to develop these models para mas madali sa LGU din and no cash out sa kanila.
Yeah, ang suggestion ko is to mediate between COA and LGUs kasi yan maraming LGUs natatakot baka ma-disallow. Then kawawa naman yung mayor. No? So I think it's DOE can mediate between COA and alam ko COA ang hindrance Doon sila natatakot Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will coordinate and we will make it part of our yung promotion sa local governments, particularly to include yung commission and audit.
Yes.
Yung commission and audit on the local side.
Yes. And
Thank you po.
also itong advertising, how come it increased by 65%?
Sir, that pertains po doon sa publication ng mga new policies natin.
Okay, alright.
So yun lang po yung major expenses natin sa advertisement. Thank you.
And then meron akong nakita rin additional 281 secretary on 281 million on capital outlay.
Again, Mr. Chair, this is under EUMV.
Okay.
But
Si Mario
this
ulit.
is more of meron sila mga testing facility for the EVs. I will give you the more specific details through Yusek Marasigan, Mr. Chair.
Yes, just to some clarification, additional 281 million, Yusek?
Partly po kasi is we are putting up an alternative fuel testing center for transportation. And yung capital outlay includes the construction of the building for this testing facility. Ito kasing testing facility na to will help us determine na magkaroon tayo ng state-of-the-art testing center for vehicle fuel efficiency and emissions. This will also help us in our initiative to put an energy-efficient labels for all makes of cars and vehicles, particularly with the introduction of the electric vehicles.
So itong 281 is testing facility.
The building part of the testing facility.
The building part of the testing, but leading to that.
Yes po.
Leading to the testing. When you say alternative fuels, ano ito? hydrogen
Primarily
or
po sa ngayon,
biofuels?
ang ano natin is electric.
Electric. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So this is for electric vehicles.
Yes po.
Okay. And then I'll go to that kasi nabuksan na itong, I also saw in the budget, yung Alternative Fuels and Technologies Program, nag-increase siya by 281%. And then may nakita rin akong Alternative Fuel Program for Transportation and Other Purpose, locally funded, nag-increase siya from 64 million to 341 million.
Yeah.
Any particular reason for that? And I support this, no? Kasi nakikita naman natin, nagiging uso na ngayon yung electric vehicles, and I thank the Secretary for clarifying yung license. I think kasi maraming bumibili ng electric vehicle dahil sa exempted sa coding. No? Pero natakot sila nung magre-register pa sa DOE, so that's another layer. But the Secretary clarified na hindi na. No?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to further clarify, no, yung total increase natin from 64 to 341 includes na po rito yung kabuuan ng ating vehicle testing facilities. And that ang kalakihan nito ay yung building pa lang, the 281.
Okay.
Tapos to follow yung procurement ng ating testing facility equipment itself in the succeeding years.
Okay.
So meron na naman tayong proposed location, meron na tayong initial location. This will be in Cavite State University in Rosario, Cavite.
Testing facility to?
Yes.
Training or testing?
Testing.
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 So,
and ang kabuuan niyo po niyan, pag nakompleto, hindi siya malilimit sa electric vehicles. Kasama na rin po dyan yung development natin ng concept ng next generation vehicles to include yung hydrogen and yung ating SAF or yung substitute aviation fuel.
Okay. So in other words, pero itong investment natin next year, kasi lumaki yung basically among the programs yung Alternative Fuels and Technology Program ang lumaki. So meaning we're focusing on electric vehicles next year.
Yeah, on the testing facilities.
On the testing facility. But as a program, yun ang ating fino-focus.
It's part po nung ating overall CREVI, yung ating electric vehicle roadmap.
What are we testing sa electric vehicle? The quality? Why do we need a testing facility?
Right now, Mr. Chair, ang ating primary testing na ginagawa is for recognition, labeling, nung mga models and makes na dumarating dito sa atin. So it's ginagawa po natin yan for appropriate registration. So naka-post sa website natin yung lahat na acknowledge, na levelize natin na mga makes and models ng mga electric vehicles. Yung testing facility natin, once it's done, then dito na po yung actual standards development natin.
Okay. So itong mga electric vehicle, ang dami na kasi pumapasok. In fact, na-take note yan ni Senator JV. So lahat ito magkakaroon ng standards and labeling.
Yes po.
And to keep it simple, malalaman ngayon ng consumer alin dito ang mas energy efficient.
Tama po.
Okay, so mayroon silang comparison in other words.
Yes po. Hindi naman po bago sa Department of Energy yan kasi even before, meron po tayong ginagawang mga eco-run to identify yung fuel consumption rating naman ng mga combustion engines. So yun po yung katumbas nun sa mga electric vehicles.
Okay, alright. I'll go to yung, ito nabuksan ni Senator Marcoleta, yung energy efficiency. I saw in kanina sa presentation ninyo, can we pull up that presentation, yung sa DOE? Sa energy efficient, yan. So, pag itong kinukompute ko, for example, sa designated establishment, sa energy service companies, and you, pag binangga to sa total energy consumption of 126,000 gigawatts, ang energy efficiency natin is only 0.73%. ang natipid natin. No? And I think this is a low-hanging fruit, to be honest about it. But I was expecting malaking savings from our energy efficiency policy. But after all these years, 0.73% pa lang ang nasisave natin. Oh, if you also look at itong, let's say, yung energy service companies, less than 1 billion yung investment, yung total investment in designated establishment, maybe respectable at 8 billion. But if you look at the total na save, due to energy efficiency and conservation, it's only 0.73%.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, we do understand. There's still a information campaign and education campaign na talagang kailangan dito kasi Filipino by culture is not used to energy conservation. Now, ang low-lying fruit dito is the government agencies actually. So, for example, we have a MOA with DOH na ngayon. Recent lang to, mga 3 or 4 months ago, to audit all the hospitals and hopefully to put solar, as much solar as we could in the hospitals. Now we have as a pilot here in Metro Manila, may isang hospital na, and we'll try to duplicate that with the 87 hospitals of DOH. Same way with TESTA and CHED, and hopefully with other agencies. Ang rollout lang medyo mabagal nga kasi limited ang capacity ng DOE. No? But I think starting with all this na government agencies lang, which is the major consumer of electricity in the country. Pag nakuha na namin yung tamang model with our MOAs, with all these agencies, TESDA, CHED, and DOH, I think it will be faster by next year, Mr. Chair. So, umpisan lang namin ito and see kung anong mas attractive sa mga agencies because, as you said, there's COA issue and procurement issue also. Yeah. Pero I will work on this yun na yung may target na yun si Mario actually and what his target for 2026 and 2027.
I think ang low-hanging fruit dyan is government. No? Kagaya itong mga ito. Actually, hindi pa kami LED yata eh. No? So, I mean, mga ganitong facilities, kasi under the law, dapat ang mga government should be energy efficient, should use energy efficient technologies. Diba? But government itself, hindi pa tayo umabot sa ganun eh. That's the low-hanging fruit. And then the second would be the designated establishment. Kasi mandated sila talagang magkaroon ng mga officers for energy efficiency. No? So, lahat ba ng designated establishment, lahat ba ng mga dapat maging designated establishment, are they already in the system?
Yes, we don't know yet to affirm that all are covered, but we have registered. Nag-start po tayo ng 4,700 establishments in 2022. And in 2024, we are already at 9,278. So nag-i-increase tayo, but of course, the total population ng ating mga registered designated establishment, kailangan pa natin makalap kasi normally sa mga urban centers tayo nakapokus. And yet, we understand naman na meron ding mga qualified or pwedeng maging registered participants doon sa mga probinsya na particularly may mga SMEs.
Yes. Well, malayo pa tayo kung 9,000, no? We're talking about, I think, ang large taxpayer natin is about 150,000.
Yes.
No? So,
we recognize po, but it's really difficult. Kulang talaga tayo sa resources. But the campaign is there.
Those are the nakikita kong pinakamabilis na magkaroon tayo ng results. Government, no? Because under the law, government is mandated and you have the power to compel government through a roadmap. Diba? And then pangalawa yung designated. Kasi yung designated, mandatory sila under the law.
Thank you.
Yung mga maliliit, baka pwede pang delay ng konti. Pero yung mga lalaki, mga steel companies, cement companies, manufacturing, hospitals, private and public, these are all hotels. No? These are all designated establishments. Eh. So, ang problema, hindi lang na-enforce.
Yeah. And yes po, and actually ang campaign natin is also for all the registered establishment to have their energy conservation managers.
Yes.
At ang naging dilemma po natin is mostly again, on the government, particularly the local government units. Kasi it's supposed to be a plantilla position to have an eco managers, but
For local governments.
Yes.
Pero yung private,
yung private, automatic
Kailangan-
po yun.
oo.
Dapat meron.
Correct.
Duly registered po dapat yung
correct.
kanila.
Pero hindi pa kayo nag-enforce, no?
Meron na po.
Nag-enforce na kayo?
Yes po.
Okay.
Talagang yung coverage lang natin yung kulang.
That's why nga, you have to enforce na.
Yeah.
You have to,
By the way
pagaya
po,
nung EVs, meron kayong power to mandate establishment to put charging stations.
yes po. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Dito rin sa energy conservation, may power rin kayo to compel.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, actually, I recognize po, and I wish to inform you that recently nga po, when the Secretary met with the PA2, the ESCO group, the Secretary actually guided us that he wants these ESCOs to be a part of the audit team of the Department of Energy. We can take the phase 1, phase 2 audit, but the third level and fourth level and beyond should be undertaken already by the ESCOs. So magkakaroon kami ng convergence program with the private sector. Kasi kung tayo lang yung gagawa ng energy audit, we cannot cover all.
In the clean energy scenario, ano ang contribution from energy efficiency?
As of now po, 10% pa lang yung target natin.
Kaya ba? Pero 0.1 pa lang, wala pang 0.1, wala pang 0.7
Kakayanin po yan.
pa lang eh.
Kakayanin po yan.
Oo. So,
Mr.
malayo
Chair?
pa tayo sa sarili niyong target.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, hoping that Valenzuela will be one of our model cities.
It's really the rules ng bidding. I think pag naayos yan, maraming LGU pupunta sa energy efficiency.
Yeah, actually,
we tried, no, to mediate with COA, but I think DOE will be in a better position.
Yeah, we are even looking on aggregated rooftop installation as part of this energy efficiency. But the aggregation concept is also a more complex procurement process. Kaya medyo hindi kami makatake off. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to, let me just look at my notes.
Ako muna, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Marcoleta, go ahead.
Hindi talaga ako makaalis-alis sa affordability. Pasensya na kayo, ano. Madam Secretary, this very nagging problem about system loss kasi nasa batas kasi ito eh. RA, nakalimutan ko na, kukuha nito, 1078 ba to? Kung nandun pa tayo. Nandun naman kasi eh. Pwede ba natin talagang tanggalin na yung system loss kung hindi naman masyadong malaking problema sa DOE ito?
Before ERC, Mr. Chair, I'll just add to the problem of system loss, Mr. Chair. There's also tax on top of the system loss also.
Yun na nga, only in the Philippines.
Yes, sir.
May system loss ka na, pagkatapos yung system loss meron pang tax. Hindi ko maintindihan talaga yun. How can you tax something that does not exist?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And on the system loss, there has to be a balance. I think Chair Nino can explain better. Because the lower your system loss is, it might be also costly sa DU. So I leave to Chair Nino, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Insofar as system loss, dahil natural yung ibang component ng system loss, talagang hindi maiiwasan. But it can be minimized. And to minimize it, kinakailangan din na mag-introduce ng capital expenditures ang distribution utilities or kaya pababain yung kanyang pilferages. So may katumbas yun, so kakailanganin lang na balansin po.
Yung balancing kasi ang problema, Chair, dahil sa katulad nga niyang pilferages, nangyayari naman talaga ito, lalo na sa Valenzuela at sa Caloocan. Hindi mo narinig, Mr. Chair, Buti na lang hindi mo narinig. Itong mga pilferage sa electricity, sabi ko marami yan kako sa Valenzuela at saka sa Caloocan, ano. Hindi ko lang malamang alin yung mas ano. Hindi to kontrolado ng distribution utility. Talagang maraming nagnanakaw ng kuryente. Kaya lang, para ipasa natin doon sa pangkalahatang consumers naman, wala namang kinalaman sa... Siguro, kung ipasa mo doon sa nagnakaw, okay lang yon. Pero yung wala namang kinalaman sa pagnanakaw, pero nakasama sa pagbabayad niya ng kuryente, yung ninakaw ng kapitbahay niya. This is something that is very, very inequitable. Kaya, sa pagbabalanse natin, sino ba yung pinoproteksyonan natin? Yung gumagawa ng kuryente o yung gumagamit ng kuryente? That's the balancing factor eh. Sabi kasi ng Supreme Court decision dito, any expense charged to a consumer by a distribution utility that did not relate to his benefit is inequitable and unjustified. So pilferage, ninakaw ng kapitbahay niya, it did not inure to his benefit. Bakit niya babayaran? So, ito yung pinaka-problema eh. And let's talk about, mag-umpisa tayo para maunawaan nating lahat. Kayo po, ERC and NEA, interested kayo doon sa mga electric cooperatives, doon sa Uniform Reportorial Requirements or URR. Tama?
Opo, tama po. Meron tayong pinatutupad na URR.
Yung pong distribution utility, nung bumili siya sa power producer, X amount, at nung makolekta niya, X amount, meron diferensya eh. Di ba?
Tama po yun.
So bumili siya sa supplier, nung singilin niya yung binenta niya, hindi niya ma-maximize yung... Yun ang... Technically, yun ang system loss. Tama?
Tama. Yun po yung konsepto natin ng system loss, yung difference ng kilowatt hours na sinupply ng mga suppliers ng isang distribution utility at saka yung kilowatt hours naman na naibenta ng distribution utility.
Kaya nga, so ano po yun? Nasaan po yung problema? Maaaring nang kolekta, hindi niya nakolekta ng tama. Maaaring yung iba, binulsa niya siguro. Pangkaraniwan, ganun po eh. So, yung technical side po nito, sabi ng Meralco, for example, meron po talagang this is natural in this commodity. Tumaas ang voltahe, di ba? Umusok, may nawala. Siguro, nabalatan ng kuryente, lumabas ang kuryente. Sa layo mula doon sa generation to transmission, hanggang doon sa kahuli-huli ang bahay na sinuplayan mo. Depende sa layo, di ba? O, yun ang technical. Kaya lang, sabi ko, pinipilit ko nga, bago ka naman nagpasya na gumawa ng kuryente, alam mo na ito eh. Di ba? Halimbawa, ikaw ang may-ari ng Meralco, Mr. Chair. Nung ginawa mo yung Meralco, pati yung iyong mga shareholders, alam nila na meron po kayong risk dito. Meron kayo talagang technical loss. Hindi nyo naman pinag-usapan, hindi, ipapasa natin sa ano. Hindi po eh. Na-recognize na ninyo, from the time you decided to go into this venture, alam nyo na meron kayong technical loss. Yun ang punto. May mawawala at mawawala. Hindi po ba?
Yun pong ating mga distribution utility kasi.
Sumagot ka muna.
May mawawala at may mawawala.
Pero alam nyo po yun.
Opo.
Ngayon, nung alam po ninyo yun, bago kayo magpasya na gumawa ng kuryente, sa akin, these are calculated element of risks associated with business.
Ang negosyo po kasi ng ating mga distribution utility ay hindi gumawa ng kuryente, kundi ay maghatid lang. At sa kanilang paghahatid, may nawawalang kuryente at yung kanilang paniningil naman ay pinapastro lang nila yung gastos doon sa kuryenteng idiniliver sa kanilang distribution system at yung kuryente na aktual na naibenta nila sa mga kanilang customers.
Yun nga po. Alam nila na bibili sila eh, di ba? From generation, bibili sila doon. Tapos yung transmission, dadalhin sa kanya, at siya naman ang magdadala sa household. Alam niya yun eh. May mawawala from generation, from transmission, doon sa distribution utility, at papunta sa household. Sa lahat ng dinaanan po ng kuryente na yon, alam niya na may mawawala.
Opo, kaya nga po binabawi yun doon sa power cost niya. Dahil nga yung nawawalang yun ay may katumbas na halaga. At yun ay kasama doon sa kanyang gastos na maaaring mabawi as a pass-through cost sa kanyang mga customer subject to the cap that was...
So, punta tayo ngayon doon sa pagbabawi. Yung non-technical, nandun na yun. Yung nangungulekta, nagkamali ng pagkolekta. Yung hindi niya nabasa tama yung metro. Yung billing clerk, mali yung ganito. These are non-technical. Walang kasalanan po yung ano rito eh. Pati ba naman yun, ibabawi mo?
Yung pong non-technical na pinag-uusapan natin dito ay yung karaniwan ay yung pilferages po. Kaya hindi na...
So, paano po natin binabalanse yun? Kung hindi, halimbawa, nire-recognize nyo po hindi maiiwasan, paano natin reasonably mababalanse para hindi mabigat sa tao?
Yun po ay yung pag-aralan from time to time kung ano yung akmang cap na ipatutupad ng ating mga distribution utilities.
So, mula po ng 2001, nung magawa yung EPIRA hanggang ngayon, 24 years later, gaano na po yung pag-aaral? Gaano na po ang effort natin sa pagbabalanse ng problemang ito?
Simula po tayo sa mas matataas na cap at nitong 2018 po ay nagkaroon nga ng pagtatakda ng bagong mga caps, mas mababa na, nasa 8% na. Nagsimula tayo sa private distribution utilities na mga nasa 12%. Ngayon po ay nasa 8 na. Pero ang actual nila ay mas mababa pa ngayon kahit hindi naman...
Hindi po, ang pag-aralan siguro natin, hindi yung pagbabalanse. Tingnan natin, alin po ba ang ating binibigyan ng emphasis? Yun pong gumagawa ng kuryente o yung gumagamit ng kuryente? Kasi kung titingnan po ninyo yung mga financials ng mga gumagawa ng kuryente, mapa generation, mapa transmission, mapa distribution, hindi naman po sila nalulugi, sa totoo lang. Siguro kayo, dahil kayo ERC, karaniwan na sa inyo, makita nyo yung financials nila eh. Di ba? Sa isa sa mga resolution pa nga ninyo, naglagay pa kayo ng cap eh. For example, meron kayong cap doon sa kanilang yung equity whatever. Meron kayong nakalimutan ko yung term eh. Nag-set pa kayo ng ano eh, parang should be only 36 point something o 13.65% yung cap sa isang distribution utility. Meron po ako nakitang resolution ninyo eh. Pero pag tinignan nyo, hindi po 13.65%. Doon sa particular instance na yun, 22%. Sa mga kapatid, hindi po ninyo, hindi napapanagot eh. Kaya, saan po kayo na nakakita na distribution utility na nalugi? Hindi ba natin pwedeng pag-aralan? Halimbawa, Meralco. Nakita niyo na po ba yung return to equity ng Meralco kung gaano po yung percent?
Sa ngayon po, magsisimula na kami ng rate reset. Kaya matitingnan ulit kung ano yung nararapat na ipasingil sa kanila as part ng kanilang rates na weighted average cost of capital.
Di po, sinasabi ko, kung halimbawa tinanggal natin ang system loss, kunwari lang, pumayag na silang lahat at napag-aralan natin dapat nang tanggalan ng system loss kahit na private distribution, kahit na electric cooperatives, o kahit na pa yung off-grid areas, blah, blah, blah. Di ba natin masusuri kung gaano ang impact, kung malulugi ba sila o hindi, gaano ang ikalulugi nila? Palagi ko, hindi sila malulugi. Yun lang po yung gusto ko makita. Let's say 20 billion peso per year na income nila. Lugi ba yun?
may halaga po kasi may gastos itong nakatumbas itong system loss associated sa generation at saka sa transmission.
Naintindihan ko. Ang sinasabi ko po, yung kinikita po ng distribution utilities, kung aalisin natin yung malaking bagay po ba, mai-impoverize ba sila kung talagang alisin na natin? Yun ang gusto kong makita po.
Ngayon po kasi pass-through purely pass-through ang kanilang pangungulekta ng generation at transmission. Wala silang kita doon. So kung ano lang yung kanilang actual na ginastos na inaalaw ng ERC, yun lang ang
Hindi,
kanilang
yung pass-through po, yung silang nangungulekta sa generation and transmission. Kaya lang yung sa kanila, meron din silang cost na, ito po yung sinasabi natin. Ang ano po kasi, ang system loss, transmission lang at saka distribution utility, pinag-uusapan natin.
Opo, pero ang sinisingil natin sa pamamagitan ng system loss charge ay yung halaga ng generation at transmission na katumbas ng nawawalang kilowatt hours po. Kaya't ito ay pinapass through din, subject to the cap. Kung ang
Walang system loss sa distribution? Halimbawa, Meralco?
Yun nga po yung nire-representa ng system loss na sinisingil ng ating mga distribution utilities. Ito ay yung para sa mga kilowatt hours na napapabilang dun sa system loss nila. At yung system loss na ito, ang component naman niya ay mayroong generation at mayroong transmission po.
O ipalagay na natin gano'n ang pagkakaintindi po ninyo dyan. Generation, transmission, and distribution. Di ba sila pwedeng mag-usap-usap? Pro-rata natin yung loss na yan. Ikaw 20% ka, ikaw 25%, ikaw ganito. Para sa gano'n, mawala na lang sa tao. Para lang maipababa natin ang kuryente. Gano'n po sana yung philosophy na gusto kong mangyari.
Pwede po kasi na itulak natin, i-push natin yung cost na yan sa mga generators. But eventually, kung ang mga generators naman ang mag-shoulder niyan, ipapasa din nila sa kanilang mga customers. So, pero mas akma na ito ay mapabilang doon sa part 10 ng retail right ng ating mga distribution utility. Kasi ito ay yung nangyayari ng cost within their franchise area at sa kanilang pagsusupply sa kanilang mga customer po.
Kasi po, Mr. Chair, kapag gano'n yung pinakapupuntahan ng ating pag-uusap, talagang mahihirapan talaga. Mahihirapan. Pag hindi natin binuksan yung isip natin, hanapan po natin ang lunas. Dahil hindi po masusunod yung sinasabi ng Korte Suprema. Kasi nanggaling na po sa Korte Suprema yung pananalita na ito. Any expense charged to a consumer by a private utility which did not inure to his benefit is unjustified and inequitable. Kailangan po nating panagutan yon. So naiintindihan ko na mayroong cost sa iba, ngunit in the final analysis po, ang pinag-uusapan, yung expense na hindi naman napunta sa kanyang ganansya, wala siyang, hindi nyo dapat singilin siya, sabi ng Korte Suprema. Doon tayo dapat magsimula, Mr. Chair. Iwanan po natin yan. Puntahan natin yung...
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I want to cite kasi system loss is due to something, no? I guess that's because may losses sa distribution utility sa EC. So, kinakalculate yan tapos pinabalik. But another way, not just by capping it, but another way of addressing the problem is fixing the efficiency of the utility, yung EC, for example. As a model, as an example, NIA, or the leadership of Admin Nani, has shown that to be effective in Zamboanga ba? Tama ba? In Zamboanga. Inayos nila yung metering nila, dinagdagan. I think Admin Nani can explain it better. It will cost us a few millions na rin just to ensure na tama yung mga metro nila, kompleto siya. But it can be done also on the other end, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I recognize that, Madam Secretary. Kaya nga yung URR ay mandatory sa lahat ng mga electric cooperatives. Mandatory yung uniform reportory requirements that dito nyo makikita kung ailing sila or underperforming electric cooperatives. Naintindihan ko yun, Madam. Kagaya po nitong feed-in tariff allowance, no? Nag-increase na po ngayon from 0.1189 per kilowatt hour to 0.2773 effective November 2025. Tama, Mr. Chair.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Or 74% increase that will be passed on to the consumers again. So, ito po, pinag-uusapan natin ang affordability, imbes na naipababa pa natin, lalo papataas po eh. Ngayon, to make matters worse, ito, yung green energy auction natin, prices have not been reflected yet in the billing cycle, pero consumers will soon be charged. So dalawa pong renewable energy subsidies na po ang ano rito, yung FIT and the GEA. So ano pong gagawin ng DOE rito? To manage the overlap in renewable energy incentives para maiwasan natin ang overlap or double charging sa mga consumers natin. So again the question, is DOE focus limited to supply of generation without assessing the impact to the end users?
Mr. Chair, ang GEA kasi, it will be subsidized and it will be reflected eventually nga sa bill natin at it will increase, no? But as on an overall, because of GEA also, we are also, in our energy mix, will be included cheaper renewable energy. So may balancing din na rin yan. Kung bumibili ka ng ang generation mo, may epekto din dyan, nabababa din siya, pero umaakyat din yung subsidy mo. But I think overall, it will be more of a reduction rather than increase, Mr. Chair.
Sana mapil natin, Madam Secretary, ano? Lalong-lalo na po yung mga consumers po natin na talagang mahirap na mahirap. Patuloy po silang nagte-text kay Chairman Sherwin. Sabi nila, pinakikita po kasi sa akin ni Mr. Chair yung mga text messages almost every day. Mr. Chair, sabi nila, baka naman we can bend the law to make the people happy. Hindi, pinakikita mo. Kasi talaga pong, because of that, tagtag na po kami ng text messages eh. You want us to be happy, Mr. Chair, sabi nila. Papayagin nyo na yung ERC na you bend the law. Ha? Alisin na muna natin yung system loss na yan. Hindi naman magiging pobre lahat yung mga stakeholders na gumagawa ng... Pero yan lang naman. Palagay mo, palagay lang natin, pag inalis natin yung system loss, there's a general loss of, let's say, 1.5 billion per year across the board. Andyan na yun sa generation, andyan na sa transmission and distribution. Palagay lang, no? 1.5 billion ang nawala sa kanila. Pag tinignan mo yung financials nila, 22 billion, 24 billion per annum. Yung ba naman 1.5 na? Ang laki bagay ba naman sa... Pero yung 1.5 billion na natipid po across the board sa mga consumers natin, nararamdaman po nila yun. Yun po yung principle. Pasensya na po kayo at ako'y talagang makulit sa ganito.
Mr. Chair, because we're talking here of not just Meralco but also the electric cooperatives.
Oo naman.
Doon sa singil nila, wala nga din silang return na binibigay sa kanila. Kaya kung sila din ang mag-absorb ng cost ng system loss na yan, ay baka mas mahirapan po ang kanilang operasyon.
Baka mas mahirapan, ha? Pero hindi pa natin alam na mahirapan talaga. Baka lang, ano? Yung energy plan po natin, Madam Secretary, 2023 to 2050, yung renewable energy is targeted to supply 35% ng ating power generation mix by 2030. Palagi po nating nasasabi ito. And to increase to 50% by 2040 and become the dominant source of electricity by 2050. Napakaganda pong projection, USEC, di ba? Pero narinig ko po si Undersecretary Kapongkol. Kala mo siguro hindi kita... Kala mo nilalampasan kita, hindi. Pero ang sabi mo kasi, we are now at 24% RE share in the energy mix, sabi mo. Eh sabi naman kanina ni Yusek Guevara, 31%. Di pa parang magkaiba kayo. Ikaw 24%, ikaw naman 31%. Ano man totoo rito?
Yung pong megawatts ay 32. Yung ay 30%. Yung pong megawatt hours, yung po yung 22.
Hindi po.
Apa.
Share po eh. 20 sa energy mix po yung pinag-uusapan natin. Sabi po ni Yusek Kapongkol, nasa 24% na po yung renewable energy sa energy mix. Kanina naman tinatanong ko kayo sa energy mix, ilang percent na ba yung renew? Sabi nyo naman 31. So sa percent po kayo nagkakaiba. So alin po, 24 o 31?
Pareho pong tama. Yung pong 31 kasi in megawatts, yung installed, yung capacity po in megawatts.
Nako.
Yung pong 24 in megawatt hours.
Ewan ko
Energy
ba?
po yon.
Baka si Administrator Almeda lang makakaintindi sa inyo dyan. Nagkaroon po ng SIP ngayon sa US. Yung pagtulong nila sa kanilang mga kaalyadong bansa, di ba? Ayaw na ni Donald Trump. Wala na sa akin yan, kanya. Basta ako sa giyera na lang ako magko-concentrate, di ba? So ano yung epekto sa atin ngayon, ma'am? Sabi mo, sabi ni... Sino ba nagsabi? Nakita ko rito eh. Ikaw pala nagsabi. Chairperson sa Tornino 1, wala kang epekto sa akin yan. Sige nga, paano natin... Hindi, sinabi mo. It was supported by ERC Chairperson Francis 1. Kasi dito, the DOE said the SIP in U.S. renewable energy policy under President Donald Trump will have minimal effect to the Philippines. Oh, you supported it.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I don't recall that statement made, but yes, we support the Department of Energy's stated position regarding the impact of the shift in the policy in the United States.
Meron ng formal assessment, Madam Secretary, that this will not affect our program, energy program.
Yes, Mr. Chair, currently wala namang investor na US sa Philippines or very minimal lang sa renewable energy. Mostly Asia and Europe ang investor natin, Mr. Chair.
Last June 13, 2025, yung ERC nagkaroon po ng public consultation. Ito yung sinabi mo kanina in your opening salvo. It's about the Nasikor ba yun? Nasikore?
Nasikor po yung aming...
Nasikor ba yun? Versus ERC, di ba? This is in regard to the decision of the Supreme Court that you have to find a new valuation methodology in regard to the regulatory asset base. Ang laking bagay po kasi nito, sapagkat karaniwan dito nagmumula po yung kung saan nyo kinakalculate yung rate po ng electricity, di ba? Ako po ay nagpunta ron. Ako lang po mag-isa. Kaya lang, di ko kayo nakita ron kasi iba yung set ng panel, ano po. Hindi pa kayo ang nagsuggest po ako ng mga ilang bagay doon para makatulong naman Halimbawa, ang sabi po namin doon, under the new rules, public utility services should be mandated to submit evidence that the assets included under the regulatory asset base are not only in working condition but must also necessary to and are regular that they are regularly and necessary used in their operations as distribution utilities. You know? Kasi po yung old, idle, and unnecessary assets such as recreational facilities and museums should not be included in the RAB. Tama naman po yun.
Tama po yan, Mr. Chair.
Tapos, ang sabi namin, instead of a single valuation method for all assets, ERC should utilize different valuation methods for different assets. Hindi naman po uniform ang mga assets. And then we also suggested that ERC should publish a standard list of assets category and assign a default valuation method for each category. At saka iba po, marami pa po yun na mahaba lang ito at hindi ko na sasabihin. Meron kaming kinonsider kasi ron. ERC may consider a reasonable and transparent risk premium, example 2 to 3%, to account for sector-specific risks and to encourage ongoing investment in infrastructure. The rate of return should also be reviewed, updated periodically to ensure it remains aligned with the current economic and financial climate. ERC should likewise publish a standard ROR formula or guideline to promote consistency and practicability. I believe I submitted these position statements on June 18, 2025. So, July, August, September, October. 4 months later, wala naman po akong na-receive na anything from you. Kahit na po hindi nyo ako pinasalamatan, okay lang po sa akin yun. Ang gusto ko lang malaman kung ito pong mga suggestions namin makakatulong po sa inyo at sa ating mga mamamayan.
Mr. Chair, dito ko lang po kasi gusto na gawin yon yung pagpapasalamat kay Senator Marcoleta
ikaw naman,
doon sa kanilang participation.
Niloloko mo na ako dyan.
Di po, ipapaliwanag ko po kung ano yung inaprubahan naming trending method na kanina naman ay sinabi ko. Personal po namin gusto kayong pasalamatan dahil doon sa inyo pong mga inputs, yun po ang aming naging gabay doon sa pagdedesisyon namin to adopt the trending method for determining the valuation of Meralco's RAB. Ano pa po itong trending method? Dito po ay, kaya po ng nasabi ng ating butihing senador, yung pong assets ay titingnan natin depende sa kanyang klase. So may iba't ibang gagamiting factor upang value yung particular asset na yan. So consistent po doon sa nasabi ni Senator Marcoleta. So ito na po ang gagamitin natin for Meralco to comply with its directive in the NASICOR versus Meralco case that we adopt a different valuation methodology. Kaya po niremand sa amin. At ito na nga po, ito ay na-adapt lang kamakailan lang at pa-issue pa lang yung aming resolution at kasama doon yung aming magiging liham ng pasasalamat po kay Senator Marcoleta doon sa kanyang partisipasyon po sa aming public consultation on this matter.
Pwedeng maging congressman ito, Mr. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Magaling mambola ba? Senator, thank you for that. Maraming salamat, Senator Marcoleta, for those interventions. May nakuha kaming secretary. Ay, sige, okay lang. Don't worry. Baka bumalik pa ho yan. Huwag kayong mag-relax. Right, thank you, Secretary. May nakuha kaming letter about additional funding support for the development in Mercedes, Camarines Norte, in Curimao, Ilocos Norte, and for offshore wind projects. It's a request for an amount of 4.6 billion. Can you explain itong project na ito and also the request?
Mr. Chair, this is for the development of the offshore wind. We're hoping to be offshore wind to be one of the flagship projects for this administration. And can I ask Yusek Bacordo to further explain? Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Through the Philippine Ports Authority, the Philippine Ports Authority has committed for three marshalling ports by 2027-2028 period. One of these is the port of Pambuhan, which is actually a greenfield port. This is going to be a 15-hectare port in Pambuhan, and close to Pambuhan there are about 8 offshore wind energy service contracts within 50 nautical miles of that future port of Pambuhan. With this port in place, Mr. Chair, that will be on track with our target to have the first kilowatt hour delivered by 2028 from offshore wind.
Is the assurance that this offshore wind, they have my service contract doon, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So the request is to build ports so that we can deploy the offshore wind projects, no? And these are privately led developers.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then, but how sure are we that these developers are going to invest? No? Because I remember during the budget hearing, we also asked PNOC about this. I think PNOC had a project before. Ganun din, offshore wind rin. In fact, we requested, how much? Hold on, let me just look for my notes. Ito. Meron ng 88 million na nagastos, no, for that offshore wind. This is PNOC side, hindi naman connected to sa inyo. But I'm just saying na kasi naglalagay, based on your request, naglalagay ng pondo, gumagastos ng pondo, pero kagaya nito, hindi naman natuloy, no? But I'll ask that later on sa PNOC.
Mr. Chair.
So how sure are we that these projects will be realized? Kasi the amounts are not small, no? We're talking about 4 billion pesos in terms of infrastructure projects.
Mr. Chair, I have to clarify lang. These are ports that have big potential because there are areas nearer to the current service contracts. Currently, however, we have under PPA, we're trying to develop Camarines, and there's a possible port also in Batangas under PPA also, and the others also would cater to a different set of developers. When we are scheduled to have an auction by next year, by this year, for offshore wind for 3,300 megawatts, 3.3 gigawatts. Per megawatt in offshore wind is about $5 million. You convert that, that runs in billions ang investment. The investment in the port is very minute compared to how much they're bringing in now. How are we assured that they will bring in those investments? With the auction, it's a condition that they have to have an agreement already a use agreement with a certain port so they can join the auction. Kaya kailangan kumpleto na sila. May kontrata na sila sa port para maka-join sila sa auction. And so even now, they can already talk to the possible developers or they can vice versa kung pwede sila to work with them because that will actually be a contract for very least mga 5 to 10 years ang isang developer lang, Mr. Chair.
The amount of the port might be small for them kasi malalaki investors to. Pero sa atin, 4 billion is 4 billion. No? It's quite a sizable amount. So ang gusto natin, certainty. No? And I know that this project is also important in terms of increasing our RE share. But kung maglalagay tayo ng ganito, kailangan may certainty na papasok itong mga investors na ito. Sa ngayon, meron silang service contract na hawak, di ba? But alam naman natin, the service contracts pwede rin hawakan na matagal. No? Kagaya kanina, nasabi ni Yusek Guevara, 105 yata na cancel. No? So in other words, the service contract is not an assurance that they will build unless meron na silang nasa committed stage na sila. May funders na sila, meron na silang kausap na mga EPC contractors, then pwede pa yon. Pero kung ganito lang, baka we'll invest 4 billion and then walang mangyari, uurong rin sila. No? So it's a chicken or the egg, I know. But you have to give us some comfort level to see whether this is a worthwhile investment. No? And we support the offshore wind. In fact, I want the Philippines to be the first one in Southeast Asia to have offshore wind investments. Malaking bagay yan para sa atin. No? Kung kaya nga, first nuclear, first offshore wind, then that will be a feat and bragging rights for us, no? For our country. But we need to have certain level of comfort before we pump in 4 billion pesos for a port project. So what is that comfort? What is that? Anong level ang pwedeng ibigay ng developer at ng DOE so that the country will be investing in this 4.4 billion? And how come, the next question connected, bakit hindi ito isinali sa inyong request sa NEP?
Mr. Chair, on the NEP question, Yusek Kev can explain what are the requirements and what's the assurance that the ports will be used. But on the NEP, because it's not under DOE, Mr. Chair.
It's under PPA.
PPA or
Yeah,
DOTR.
but even
Yes,
PPA
Mr.
did
Chair.
not request for this. Nag-hearing kami ng PPA. They came here, but I don't see in their NEP. No? Unless I missed it, pero wala akong nakitang 4 billion for a... Meron ako nakitang pera for a cruise line, but not for a solar port. Solar, offshore wind port. No?
Yes, we understand, Mr. Chair. We have had several conversations with PPA, and I guess it's also a matter of prioritization for them. And 2 ports actually medyo napasok nila. These are the extra ports that we do think that are necessary for a program.
Okay.
So inuna na nila yung dalawa tapos meron pang iba na iniwan sila. Yusek Guevara can continue.
Regarding the level of comfort, we have seen the developers for offshore wind invest in several things. So the studies, the feasibility studies, the geotechnical, the designs that they have come up with, they have already spent millions of dollars on this. So those that we think are the frontliners, there are 16 projects. They are far advanced in where they are, and we know that they have already spent a lot. And
even without the port.
Even without the port pa, sir. So kaya government naman will have to assure them that the investments that they already made ay matutuloy-tuloy nila na maging offshore wind project talaga. So, one company, more than $5 million na yung nagastos niya eh. So, we know that they are spending. And also, for them to join the auction that was mentioned by the Secretary, our requirements are very high. They should have had many of the permits already done and the designs already done. So, that is the level of comfort for the investment that the government will be making for the offshore wind port, Mr. Chair.
So I suggestion ko, well, I think you have may usapan na kayo with PPA on the other ports. But on this particular case, ang suggestion ko is to have some form of financial close or movement from indicative to committed stage and supply us with those information. So at least we can justify investing 4 billion pesos into an offshore wind port na alam ko kailangan to kasi kundi hindi nila malalaunch yung kanilang offshore wind. No? Paano nila ila-launch yun? But we need some advanced stage document para ma-justify natin. On the topic of nuclear, nakita ko dito sa budget, meron tayong Nuclear Energy Program Coordinating Committee. It has a budget of about 45 million pesos. No? And so what's the exact status of our nuclear program? I heard the Secretary mentioned earlier na meron na tayong roadmap. No? But at what stage are we in terms of nuclear as of this point?
Mr. Chair, first off, on the increase in budget, there's NEPIAC and then there's the nuclear division. As of today, ang budget ng nuclear division namin, kinukuha lang yan sa bureau itself. So now we're trying to, that's why there was an increase also in the bureau kasi dapat meron sariling budget yung division na yan. Now, ang second is where are we at? We are preparing for, our target is by next year, a company can come to the Philippines and apply for a license.
Yun ang target natin?
Yun yung target namin by next year.
Alright.
So what does it mean? That licensing for siting, for example, no? What does it mean? We need to have the IRR of our regulator ready. Also the rules of, or the permitting or processes in DOE for a nuclear power plant. ECC has to be recalibrated para sa nuclear power plant ng DNR. There are also DND, Department of Finance. Many of the agencies are involved in this. So, yun po yung preparation namin. Now, we're now at the stage na we're assessing all the permitting processes in the different agencies para alam na nila kung ano yung kailangan nila hingin once there's an application. So, having said that, we are trying to finish na rin lahat na capacity building now to that end. We are talking now to, we have MOA now with CHED and TESDA for skills mapping. Pag i-laderize nyo din yung skills, ilan ba yung, we mapped it, how many operators do we need, how many construction, how many scientists do we need, so, and also on the part of the other agencies. So, medyo, it's the preparation stage for us to start now with the, hopefully with the pre-development na talaga, Mr.
But everything, Secretary, is contingent on PhilAtom.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How fast can we set up PhilAtom?
Currently, Mr. Chair, they are doing the IRR for the PhilAtom law.
This is spearheaded by DOST?
This is DOST, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Together with, of course, the FDA, mga ganun. Ang PhilAtom, we have, on the part of NEPIAC, for PhilAtom, we have contracted technical assistance in the evaluation of preparation of Philatom. And Philatom is still lacking on the personnel, equipment, probably capital outlay for them to have their own office. Pero currently, there is also in the transitory, Mr. Chair, na pwede naman yung galing sa FDA or I'm not sure in the DOST part for PNRI, ang people and the budget that can be transferred to that dapat pupunta sa Philatom. But as of now, I don't think it's sufficient enough for them to really be in full force. Kailangan talaga nila ng fresh budget to
but
be operational.
without Philatom, mahirap, walang pag-a-applyan ng license. No?
Yes.
So it's really, everything's contingent on,
Yes, Mr.
on
Chair.
Philatom. But during the budget deliberation of DOST, hindi naman nila, I don't recall DOST mentioning Philatom and its creation. No? So that's why I'm asking, because again, no, chicken or the egg, kung walang Philatom, walang pag-a-applyan ng license. No? But when during the budget deliberation of DOST, hindi naman nila, I don't recall DOST requesting for a separate item or separate budget for Philatom.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how they will handle that, but establishing Philatom. Philatom technically is under the Office of the President, and then you get all the offices of the different agencies. No? PNRI by itself is already a regulatory commission. You just have to extract that function and people as well para ma-establish yung commission. I think that might be a good start already for them, Mr. Chair. Hopefully it comes with a budget that's allocated to PNRI, but that's for the DOST to determine, Mr. Chair.
Correct. Well, I'm just flagging the department because if the target, and I know in the PEP meron na tayong, for the first time, may nuclear kasama na siya sa energy mix. No? So in other words, may timetable na sinusundan siya. So I'm just flagging the department on that matter. And also another matter is I saw lumabas yung Department Circular 2025-10-0019. And this is to ensure a ready market for available capacities for Pioneer NPP nuclear power plant. I know the intention, no, for exempting nuclear power plant to CSP, no? Para meron na siyang assured market kasi laki, no? We're talking about ano bang pinakamaliit na nuclear power plant? $10 billion in terms of construction
Basically
cost.
$10 billion.
Yeah, mga $10 billion siya, more or less. So sino namang maglalagay ng $10 billion nang walang market, no? Wala kang offtake, no? So I know the intention, but I'm also concerned with our least cost principle, diba? So we don't have to discuss that in length ngayon, but I'm just putting that on the table to the department, and later on we can have a longer discussion on that, because anong interplay ngayon ng least cost versus nuclear power plant, no? And from a consumer point of view, lalo na sa ERC, how are we assuring our consumers na si nuclear power plant is laging least cost, no? So you might want to have a quick response. No?
Quick lang, sir. That's why it's an interagency, in the sense that kasama namin yung ERC. It's to assess how do we set the tariff for nuclear. Buti na lang katabi ko si Nino. It needs a longer contract, Mr. Chair, not just a 20-year or 10-year. So the useful life in France, in fact, it's 70 years yung sa kanila. Some countries give 50. So that's a major consideration in determining what's the cost of nuclear for us. Otherwise, it will be expensive kung shorter siya, Mr. Chair.
Definitely because of the enormity of the investment cost, no? $10 billion. So that's about 50 billion pesos. Kailangan mo talaga 500 billion pesos. 500 billion? Ganun kalaki. So imagine yung kanilang, kailangan talaga meron siyang assured market. No? Kasi kung hindi, saan niya dadalhin yung kanyang kuryente? No?
Just another thing, Mr. Chair. Why is there the exemption from CSP is just for the first one, Mr. Chair. It's just to have the pioneer in the Philippines, and it won't cover the rest of the succeeding ones, Mr. Chair. It's an incentive or encouragement to build the first nuclear power plant in the Philippines.
Anong status na secretary ng EVOS natin? Is it fully operational na? And then also, ERC is part of that eh. No? So, kumusta ang implementation natin ng EVOS? Is it fully, everything is fully online already? But I get a lot of feedback. May mga nakausap akong developers na okay, positive feedback actually. And they said talagang nakita nila yung efficiency, no? But in terms of achieving full integration of all departments to EVOS, kumusta na tayo dyan?
Before kanina to kay Isaac May, no? Before Undersecretary Kapongkol answers, Mr. Chair, EVOS, yes, it's one of the most the pride and joy of DOE, but it's still not there yet, Mr. Chair, to be as we envisioned. It needs more work on the side of the DOE and all the other agencies. But yes, it's has given us much headway in pushing for renewable. Mr. Chair, before Undersecretary Kapongkol explains, I just want to plug in a request, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
There's one issue really of EVOS. It's given 30 calendar days. Pag kompleto na siya, 30 calendar days, dapat ilabas na namin yung decision. Otherwise, it's deemed approved. 30 calendar days converts to 30 minus 8, mga 22 days, working days, Mr. Chair. Currently, we're handling about 26,000, did you say? We have processed 26,000, and we try to keep up naman with the number of people in REMB and the Bureau. But it's really not feasible it's not healthy, let's say. Iba niyan, Mr. Chair, na manganganak na lang sa hospital, may perma pa rin. May nakunan na yun dyan. May mga stroke. It's not healthy for, because of that, we've tried to cut it off, the hours, for example, na dapat past 5 o'clock, but still the stress levels you can see it in the records ng turnover, and we're hoping maybe it can be, our wish is just merely put it in 30 working days, no? Yun lang. Kasi hindi kasi yan nag-iisa eh. It has to go technical legal and financial. Hindi naman pwede na sabay-sabay lang lahat kasi kailangan may order siya. But that's our concern. Major concern yun sa REMBI, sir, kasi maybe before we were envisioning a few applications per day or per month, but now we're talking about thousands na. So it's not really we'll make the proper request to you, Mr. Chair.
What's envisioned when we were drafting that together with all these stakeholders is really a full automated, almost no human intervention system, meaning the system, the paper will hop from one office to the other via digital means, via electronic means. So yun yung vision. So that's why nung formulate namin yun yung lumalabas, no, 30 calendar days. But we're open to listen. So you can send us a justification kung hindi talaga feasible. But that is the vision, no, to get it done as quick as possible.
We totally understand, Mr. Chair, and in fact, by using AI na nandyan na, it could even be easier than first envisioned. But we still have to fix our systems. We have to make sure that it's purely digital. It's not manual digital.
Yes,
and we
correct.
need
Tama.
another year for that, Mr. Chair. But during that year, our people in REMBI and all the other agents, bureaus actually need a medyo konting break naman sa 30 calendar days. But anyway, we'll communicate with it to you officially and properly, Mr. Chair. I'll give it to Undersecretary Kapungkol for the update on the agencies. Thank you.
Yeah. And
Thank you,
then
Mr. Chair.
also I saw in the budget mayroong 30% budget increase to 59 million for EVOS. No? Yeah. So mayroon tayong budget para dito, no. But when na-realize na ba natin in total vision natin na full electronic, full digital ang EVOS?
If I may, Mr.
Yeah, go
Chair.
ahead.
Thank you.
Sir.
Since July 24, 2020, when we started the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop, there are 19 processes, but today there are already 58 workflows from 14 department or national government agencies. No? So for the Department of Energy po, there are 5 units in the DOE that are integrated in the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop. We have also the National Power Corporation, National Transmission Corporation, NEA po, and then we have the NCIP, Energy Regulatory Commission, and then the IMAP, the Independent Electricity Market Operator of the Philippines, the NGCP, yung DOLE, and DOJ. No? So we can provide po the list of specific workflows that are currently integrated in the EVOS. And currently ongoing po is about 65 processes that will involve DAR, Department of Energy again, another unit, and then DENR, including the Laguna Lake Development Authority, additional workflows from the Energy Regulatory Commission, the NWRB, market operator, another workflows for the NGCP. So continuously, we're building up all the full integration per each of the agencies in the EVOS po.
Dito sa report, 64 processes are not incorporated yet.
Yes po, in the work is 65 work processes, and we continue.
So kalahati pa lang yung na-incorporate, in other words, more or less.
Sa ngayon po,
You said-
58, Mr. Chair,
58,
58
correct.
workflows, and then we're working on the 65 additional workflows.
Yes, so yung additional 65 will make it 100% fully digital, fully electronic.
Electronic, sir.
Fully electronic, oo. So that's why nga, 50% pa lang yung ating na-achieve ngayon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr.
Alright, sige. Well, we support that. Yun na nga, no, marami akong mga ilan-ilan naman, di marami, ilan-ilan na positive feedback. Sabi nila, na nakita nila yung difference in terms of speed and lessen the red tape.
Mr. Chair, even for this this year or last year, no, ERC and NCIP also na-include na siya. So in some processes, but it made it easier for everyone also.
I'll jump to another topic, Secretary, and this is on NGCP. No, and NGCP's franchise is will expire yeah 2034. No, yeah, yung concession agreement, and then last time merong statement ng DOE which I agree, no, na ihiwalay yung system operation tsaka yung in transmission, in asset ownership, no, and yung system operation should remain with government. In fact, na-file ko ba yun? Na-file ko yun? Na-file ko ba? In fact, nag-file ako ng bill eh. I'm just double checking na ihiwalay yung system operation and yung asset, no, ownership. Is that still the direction of the DOE? Considering that Maharlika already invested, I think about 20% ba of, if I'm not mistaken, 20% of indirect investment of NGCP.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if that investment is signed and sealed yet.
Hindi pa ba? Alam ko signed and sealed na yan eh.
Well, that's the same question I have also, sir. But now
that's the first time I've heard about. Akala ko it's a done deal, no? Because in fact I support that because that will give us eyes and ears, no, inside NGCP. And yun ang nawawala ngayon. Parang we're actually blind to the to a infrastructure that spans from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So, okay.
Mr. Chair, on the question on separating the system operation and the transmission assets, we do support the concept, Mr. Chair, and in fact, in our projects or proposed projects in Palawan and Mindoro, that's the structure that we are trying to establish na si Transco yung SO, tapos iba rin yung transmission assets. So at least we can have models already. But in our proposed EPIRA amendments also, if on the part of transmission, we also suggest the separation of the system operator from the transmission assets.
So that's still the policy or concept that we're pursuing.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
at least we're consistent on that front. I'll go to ERC kay Chairman Nino. Actually, almost nasa dulo na kami ng budget hearings. We have 2 more days of budget hearings. And inupuan ko lahat ng mga agencies. Wala akong absent. Pero ngayon lang ako nakakita ng agency na hindi nag-request ng Tier 2. No? Tier 1 lang. No? So, ibig sabihin kung ano yung request nyo, yun ang ibinigay. Diba? Any reason for that? Because traditionally, before you, Chair Nino, madalas namin tinutulungan ng ERC by adding extra amounts, especially to support the resets. Alam to ng mga commissioners, no? We would add a few hundred millions. Kasi ako, personally, I believe in order to exact discipline and lower down electricity rates, we need to have a strong regulator. Deregulated tong environment natin eh. Isa lang ang pwede natin gawin para mapababa yung rates at siguraduhin na fair play is a strong regulator. No? So that's why we always augment the budget of ERC. But this time around, hindi kayo nag-request ng Tier 2. No? So any particular reason? And I heard earlier kay Senator Marcoleta, marami ring mga resets na papasok I think next year. No? So
yes, Mr. Chair. Insofar as the plan because when I assumed office, there was already the proposed NEPs for ERC. I just had to look at the details of what is being proposed, and looking at the utilization also, which was comparably very low.
That's
then,
true also. Actually, that's
it-
another considered. The utilization is very low.
It would be contradictory for me to be asking for additional budget for certain expenditures when, in fact, those that were provided us, we could not even make use of. But insofar as this year, for the remainder of the year, and to be able to realize our plan, our target to be able to finally restart the reset process by January, we will already be utilizing what is left of our budget for 2025 to be able to procure the regulatory reset expert, the consultant that will assist us in the review of the rate filings of the Group A entrance to the PBR for this coming January 2026. So that is our plan for the rate reset, Mr. Chair.
Kasama na siya sa budget for 2026 sa Tier 1 niyo.
For 2025, Mr. Chair, yes, that will be utilized, and then that consultant will be providing service until the reset starting 26.
26. Okay. All right. So with that amount, may mga items lang ako nakita sa budget, Chairman. Nakita ko na there's a decrease in the budget of local travel, but an increase in foreign travel. Diba mas kailangan natin ang local travel kasi nag-i-inspect kayo ng mga planta, nag-inspect kayo ng mga DUs. How come there's a decrease in the budget in local travel and increase in foreign?
Based on the submissions of the different services of ERC, in terms of their budgetary requirement for local travels, to include, of course, the hearings in the localities and also the conduct of IEC and other activities in the various parts of the country, they felt that the current budget and that as proposed would already be sufficient. But insofar as foreign travels, considering the developments in the industry that need to be kept abreast of developments in technologies like for storage and now nuclear, we would need to capacitate our staff and send them to other countries for foreign travel so they can be exposed to these developments.
Deliberate yan. Deliberate na tinaasan in foreign travel because of this. And I just want to inquire, no, kasi it's in the budget, so I just want to understand. And I admit, kagaya ngayon, nuclear, you will regulate nuclear rates. Admittedly, that's completely alien to all of us, no? I think walang tao sa Pilipinas siguro exposed sa nuclear rate setting. Ibang-iba talaga siya. So, kung yun naman ang intention, then I support that, no? Kasi especially technical know-how is very important to the regulator. Very technical yan, no?
Yes, and how they regulate it in other jurisdictions where there are also markets or competitive electricity sectors.
Sige. And then I talked to Secretary Garin earlier, and she made a very good point about
Grid management.
The grid management committee, no? And I remember your predecessor or two predecessors collapsed that under the ERC, no? And the DOE, our policymaker, views that this is an important facet of regulation, no? So and there's no budget for that, no? So ano ba ang policy ng chairman ngayon on that grid management committee? And I know that's a very technical group, Talagang it's a multi-sectoral, different, all the players are there and very technical siya. All the experts are there, all the engineers are there. But in the past, I think there was this notion that it's not supposed to be funded by government. That's why it was collapsed. So what's the new policy under the new chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we mentioned in the Committee on Energy during the hearing on the ERC restructuring bill, we actually support the reconstitution of the GMC-DMC either as a as an inherent part of the ERC organization or as an attached organization that supports or serves as ERC's technical arm. GMC and DMC were created pursuant to the Philippine Grid and Philippine Grid Code and Philippine Distribution Code, which were issuances of the ERC. They were funded not by government but by contributions from the sectors that they represent. For the Philippine Grid Code, it is funded out of assessment from NGCP, and for Philippine Distribution Code, it is funded out of assessments from the various distribution utilities. However, a previous chairperson found this arrangement to be not in order, so it decided not to act on the budgets of DMC and GMC anymore because ERC was the one approving it, but the assessment is made to the stakeholders. So naturally, these organizations died a natural death. What GMC and DMC were doing at the time that they were very active was actually supporting the ERC in terms of their technical know-how, knowledge, and their expertise that they are able to make use of whenever we refer actual work to them, like review of the distribution utility submissions of their compliance plans to the Philippine Grid Code or Philippine Distribution Code. So they're able to help in the evaluation and in the recommendation to ERC. They are also very helpful in introducing amendments to the Philippine Grid Code and the Philippine Distribution Code, because that is very important, because there is need to constantly update our grid and distribution codes. But when the DMC and the GMC were discontinued, so we found a vacuum in our organization. We do not have any more a technical arm we can rely on. So we are doing it by ourselves. We asked for additional budget for additional manpower, additional engineers, but with the additional budget that was approved in previous years, with the additional plantilla positions that were approved for ERC, what we are able to hire only are the Aero 1, Engineer 1, or those entry-level staff, fresh grads from university, and they don't have that experience that we had when we had the GMC and DMC, because their boards alone were from representatives of various distribution utilities, mid or high level officials with years of experience in utility operations. So we are not able to experience that with our expanded plantilla. So in our restructuring proposal that we are putting together, we're thinking either of having a technical arm embedded already in the ERC organization, or similar to GMC or DMC, as a separate non-stock, non-profit organization where we can have an agreement where they can provide technical support to ERC. Right now, the previous chair actually they issued a resolution to have an interim GMC, and the interim GMC was designated, the technical committee of the PEMC was designated as the interim GMC. But I don't know about what happened to that designation. I think it has not yet been fully utilized, because that is also an option. The GMC, there is attached to the PEMC, there's attached to the PEM board a committee known as the Technical Committee. And there are also representatives here from the industry that can have or possess that experience and expertise that can also be utilized by the ERC, but we need to just explore the possibility of collaborating with them or coming up with some arrangement. But of course, it would be superior if that committee can reside within ERC. And so for that, we may need to support the creation of that committee through a reorganization of ERC and budgetary support for this committee to be embedded in our organization.
I think, Chairman, ang issue rin is, number one, saan manggagaling yung funding? And then pangalawa, possible conflict of interest. No? And pangatlo is transparency. No? So as long as it serves the objective of public service, then we'll support that. No, I think those are the contentious issues before, but admittedly, it's ako nakikita ko importante yung technical side. No, and the code needs to be updated on a regular basis. Yun ang complication in that part, no? So just if you think that we need to, I think the policymaker thinks that it's an important aspect that we need to look at, just send us a letter, no? Just address the contentious issues of possible conflict of interest, funding, and also transparency. Sige, yeah, we'll wait for that. I also saw in your plantilla, Chairman, na out of the 546 total manpower, 253 are contract of service or job orders, which is almost 50%. No? Napakalaki siya, no? Considering that this is a highly technical and very important organization because it regulates the entire electric power industry. So, bakit hindi natin hindi maging plantilla sila o regular? Bakit puro kalahati ng manpower natin, GO? So, wala silang secure tenure, no? Wala silang benefits. And yan ang kailangan natin, no? Assurance that to our workforce na they will be maintained and they will be given the rightful benefits.
Yes, we agree, Mr. Chair. In fact, yun yung gusto din namin na makasama in our reorg proposal, na yung aming mga current na positions for contractual COS, kung pwedeng ma-regularize because malaki din yung limitation sa aming staff na yan. Hindi namin sila maisama sa ibang mga biyahe or yung hindi mautusan makapag-conduct ng certain activities dahil doon sa status nila as COS. And of course, dahil ganun yung status nila, mas marami sa kanila kung hindi nabibigyan ng security, ay mas madali silang nakukuha ng ibang players.
Sure, mataas ang attrition sa inyo. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Bakit hindi sila nata-transfer nga to plantilla items?
Most of them kung qualified naman.
Meron naman kayong hold on, let me just authorize naman yung inyong may mga authorized plantilla items naman kayo.
Yung ibang plantilla items din po kasi, may mga QS sila or yung qualification standard na sobrang napakatataas na hindi rin maka-qualify yung iba naming mga COS na karapat-dapat na sana at na-train na. Kaya tuloy, hindi rin namin ma-fill up yung ibang mga permanent positions. But we have a pending request with the civil service for the adjustment of the QS for some of these positions po.
Kita ko may 103 na vacant positions kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So it's really a QS issue.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So I suggest you network with the CSC para maayos itong issue na ito. Kasi parang for a regulator, hindi healthy na kalahati ng workforce natin. Hindi siya permanent o hindi siya wala siyang security of tenure. And these are technical people, no? Engineers, economists, lawyers. So, and again, ako kasi paniniwala ko, ang pag-asa na lang natin pababa ang kuryente is regulator. Kung mahigpit ang regulator, kung ang regulator innovative, tapos yung mga technical people magagaling, kayang pababain ng presyo ng kuryente. But it depends on the quality of our workforce and the motivation of our workforce. Yeah. I'll go to another topic na napag-usapan to before. I think some of the commissioners know about this, and I made some comments on this. This is on the case nung NGCP reset. I understand that yung final decision nagkaroon pa ng utang ng consumers, no, na 0.0384 pesos per kilowatt hour. And prior to that kasi, what we understand before was yung partial determination, sila may utang sa atin, yung draft final determination, sila may utang sa atin. Pero ang nangyari, I think there was a big debate. Alam ng mga commissioners to. And I think this was heavily debated in your commission. And I voiced my opinion on this. Was the issue of uncommissioned projects or projects that are not commissioned yet. So ang position ko, to put it simply, I know this is a very technical, this is a very complicated matter. But sa akin is just to put it simply and make it, kumbaga apply common sense. Kung di pa tapos yung project, dapat wag tayo i-charge. Diba? Kahit na nag-umpisa na sila magbigay ng piso, pero hindi pa tumatakbo yung project, dapat wag tayo i-charge. Kasi yun yung classic case na ginigisa tayo sa sarili nating mantika. Diba? Para sa akin, charge mo kami kung wag tumatakbo na yung project, kung gumagana na yung project. I understand that the Commission changed the interpretation 3 times. Ngayon, ang ginagamit na is yung concept of as spent. Pag may nagastos na, pwede na kayo mag-charge. But sa akin, hindi yun ang point. Ang point dito, tapusin mo yung proyekto. Kaya nga tayo nagkaroon ng issue last time, Secretary of Delayed Projects, di ba? Ilang delayed projects, napakadaming delayed projects. Kaya nga, no less than the President in his SONA said na dapat managot ang NGCP. No? Dapat maging accountable sila because ang nakita niya, yung list of delayed projects that contributed to the erosion of our energy security. No, particularly electricity. No, so, bakit nag-change ang commission interpretation at pinayagan yung as spent rather than pag-commission na yung project?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was not privy to the discussions of the previous commission, but insofar as the regulatory framework for our private distribution utilities and the transmission provider, NGCP, when we adopted the performance-based regulation, kasama dyan yung sa NGCP, inadapt natin yung performance-based regulation na forward-looking based on forecast ng utility. So, ibig sabihin, ang kanilang filing ginagawa sa year 1, halimbawa, or the year before the first regulatory year of that regulatory period. Pino-forecast nila yung kanilang magiging expenditures of OPEX at saka yung CAPEX at isinasabit nila sa ERC. Yung ERC titingnan ngayon at base doon sa kanyang sinabit na CAPEX, titingnan ng ERC kung ito ba ay tama nga na simulan na or gawin na yung mga proyektong ito dito sa mga timelines na pin-provide mo. Ngayon, kung yun na ang naging approval ng ERC, ang gagawin naman susunod is ano ang magagastos mo na for each regulatory year of that ensuing regulatory period. So base yan doon sa forecast CAPEX mo at yung actual na implementation mo. At kung ano yung magagastos mo for each of these years, yan ay sinasama na as part of your asset base sa pagko-compute naman nung iyong return on the asset base at saka yung return off. So ibig sabihin, Kung sa regular na PBR na nagsisimula siya sa rate reset before the start of the first year of the regulatory period, nagkakaroon na ng konsiderasyon yung mga nagastos na within that regulatory period. At bakit ito nakakasama? Dahil nga gusto natin bigyan ng insentibo na yung regulated entity ay magsagawa ng kanyang CAPEX on time base dun sa isinumite niyang schedule, nang sa ganon pumapasok yung CAPEX, natatapos siya on time, at during the time na mayroon na siyang pangangailangan sa asset na ito ay magagamit na. So nandito na kasi ipinasok mo na, inilagak mo na. Iba kasi po yung ating regulatory framework noon ng return on rate base, na kung saan itatayo mo muna at pagkatapos ay doon ka ngayon mag-a-apply ng iyong RORB application batay doon sa kung ano na yung mga assets mo as of that historical test year. Pagdating po kasi sa ganon, pwede ka bago ka mag-file ng iyong RORB application ay magsagawa ka na ng magsagawa. Kumbaga, patabain mo ng patabain yung asset base mo, dahil pagpa-file mo, kung ma-considera lahat yan as part of your asset base, mas malaki ang magiging return on rate base mo. Wala yung insentibo doon na maging efficient ka sa pagsasagawa ng iyong CAPEX at doon sa iyong OPEX. Yun po kasi yung nabago doon sa ating rate making. Ngayon, pagdating sa reset ng NGCP at ganun din po doon sa mga distribution utility, nagkulang din po ang ERC dahil hindi siya nakapagsagawa ng reset bago pa magsimula ang regulatory period. Nawawala yung rate incentive, yung natural incentive ng rate making, dahil nga ano ba ang i-implement ako kung ako yung regulated entity? Makapagsisimula na ba ako sa CAPEX ko na ito yung aking target? Ang nangyari tuloy, yung NGCP in particular, kinailangan niya mag-file ng separate na CAPEX application, separate, bawat proyekto na kinakailangan na niyang isagawa. At hindi pa rin niya maisagawa ito kung nakapag-file na siya, hinihintay pa rin niya yung CAPEX approval. At medyo naantala din, kaya rin hindi rin nakapagsisimula siya ng construction ng kanyang CAPEX. So naantala yon, nawala din yung insentibo. Kaya I would suppose that yun ang naging konsiderasyon nung naunang ERC in considering na para imimik mo pa rin yung incentives under that PBR. Ginawa mo na kung kailan mo ginastusan yung proyekto na yan, dahil ginastos mo na yung pera, yung capital investment, inilagay mo na kahit hindi pa nagagamit yung asset, mayroon ka na inilabas na pera at may cost din yon. So, I would suppose na yun din po.
But Chairman, in a perfect setting yung description nyo, ay lahat ng rate setting is delayed eh. Di ba? Wala namang on time. Di ba? Kailan ba naging on time? I think in the history ng ERC, mayroon bang on time? Parang wala naman on time eh. No?
In the last 10 years or so po, wala pong naging reset sa private distribution
Correct.
utilities.
So that's in description nyo, it's a yan yung perfect world. But now it's not a perfect world eh. No, so sa akin ang basic lang kasi there's no incentive for them to finish the projects kasi nangongolekta na sila. And that's the reason why we saw a lot of delayed projects that led to a lot of brownouts. Nagka-problema tayo sa mga brownouts in the past. So to correct that, dapat ma-penalize sila by not charging us for projects that are not completed. Kasi nangyayari ngayon, kahit na matapos ko on time, hindi ko matapos on time, pwede na ako mag-charge eh. Pwede na ako mag-charge. For me, that is one of the root causes. Maybe you're looking at a regulatory process side, but from a reality and application side, yun ang nangyayari ngayon. So that's why, andito yung mga commissioners, alam ko yung naging boto nyo, pero you know, I think unfair yan sa amin consumers. Ako consumer ako, no? And I don't agree paying for projects that are not commissioned. No? That's number one. Kasi for practical reasons, sino naman magbabayad ng full ng amounts na hindi pa tumatakbo yung project? Diba? From a regulatory process, tama kayo, pero hindi perfect itong process natin, puro delay. Diba? Delay na yung reset, delay pa rin yung paggawa. Mabuti ko on time pa si NGCP, okay yun. Mabuti ko sinabi niya, okay, 2 years tapos na kami, okay yun. Hindi, nakita natin, may 10 years hindi pa tapos. Diba? So, yung pera, alam naman natin anong ginagawa nila eh. Gagamitin nila yung collection dito, lalagay dito, tatapusin doon, bago tapusin dito. I mean, negosyante yung mga yan. They're conserving their capital. Diba? So, we have to be also very analytical on how they are managing their cash. At yun yung nakikita natin. They're just switching from one project to the other project. Yun yung nakikita rin namin eh. Kaya hindi nila talaga matatapos.
Mr. Chair, meron po mga mekanismo din para mahuli yan. Kasi under the normal PBR, every time na magre-reset ka, babalikan mo din kung ano yung ginawa niya. Kung halimbawa, dun sa previous na regulatory period, nagkaroon ng CAPEX approvals at ganito yung schedule. Kapag ka nagkaroon ng delays or hindi na isagawa, pagdating sa susunod na reset, nagkakaroon po ng recalculation, yung mga net efficiency adjustments. Lahat po nito nakukonsidera para kung ikaw nga talaga ay hindi mo tinupad yung schedule ng pagpapatayo mo nung asset na yon o yung pasilidad na yon, pwede yan na bawiin or bawasan yung susunod mo magiging taripa moving forward. At yun lang.
Nabawasan ba with this?
Ngayon, hindi.
Nabawasan ba after?
Kasi po ito, kalalabas lang po ng ERC nung fourth reg final debt niya. Ngayon po ay meron pang nakabinbin na fifth reg until 2027, 28. Pero magkakaroon pa po tayo ng susunod at amin pong gagawin na ngayon na kada reset ay nasa oras na. Tulad po ng gagawin namin sa mga DUs.
I remember si Secretary pa that time nag-present dito ng mga delays. Diba? I remember siya nag-delay kasi nga ang issue that time was yung mga brownouts na nangyayari. Si Secretary Garin pa nag-present dito. Yung mga present niya na delays different. Natandaan ko may mga 5 years, may 7 years. Yung ba na-penalize ang NGCP? In fact, hindi. Na-reward pa nga sila dahil nagkautang pa yung consumers. Diba? That's the point I'm trying to make. Were they penalized? Yung mga delays na may evidence ng delay eh. That's for sure. Anong penalty ang siningil natin sa NGCP?
Meron daw po na ilang mga show cause orders na na-issue.
Yeah, but show cause yun. But yung actual financial penalty?
Check po.
Walang actual financial. Kaya nga, imagine mo, Chairman, si Presidente na ang nagsabi sa SONA. No, first time na ang Pangulo kinall out yung transmission operator. Diba? Because of the delays. But if you will not penalize them, and instead reward them because as spent, sige, gumastos ka na, kahit piso, charge mo na lang consumer. Hindi tamang, for me, hindi practical, tsaka hindi reality on the ground. Again, that might be your regulatory process, your regulatory concept, but the realities on the ground, hindi ganyan. Nagkakaroon ng delays, and because of delays, nagkakaroon ng brownout. No? Yan ang realities on the ground. Iba yung textbook regulatory process, iba yung realities on the ground. Yan, katabi mo si Secretary Garin. Siya nag-present dito, I remember, nagkaroon ng resolution to look at the brownouts. So mayroon ba, tanong mo si mayroon bang penalty? Sa alam ko, wala.
Mr. Chair, can we request Comdigal who was already commissioner
Sige,
at the time?
Comdigal, meron ba? I know you voted in favor of that.
Yes, Chair. And
But may penalty ba? Did we impose any penalty to NGCP for the delays?
there were specific projects po that were covered by specific show cause orders wherein there were imposed penalties. Hindi lang po ako sure ng status. But Chair, if I may, because of that hearing nga po wherein the issue on the delay was raised, there was a new provision in the final determination of the NGCP 4th RP that is not part of any other previous reset. To address po the issue on the delay, there is now a annual CAPEX review true-up. What do I mean by that po?
although naka-MR po yung NGCP na FD, pero nandun na po to dun sa FD. Ang sinabi po namin doon, itong RAB na binigay namin sa iyo, may kasamang CAPEX na meron kang kinumit na timeline. But at the end of the year, pag ni-review namin na meron kang hindi nasunod dun sa timeline mo, that amount pertaining to that asset will be removed and there will be adjustment. Yun po ang naging parang bagong provision dun sa final determination ng NGCP para po ma-address natin, yun nga pong nasa kanila na po yung parang naging budget, tapos hindi po na sunod yung delay. So tatanggalin po yun. There will be a true-up po.
That's forward. Paano na yung na-delay na? Paano na yung na-delay? Yun ang tanong ko. Yun ang tanong ko. May mga delays na, may mga brownouts nangyari due to delays.
Yun pong mga delay, ano na po siya, na-covered po siya nung specific project na na-delay because all the decisions of the Commission in approving the CAPEX, meron na po siyang timeline na kinumit or inapprove. Minsan nga po yung sinasabi nilang timeline, hindi po namin yun ang ina-approve. We approve a timeline in accordance dun sa isinasubmit nilang TPSR o kaya yung number of months na kinumit nila nung sila po yung nag-file ng application. Meron po mga specific cases yan na nakalagay na po yun para pag po na-delay sila doon or may delay silang na-incur, there will be penalties po.
Tanong ko, yung mga investigation ng DOE na na-prove nila may delays, na-penalize ba ang NGCP doon? Yun ang tanong ko, simple lang. Meron ba o wala?
Ang alam ko po may na-isyong mga show cause orders po. Wala lang po akong data ngayon.
Slap in the hand lang yun.
Apo. We will submit na lang po siguro kung meron na pong nabayaran or meron na pong na-evaluate na may penalty. Wala lang po sa akin ngayon yung
dito naman sila,
data.
Alvin, bakit i-check nila kung meron?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think there was once for 5 million pesos. Yun lang yung maximum naman talaga pwede nila impose.
Yeah, but 5 million.
Very small.
But 5 million is compared to NGCP, wala yun. Naglolokohan lang tayo pag ganyan.
It's not because of ERC, it's because of the rules. That's
So my point of the matter, Chairman Nino, is let's be fair to the consumers. I know what you're saying. Naintindihan ko yung inyong regulatory process, naintindihan ko yung regulatory concepts, but the reality is on the ground, nagkaka-brown out because of delays. At hindi natin pwedeng i-baby ang NGCP. No? We need to be tough. Kasi kung gusto nating disiplina, kailangan ni regulator mahigpit. Kasi kung sasabihin na, sige, gastos kayo, pwede nyo man charge sa consumers, bahala na kung 20 years nyo mapailaw yan o ma-activate yan, lugi naman yung si consumer. Di ba? Nangongolekta ka na, konti-konti mo ginagawa, yung kolekta mo, gawin mo muna yung isa dito, gawin mo muna yung isa dito. Di ba? Hindi naman tama yun. Di ba? We have to be fair to the consumers. I voiced this out. Alam niyo yun, nung last budget, sabi ko, hindi pwedeng ganyan. Yeah, but then hindi naman nangyari 'yon, no. So ngayon nandito yung mga consumers, nandito yung mga commissioners. Let's be fair, no. Reconsider that concept ng ASPENT. I don't agree with that eh. That's unfair to us, the consumers. No. And ngayon may bagong ng chairman, you reconsider niyo 'yan kasi hindi maganda 'yan eh. No. It's not an incentive for NGCP to do its job. In fact, we're rewarding bad practices by the transmission operator. Do you want to say I'll move on to but if you want to have a rejoinder, I'll move on to another topic nilang. So, yun lang ang gusto ko Chairman, kasi nagulat lang ako na natuwa ako sila may utang sa amin eh. After nung final, kami pa nagkaroon ng utang sa kanila. Hindi naman, tapos sila pa na-delay. Diba? Isipin nyo yung narrative. Sila yung na-delay, nagka-brown out, pero kami pa nagka-utang. Look at the narrative. Diba? That's the narrative na lumalabas. No? So, And we are trusting our commissioners, ERC, na protektahan kami. No? Kasi that's part of your mandate, to protect the consumers. No? But the narrative in there, kay ikaw pa na-delay, ginamit mo pa yung pera namin sa ibang project, tapos kami pa magdadagdag ng presyo. No? That's not hindi tama yon. I find that unfair. No? So, let's leave it at that. I-review na lang ng commissioners. Andito naman lahat ng mga commissioners and we have a new head. So, I trust that the new head, kilala ko naman si Chairman Nino, I trust that he will protect the consumers and put the consumer interests at the forefront. No? I'll go to I'll go to NPC kay Pres Nograles. And I Pres Nograles, I am quite teka, pull out ko lang yung notes ko. Yeah. Meron akong here. I saw in your budget, meron kayong clean and affordable electricity program, which is 540 million, 546 to be exact. And power and system reliability and resilience for 441, then access to electricity 572. And I'm very happy to see that meron ng clean and affordable electricity program, no? Ang NPC to a tune of 546. Can you explain this program? And I'm very happy to see that meron ng ganito ang NPC. Considering that NPC, 90% of your generation comes from diesel? Tama ba?
Okay, Mr. Chair. If you exclude the hydroelectric plants that we operate.
Excluding hydro, doon sa doon sa spag areas,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Almost 99%. Meron yatang a few hybrid systems, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But what is this program, yung clean and affordable electricity?
Basically, Mr. Chair, these are our solar with battery storage.
Okay.
So we've got different programs that are in the pipeline, and these are the ones that are being requested from Congress.
And this is going to be the first time?
No, it's a continuing project, Mr. Chair.
It's a continuing project.
Yes, so this is, I have to give credit where it's due. It's not under me. But what I'm trying to do is I'm reviewing if the technical specs here are correct and if it's fully implementable. It's one of the things that nakita ko kasi, Mr. Chair, when I started, that it has to be technologically feasible. Kasi minsan, yung mga design, medyo may pagkukulang, may napapansin ako. So I'm getting my hands dirty on this one.
So in other words, itong clean and affordable electricity will be mainly solar technology.
Hybrids, Mr. Chair. So the idea is you've got solar and then merong battery and then ikakabit po natin dun sa ating mga aging na diesels to help augment that. And then I'm also going to I'm challenging my teams now to design the same system or try to avoid having the diesel component and putting it into microgrids in unserved. Kasi nakita ko po yung mga unserved, merong mga tools kasi kami nakita na may mga isla na ang joke ko nga, Mr. Chair, if I may, powered by Shopee. Kasi bumibili na lang sila ng Shopee pero wala po silang hindi po nare-reach ng NAPOCOR. So yung sa mga yan, currently meron tayong solar home systems and we're trying to deploy it to the furthest talaga, but I also want to improve on that. So we have an upcoming 3-day strat plan binibigyan ko na po sila lahat ng homework in that direction po. So, we're excited for that.
Itong solar is
Yes, sir.
battery and solar and diesel combination.
So yung diesel po, hindi po tayo bibili ng diesel. Existing diesel, tapos ididikit po
Okay.
natin yun.
Alright.
I think ang report sa akin ng teams, the biggest challenge is the controller. So this is the non-human intervention kung kailan sisipa yung diesel kasi from the battery or direct ng solar. So dun daw nagkakaroon ng technological challenge yun dun sa controller. So like I mentioned earlier, personal po ako bumababa at pumupunta dun sa mga young engineers at sina-challenge ko. To sabi ko, alika, punta tayo sa mga existing and working projects because these guys, they're open to teach us and we should be willing to learn. So yun po yung tinutumbok ko po.
And then I saw here meron na tayong 27 existing areas na hybrid. Tama ba, Press?
Let me
And
verify
then three
that.
new,
I
ang
don't
target
want to be...
next year is 3 new areas.
I know, more than 3 new areas. po
More
tayo.
ba? How many ang target?
Kasi like right now dito sa kodigo ko, Mr. Chair, merong Naro, Gilotongan, Osmeña, San Pascual, Cabra, Tingloy. Ang dami mga lugar na hindi ko pa po napuntahan. Mahaba-haba po to.
So how many new areas ito? And I support this. In fact, nung nabubuhay pa si Pio Benavides, yung predecessor mo before, we were already flagging him about the rising cost of UCME. Kasi UCME galing yan ng diesel eh. No? So tayo lahat nagbabayad niyan sa on-grid areas. So I think he started the conversation of hybrids. No? So nag-umpisa doon. But right now, how many hybrid areas ang meron tayo?
Ito yung binilang ko po dito sa 1.5 billion natin na hinihingi. Yung 546 million po na hinihingi specifically for renewable energies, 30 areas.
30
yung sa existing...
30 existing areas.
So ito po yung sa 546.
Yung target.
Yung ating
Yes.
pinag-uusapan na if a fund for 2026, we are looking at
Dami,
yung 546, 30 areas. Yung sa existing, 8 lang po and with ongoing 7 na mangyayari.
May
And then I'm
secretary,
also,
wala eh. Meron palang 8. Ikaw naman, Sharon.
yung isang ang example,
But,
Mr. Chair,
but kidding aside, matagal na nakita ko, kasi madalas namin pag-usapan to during budget hearings eh, na palakihin yung hybrid. Ang problema kasi, and I'll show you yung UCM. Meron pa tayong slide ng UCM. Ang UCME natin ngayon is, meron pa tayong power. Paki-flash. Yan, almost 14 billion ng UCME natin because of this is primarily because of diesel prices. Diba? Ang diesel naman di bumababa, pataas eh. No? So pag pataas ang diesel prices, tataas rin yung UCME natin. So ngayon, ang if you compute yung difference ng yung approved subsidy rate 7 pesos, 7.4 pesos. Ang true cost ngayon is 26. So ang difference is 18 pesos. So ganong kalaki ang subsidy per kilowatt hour. Yun ang ganong kalaki ang binabayaran ng consumers outside of the missionary area. So the strategy is to lower down the use of diesel, and the only way to do that is to hybridize. No?
tama po yan, Mr. Chair. In fact, that's why we're prioritizing the hybridization because the way that we estimate it, it's going to be 12 or below per kilowatt hour. So that, yun po yung challenge na binigay po sa akin. Napakalaking challenge, pero sige lang po.
Okay. Well, ano ka naman, ikaw kilala kita as innovative eh. So and very aggressive. So hopefully we get meaningful impact with the hybridization projects kasi that's the only way na bababa yung consumption natin. This is related to diesel consumption eh. Kaya yan lang ang only way natin eh. Yes?
Just to add, we're also talking already with NPC on giving them more microgrid areas and use the microgrid concept in some of the islands, Mr. Chair.
And that's my question. Meron ba tayong plans for microgrid areas this coming 2026? Ang concept natin dito naman is to invite the private sector to invest in microgrids. Sila na bahala, no? Including distribution. No? Sila nang bahala. But regulated, of course, by ERC. No? But sila nang bahala doon sa generation and distribution. But microgrid lang, maliit na areas. No? NPC is the one who will bid that out eh. DOE ba? DOE. Sorry, DOE pala. Sorry, Sandra.
Meron po tayong existing microgrids and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 existing microgrids also. We plan on expanding. Yeah, we're working on it, Mr. Chair. Our expansion.
That's for 2026. Identified areas na yan. Meron na ba tayong USEC GEV na mic operating MGSP? Wala pa, no? Wala pa. QTP, pati MGSP. Wala pa. Can you use the mic?
We awarded it December 2023.
Okay.
They have 18 months to build it.
Okay,
Wala pa.
but they're ready mobilizing?
They are mobilizing, sir.
How many areas?
8 lots.
8 lots. Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay. Okay.
That's for 2026, Mr. Chair. That's Daan Bantayan, Cebu, Medellin, Cebu, Bordeos, Quezon, Panukulan, Quezon, Dumaran, Palawan, dalawang areas sa Dumaran, Palawan, Coron, and Busuanga, Mr.
This is
Chair.
for microgrids?
Yes, for
Candidates
2026.
For 2026, okay. Alright. So hopefully itong 2026, yung microgrid plus your hybridization, magiging ano na ito, magiging may impact na ito sa pagbaba ng UCME. The goal is to bring down UCME. Taas na ngayon eh. No, 14 billion ang linalabas na ngayon ng consumers. No? That's a way to lower down electricity rates because it's being charged to all of us.
Mr. Chair, I'm just to give support to what you mentioned. Meron po tayong hybrid dun sa Kwaming where we save 1.1 million pesos worth of diesel a year. So it also helps in decreasing our carbon footprint.
But right now, you said you have 8 areas na may hybrid na. We have 8 areas operating.
Ongoing.
Ongoing, di ba operating?
Sorry. I stand corrected,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
ongoing. I was going to ask magkano na nasi-save natin eh. So, sige, ongoing. Alright. But yun lang ang aking Press Jericho to pursue the hybridization project. And I see that you have budget here. But that's the only way, again, no? If you want to lower down electricity costs, one way is to lower down the UCME. Yeah. Magkano na UCME ngayon? How much is the... So that's 19 centavos rin. No? And growing yan, lumalaki yan. Yung 19 centavos is growing yan. No? Kasi lumalaki yung charges eh. Yeah. Yeah. What else? Aside from yung Siquijor and Siargao, Meron pa bang areas tayo na problematic because of the NPPs? Meron bang ano? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is a multi-agency and everybody wants to answer.
Daming gustong sumagot.
I know, but I just want to point na lang who does what, no? Actually, on the part of DOE, we have a task force for the islands in which Mario has several islands targeted this year and next year. That's together with the rest of the agencies. They visit these islands, mag-evaluate ano yung sitwasyon and what are the proposals. And sila Nani also has their own set of cooperatives, let's say, no, not just specifically islands. For example, Basilan is one of their major, or Zamboanga, which is not an island but also a problem. But they have certain areas also. But between the two, DOE and NEA, always involved with Pinapocor also because sila yung power producer. So, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, maybe Mario can answer and then Nani can follow through. Huh?
I just want to know, meron pa tayong mga problematic SPAG areas, particularly NPPs. Pag NPC naman, di naman nagiging problematic kasi may generator sila. But yung NPPs, kagaya ng nangyari sa Siquijor or sa Siargao ba is an NPP?
No, it's on the grid.
On grid siya kasi yung cable lang.
Yung cable lang ang problema po, sir.
Yeah, maybe Siquijor, mga ganyan type.
Yeah.
Meron pa ba tayong ganyan na areas?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have several islands that we are continuously monitoring, and in fact, on Monday, we are scheduled to visit Catanduanes. So that is included for the year. But aside from that, so we have to revisit several off-grid areas that covers not Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So may mga program po kami, like Northern Palawan, we're looking at Busuanga, Coron, and adjoining islands. We are also looking at the interconnection of Camiguin Islands. Masbate, but Masbate is under rehabilitation at this time, so we still have to wait. We are recognizing that the rehabilitation will improve the system already in Masbate. Camotes is already under our monitoring. We have already visited that. But we have Calayan Islands in Cagayan and several others. Marami po, sir. But for this year, we are confined with first Siquijor, Camotes, then we have remaining Catanduanes and Camiguin for this year.
These Camiguin and Catanduanes are NPPs?
Catanduanes is NPP provided with sole provider, but Camiguin is grid connected. However, its connection is currently not working properly, resulting to under voltage.
Okay. So, ano siya, hindi siya problema ng power producer. It's a cable problem.
Yes po.
Isa Masbate, galing ako doon eh.
Masbate.
Problema talaga.
Yeah,
I wrote DOE about that.
Yes, but Masbate was totally damaged by Typhoon Opong.
But even the typhoon.
But even before the typhoon, it's actually po, target na niya namin siya for this year. Kaya lang nga, parang naunahan tayo ng bagyo, so the restoration ng Masbate should put in place yung necessary correction that could have been implemented kung wala yung nangyaring damages. So parang naunahan na tayo ng rehabilitation to improve.
So may interconnection ba sa Masbate? Wala eh, di ba?
Wala pa po. But,
so you really need to change the generators.
Yes. But you see, Masbate has a good power supplier, but we have problems on the system, the overall looping system of transmitting power from one area to the other. In fact, Masbate has a thermal power facilities using coal as base load. Kaya lang yung mga peripheral off-site satellite gensets nila are diesel. So, but yun nga sir, yung Mr. Chair, yung rehabilitation effort should already improve the system.
Okay, so but that's beyond ito, lahat to beyond budget na ito, no?
Yes po,
These
beyond
are
budget.
all policy considerations.
Yes, since we will be conducting full audit, performance and assessment, technical, financial, and legal, then covered na po lahat yung assessment. To be, of course, our stakeholders, the suppliers and the electric cooperatives and distribution utilities will be the one to implement whatever findings we will have.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just add na lang,
Secretary.
because we have a team actually, we're working with NEA, NAPOCOR, and MIC even, together with DOE. We've identified some islands also that not necessarily na walang, hindi kailangan budget. These are major works, and we're targeting this and trying to find funding. I think NEA can further explain on this also, Mr. Chair, if you
Because
allow.
commissionary areas, the only option we have is to buy more generators, NPC. Diba? Well, you can, I'll be more than happy to be corrected. Kasi yun ang first instinct ko. But if there's other solutions, and if we can help, kasi budget season nga, if we can help allocate funds to help Masbate, Catanduanes, and ano yung isa, Camiguin, tutulong kami, no? Just let us know what do you guys need.
Permission, Mr. Chair, to relate the ongoings and the partnership with MIC. The project at Mindoro took off already, and this is the acquisition of the NPC asset of the backbone of the whole of the island of Mindoro. So we are designing it to have a radial transmission backbone or transmission backbone into the whole island, and thereby upgrading the backbone itself, because the backbone right now needs rehabilitation. So MIC will acquire the distribution backbone, and that will be upgraded. And that was designed by the UP College of Engineering, Professor Wali. So we are following that, and then MIC will be in partnership with Transco to be the system operator. And the idea is, if it will be fully implemented, there will just be one Mindoro Electric Cooperative supplying the whole island. And the same template will be done with the island of Palawan. Palawan is being supplied by a single line diagram, almost 600, 700 kilometers. And there was also a design that we will follow, wherein north will be one loop, Puerto Princesa will be another loop, and the south of Palawan will be another loop. And that is to improve the voltage quality and the delivery and reliability of the electric generation in the whole island.
In addition lang, Mr. Chair, that's Palawan, Mindoro, and we're also assessing Siargao, Basilan, Siquijor, Catanduanes, Masbate was supposed to be there, naunahan lang, and Camotes pala. Now, so when we talk about Siquijor and Basilan, it's the lines inside there. We have to improve that kasi isang dapo lang ng ibon dyan, it's really an old system. So we have the numbers already that's needed for Siquijor and Basilan. Siargao and Catanduanes, other than improving the lines, pwede siya makonect through submarine subsea cables. So those are things that we are already assessing. It's the funding that's tricky. That's why we're trying to bring in MIC in some of the projects. But in some, we might find funding from NEA and other sources that we can find. But iba talaga mahuhuli sila dahil kulang talaga yung budget. Because just by, as an example, Siargao, I think, was that the connection? Mga 800 million. Just to connect Siargao to the mainland, it's already 800 million, Mr. Chair. So we're trying to, through loans or through other fundings or through GAA, That's what we're trying to figure out with these islands, because these islands are potential tourist areas, Mr. Chair.
Example, Camotes tourist area yan. Of course, Basilan is a thriving province. And then you have Siargao, Siquijor, these are tourism. Most of these are very important tourism areas. No?
We have assessed already Basilan, Siargao. Ano ba bang mga napunta
So
niyo?
the funding will come from MIC. Maharlika.
Only with regard to Mindoro and Palawan, Mr. Chair. In Siargao, the circumstance is that last December, nagkaroon ng glitch yung submarine cable nila. So we are now trying to put an N-1, no? So NEA loaned in the tune of 840 million to Siargao to do an N-1. So mahirap, baka biglang bumigay. I mean, dugtong na lang kasi siya, Mr. Chair. So it was apparent that Congressman Dagook really would put an N-1 submarine cable connecting the three islands. And the same thing with Basilan, kahit na magdagdag kami ng generation, if we will not put a rehabilitation or do a rehabilitation of the distribution backbone, the whole island will still suffer a poor quality of electricity. And that is what we're doing right now. We did a study, it's in the tune of 400 to 500 million. I already started pouring in 100 million before the end of this year, and we'll just be doing it in phaseology. Although generation NPP, there's a pending CSP that is being conducted, and the new NPP will come in.
So I heard earlier, Administrator, that ang Maharlika papasok sa ganitong mga projects?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Specifically transmission projects?
Yes, sub-transmission. Actually, 2 years ago, Mr. Joel Consing visited in my office, and they want to put money into the power energy industry. So these are the things that were suggested to MIC. We developed it, and now we are implementing it in Mindoro already.
What will be the arrangement? Obviously, they will be the funders, but who will own the asset?
They will be the asset owners.
They'll be the asset
And they will be actually bundling with the franchise of Transco to be, for Transco to do the system operation so they can recover from the investment of the assets.
Mostly this will be in the SPUG areas.
SPUG areas, sir.
Mostly in the SPUG areas.
Yes, sir.
But these are not small SPUG areas like Palawan.
Well, Mindoro and Palawan, I believe, consist 60% of the UCME, consumes
correct,
60% of the UCME. So hopefully, with the rehabilitation and upgrading of the distribution backbone, a lot of renewables can be accommodated. And the same is true with Palawan.
Sila na rin dapat mag-fund nung hybrid. Kabit na nila doon, hybrid system, para mapababa yung
Hindi pa namin napag-uusapan, Mr. Chair, but they are just limiting themselves into the transmission assets.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm inquiring because I know that marami mga problematic areas and it's the budget season. So if the Senate can intervene in allocating some portions to improve the electricity situation in those areas, now is the time. And I know that NPC, hindi lang ba NPC ito? Kasi typically pag SPUG, NPC ang kausap eh. So it will be a multi-agency
Actually, it's a
approach.
multi-agency coordination already,
Okay,
Mr.
just
Chair.
let us know how we can help.
Because, Mr. Chair, we more or less we've identified where MIC should come in, and some other parts maybe private can come in as whether it's a PPP or a solicited proposal from them. But there are other parts talaga na we need government support, especially Siargao and Basilan, I would say, right now. So we'll just prepare the papers, the documents, and we can send it to your office.
Let us know, lalo na Siargao kasi tourism areas yan eh. So kung walang kuryente, kawawa yung mga hotels. Hindi naman rin sila pwede mag-generator all the time. Lulugi sila.
That was what happened, Mr. Chair, last time. They suffered 13 days of no electricity. Magpapasko pa naman. So,
Imagine kung generator sila, ang cost nila pagbili is 26 pesos per kilowatt hour. No?
Or more.
Or more. Oo. So, hindi magso-survive yung negosyo nila pag
That's
ganyan.
true.
No? So, kailangan talaga nila ng electricity. Yeah. Just let us know how we can intervene and support. And then my last question to NPC, nakita ko yung, this is about missionary electrification. In 2023, the utilization rate is 72%. Then in 2024, bumaba siya to 55%. And how are we doing in what seems to be the problem with missionary electrification? This is one of your core mandates. And I saw in your presentation earlier that meron pang 450,000 na mga households na in the missionary areas na hindi pa electrified. So, have you improved the utilization rate?
Mr. Chair, it was before my time.
Yes,
but,
definitely before your time.
The quick answer to the question is it was deferred by the NPC board at that time.
But mababa kasi yung utilization. In fact, in 2022 is only 14%, 2023 is 58%, 2024 23%. This is a core mandate missionary electrification.
Mr. Chair, these are actually the implementation ng mga tie lines, distribution lines na hindi natuloy.
Ito.
Yeah. So merong sa Holo na mga tie lines. This one is Palawan also, no? May mga tie lines din sa Palawan na hindi natuloy yung implementation because it was deferred. So that's why yung utilization bumagsak at that time.
And what's the action plan to improve utilization?
So while it's deferred, it doesn't mean na it's not going to push through. It's actually being pushed through, and we're pushing that to be 90%, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kaya ba within the years that feasible?
Before 2025? Yeah, naka-target na, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
90%.
All right. Sige, we'll monitor that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll go to NEA, to Administrator Almeda. And I just want to get some updates on the solar home systems mainstreaming. I think this is a good project. Alam ko na
Yes, Mr.
you
Chair.
explained this very well last time. I remember.
Yeah, we did a presentation in your
maganda
office.
siya. No? So
Yeah.
I just want to get an update. Kumusta itong solar home system project natin?
We are able to energize installed already about 30,000 units. There's an ongoing installation of 12,000 units, and there is an ongoing procurement bidded out already of another 10,000 units. So we are expecting at least 50,000 units to be installed within the year. I withheld the bidding first because it was programmed to bid out about 80,000 units this year, Mr. Chair. However, I will be lacking already in manpower to validate and issue certificate of final inspections because I was precluded by some COA findings regarding my EAW. So I wish to appeal, Mr. Chair, that this special provision on the use of EAW as part of the operational revenues be granted to NEA because with the bulk of subsidy projects NEA is implementing right now, we are having limited source of manpower to validate everything. And we are also about to, if I may, Mr. Chair, we are also about to implement 294 energization of the last mile schools, powered also by solar home systems. And we're just awaiting downloading of the funds from DBM. We have already bid it out. And if the use of the engineering administrative overhead will still remain the same, I have to admit, I have to be honest, that we will be having difficulty in the timely liquidation and implementation of these projects.
Mr. Chair. Yes, in the from HOR, there was an additional budget for total electrification under NEA at 8 billion pesos, Mr. Chair. And considering this, the implementation would not be as fast if, kasi the more projects NEA has, the more validation they have to do. And right now they have enough people for a budget of 1.5 to 2 billion.
2 billion actually.
Now if you increase that by 8, actually additional 8,
Yeah.
then the manpower won't be enough. Now, NEA has a proposal of allotting a certain percentage for, ano ba, hindi ko makita.
No, the administrative expense is really something that is ongoing right now. It's rather the use of that administrative fee of 3% per project that is that should form part of the engineering and administrative overhead. However, I can understand COA because based on the provisions before, this EAW can only be, as per the provision, it can only be utilized on the project itself. No, so if we identify one project, we can only spend some engineering staffing or field validators just for that project, as compared if it will be considered as operational revenue and it will form part of the internally generated funds, then we can hire regular engineers to beef up our manpower to validate and inspect all these projects. I mean, these are all last mile schools, PVMs, to the farthest, the unviable and unserved areas. Mr. Chair, you can just imagine the travel time, the logistics involved, and for us to come up with an efficient and accurate validation of these projects. We need warm bodies, really. And not only warm bodies, but rather qualified personnel to issue and sign the certificate of final inspection and audit.
But we'll break it down one by one. No? We'll start off first with yung solar home systems. And the reason why I asked this because I want this to connect to schools. No? And right now, for school year 2023-2024, according to to DepEd, meron pa tayong 2,000 schools na walang kuryente.
Well, on the last mile schools alone, Mr. Chair, per DepEd, there are still 2,359.
Okay.
2,359. So as per our MOA, which we recently signed last February, all their electrification budget will be downloaded to NEA.
Okay.
So NEA can implement the energization of the last mile schools. However, the budget can only accommodate 294.
That is my next question because one problem that I want to solve, actually two problems I want to solve is with education. Number one is dapat lahat ng school natin may kuryente.
I agree, Mr. Chair.
Ang susunod, dapat lahat ng school may internet. Kasi hindi naman pwede may internet, walang kuryente. Diba? So, umpisahan muna natin yung kuryente. So, and based, siguro ano ito, no? I'm just off by 300.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I may share,
Yeah.
the pilot school we energized in Agusan del Norte, the first school that we did as a pilot project, of which Secretary Angara and myself energized and inaugurated. We were able to energize, put electricity to supply 4 classrooms. And we also brought with us that Starlink. And when we inaugurated that school, actually, we had a Zoom meeting with the president then, who was somewhere. And we were able to donate also smart TVs that can give the professors or the teachers an interactive method of teaching. And that also the setup is designed also to accommodate charging tablets for the design. We came up with the design that can do charging of 40 tablets per classroom, and that would give the students the opportunity to receive tablets that are normally given to public schools here in the metropolis.
In assumption natin itong 2,300 schools na walang kuryente, assumption natin na sa co-op sila, co-op areas.
Yeah, within the franchise area of the electric cooperatives.
Okay. And the way to reach those 2,300 schools through solar rooftops.
Solar with battery.
Solar with battery.
Solar with battery,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. The design are for 2, 4, 8, and 16 classrooms.
Okay, but some of the schools yata malalaki. But sige, how much per school ang investment?
Parang if my memory serves me right, Mr. Chair, parang nasa 1.2 million for the 4 classroom setup.
1.2 million for 4 classroom.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair.
And then how much is the investment to cover the 2,300 schools?
Well, we just have to qualify, Mr. Chair, because there are schools that are 8, there are 16.
Yeah.
Pero, Mr. Chair, pag tumataas yung bumababa yung cost eh.
Okay, so assuming
Parang ganun, pero pag bumababa siya.
assuming 1 million siya per school, assuming lang I'm just
Yeah.
making some easy calculation. So lalabas mga 2 billion, 2.3 billion
Something there.
ang
Something
kailangan
there.
natin.
Something there.
Oo. I'm checking, alam ko ang DepEd allocation is about 1.2 billion ang electrification nila. So ang kulang na lang natin is another 1.2 to make it 2.4.
Something there.
Ha? Oh, I'm just ano lang to initial calculation lang to para lang mayroon na akong working figure. Para may target na working figure ako. So to complete all 100%, to complete all the 2,300 schools, kailangan natin roughly lang
2.4.
2.4, but ang additional na lang is 1.2.
Okay.
Kasi may 1.2 na sila eh. No, roughly lang to, roughly. Sabi nga ni Sharon, ni Secretary, mas malaki pa yan. But roughly lang. So, para lang ma-complete na natin. Kasi yesterday, DICT was here and we managed to work out provision with them na yung mga wala pang internet, lalagyan na ng internet through the free Wi-Fi
Yeah, but the
program.
electricity should be present.
Kasi free Wi-Fi program is about 5 billion pesos and more. So, malalagyan na yung schools. Ang problema ngayon, walang kuryente. No? So, that's why I'm working with NEA to electrify those schools na wala pang kuryente. So, we'll take note that we need to add 1.2. Pwede bang idiretso na yan sa NEA?
Actually,
wala ng transfer.
Actually, Mr. Chair, what happened for 2025, nagmowa kami, but it was already downloaded to DepEd. And nirequest lang nila sa DBM to download it straight to NEA
Sige,
by virtue of the MOA.
We'll work na lang with Secretary Angara
Yes.
kung anong prefer niya.
Yeah.
Kasi iniisip ko, since kayo naman kaya ko tinanong, the assumption here is nasa co-op area siya.
Yeah, it's
Diretso na lang with the provision there na these are to electrify the remaining 2,300 schools. Para tapos na tayo doon, wala na tayong problema with the schools.
Mr. Chair.
Tsaka ano rin you need the co-ops na rin, Mr. Chair, to maintain that and to...
Actually, Mr. Chair, for the information of the body, I requested the co-ops not to charge anything to these public schools in terms of operation and maintenance. That will be part of their CSR already. But they are the ones who will be the one to be the lead in installing in the installation of the solar panels and the installation of the battery energy storage system.
Thank you, Admin. So at least na-solve natin yung sa schools because we want to solve one problem at a time. And 1.2 billion is not that much naman. I think we can source it out somewhere. I'll go to itong presentation ninyo, Admin, just to understand. You started, we'll flash yung ComSec, yung SEP accomplishments. I want to understand where we are in terms of electrification. So we started off with 19,000 unenergized sitios. Ngayon, ang natitira, 8,800. Tama? Yan ang natitira natin for
Mr. Chair.
2026. And that will completely, tama ba? That will completely energize the entire Philippines, itong 8,800.
Sitios lang to...
Yeah, sitio ba?
Yeah, okay.
Kasi pag kinabit mo yung sitio, di mayroon ng kuryente doon. O iba pa yung household connection.
Iba pa siguro yung household connections, Mr. Chair, because this is a moving target. The sitios are moving target. Anyway, I think it's better that we submit the 5-year program of the total electrification. I mean, this is kind of misleading, I have to admit. Maybe just to present the budget utilization in terms of the prior years. We presented this one, but I would submit, Mr. Chair, to your office, the 5-year program starting 2023 of the total electrification, strategic total electrification roadmap.
Okay. But based on data, ang unelectrified nilang natin is 1.7 million households.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes, I agree.
Because this is a moving target.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Chair.
Lumalaki yung population natin, especially in the countryside. So, lumalabas 1.7 million ang ating
households, Mr. Chair.
No? Wala ba dito yan? Yung unelectrified? Tama ba yan? Tama yan, di ba? Oo.
Nasa DOE yan. Ay, actually, nasa DOE.
Nasa briefer ba? Nasa may presentation.
Asan na yung roadmap ng 5G? Nandiyan pa sa'yo.
Okay. Ang gusto ko malaman, based on your estimates and your new programs, how much will it take to electrify this 1.7 million households? Based on your estimates,
We started at 69 billion last 2023. I believe it's only at 61 billion. 61 billion, Mr. Chair.
Ito yung aming estimates. This is based on your data, NEA data, na ang natitira is 1.7. So to electrify the 1.7, we need 61 billion.
61 billion, Mr. Chair.
And this is a combination of solar rooftops,
That's right, Mr. Chair.
electrification.
Sitio electrification, barangay line enhancement program, and the PVM, which is the solar home system.
Alright, sige. Medyo malayo pa tayo. And then 61 billion, yan, medyo mabigat yun. I have to admit, we have to program that. Okay. I'll go to an item, Administrator, in your budget. This is, we read in a COA report, meron pang 1.2 billion have remained to be unliquidated 1 to 5 years. And then on the same report, there have about 470 million subsidies that were released to 14 delinquent ECs, contrary to the special provision, GAA special provision, that subsidies can only be released to ECs that have fully liquidated. This is in the COA report that we, and these are the ECs.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, these are mostly in the BARM areas.
Mostly in the BARM. Yeah, nakita namin in the BARM.
Magelco, Siaselco, Lasureco, Tawelco, and Baselco.
Ito yung mga unliquidated, itong 1.2.
That's right, Mr. Chair.
Oo. I'm sure matatagal na ito.
Medyo matagal na, Mr. Chair.
Matatagal na ito. Oo. But ang concerning, admin, to be honest about it, itong 479 na nag-release ng subsidies to 14 delinquent ECs contrary to the special provision. Can you explain that? Meron tayo.
Out of the 479, Mr. Chair, 208,487,000 were already liquidated. So there exists a balance only of 270 million that are still pending liquidation.
Ang punto dito, Administrator, how come we released, the special provision is very clear. Kung may delinquent ka, hindi ka pwedeng mag-release ng subsidies. Because again, it creates this bad precedent as well as bad habit of not liquidating. We're rewarding bad habits. No? So ito yung mga ECs na may delinquent. Again, this is from a COA report. No? So pinadala lang sa amin.
Actually, Mr. Chair, based on the record I have with me right now, most of which are calamity grants. These are emergency and resiliency fund. That's why in the special provision request we had is to allow the grant of the release of calamity resiliency funds to cooperatives because case in point, like what happened in Masbate right now. Imagine if they will be disqualified to receive emergency resiliency and calamity fund because of some pending liquidation of a Sitio electrification project, and we will be going into the tune of 300, 400 million because the whole distribution backbone has to be restored. I mean, we will be punishing the residents of the province just because of some mismanagement practices of the management of the co-op. And I believe, as administrator, I mean, it will just be fair and right that the release of the calamity and resiliency fund be treated on an emergency nature rather than as just a subsidy by itself.
We will consider that. We will study that. But it seems to me that logical naman siya dahil di naman nila kasalanan ng calamity. So, and they need help. So we can release calamity loans. But yung mga hindi naman tinamaan ng calamity, pero nakapag-release kayo ng loans, meron bang ganyan? And then granted na tinamaan sila ng calamity, but the special provision is very strict na kung delinquent ka, huwag ka munang kumuha ng loans hanggang maayos mo yung iyong delinquency. No? That's the special provision that we included. No? So it's a direct violation of the special provision, no? Unless you have a legal basis that can defend your actions.
Mr. Chair, I don't think there was a one-time release on this. It was a series of releases.
Prior to this special provision or after the special provision?
During calamity situations, because most of them are, as per our record, these are all calamity funds. Odette, actually Odette, I mean, I wasn't still there. Mostly Odette ito, Mr. Chair, yung tumama sa Visayas and Mindanao na matindi. I mean, the cooperatives really needed help during that time. I mean, from Cebu to Bohol to Camiguin, I think, no? To Camiguin, I think. Medyo matindi inabot nila ron. Actually, as per our records, these are all Typhoon Odette calamity funds involved. 90% of which.
Let's put our house in order. Again, we support the concept of helping calamity-stricken ECs. Hindi naman nila kasalanan, tinamaan sila, and they need to rebuild. And by helping the ECs, we're helping the people there. No? But let's be strict about the special provisions kasi these are laws. And we don't want a situation wherein laws are violated. If you think that we need to amend the special provision, we're very open to that.
Yeah, it's part of the wish list that
we will support your proposal. But in the absence of that, let's be mindful that these special provisions are aimed to create a orderly implementation of the
Noted,
budget.
sir.
Yeah.
Noted, Mr. Chair. Actually, we are still enforcing, and we are still requiring them to submit liquidation documents to put this and settle this pending liquidation issues. Now.
Kasi these are base sa COA report, it's na-release 2024. So these are just Kalambang Odette. Di ba Odette is Odette yata is 2020. When is Typhoon Odette? Not 2024.
Third tranche na yun, 2024, sir. Mr. Chair.
So marami siyang tranches.
Yes, it's a series of tranches yan, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Normally 3 tranches.
Was the special provision there na? I'm checking, but baka mas alam nyo pa.
I think the special provision only happened last year. But before that, we were allowed, NEA was allowed to release in tranches pending certificate of final inspection of sitio electrification projects.
Okay. I'm checking when this special provision came about. But definitely this special provision came about 2024.
Yeah.
No, and there were releases 2024, no. So may violation siya. Even though in tranches, the argument might be in tranches, but then again, we're not looking at tranches, we're looking at the releases.
So meron ng special provision. Mr. Chair, I would put things in order in NEA about this.
Okay, yeah, just be mindful of
Yeah,
that, no?
thank you,
like
Mr.
I said, Administrator, if you think that we need to amend this, you need to
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
tweak it, we're very open to that. We want to make sure that that NEA is responsive to the
Yeah.
needs of our
We have to,
constituents, no?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but wag tayo mag-violate ng special provision kundi magulo eh.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I want to put
I'll be mindful of that, Mr. Chair. I'll make sure that things will be in order as far as liquidation is concerned. On emergency and resiliency funds.
A better way is taasan yung e-surf eh. Kasi yung e-surf is really meant to, yung Electric Cooperatives Resiliency Fund.
Actually,
Kasi that's-
Mr. Chair, 200 million lang,
Oo nga,
tapos
maliit.
subject to reimbursement, subject to replenishment. And just like right now, Typhoon Opong and the typhoon before that, there is a pending SRF application already. In 200 million, may pending application na on 3 other cooperatives at 80 million. So I'm left with 120 million na lang. But the ongoing Masbate cost of calamity restoration is already at almost at 400 million. So when I saw the administrator of the Office of Civil Defense in Bogosibu, I was really talking to him, Mr. Chair, and asking him, sana mabigyan mo ako ng speedy replenishment kasi ang lalaki ng mga replenishment at stake dito sa mga tinamaan.
E-surf pwede ma-replenish yan, no?
Yeah, nare-replenish naman, sir.
Pero but you compete with the other agencies. Eh.
That's true.
They get
That's
it
true.
from the NDRMC
Yeah,
fund.
Office of Civil Defense.
Oo. But typically, magkano naggagastos for Kasi yung e-surf is grant siya. Ang yung binibigay nyo na sa mga ECs, loan siya.
No. Mr. Chair, those are grants too.
Grant rin.
Grants
Grant
too.
rin.
Yeah.
Okay.
So ang nasa GAA is 200 million subject for replenishment. So it all depends on what kind of level of damage is suffered by a co-op. Minsan, I mean, just like in Masbate, I mean, 2 replenishments are needed to cover the materials used. And we are, Masbate only loaned all these steel poles, conductors, and distribution transformers from the regional procurement hub for them to be able to restore immediately. That's why they were able to restore the backbone in less than 20 days. And now, in less than 30 days, they will be able to restore the whole province.
The ones you gave for Typhoon Odette, is that grant or loan?
Grant yun,
Grant
Mr.
rin
Chair.
siya.
Yes.
Grant rin siya.
Grant
Okay. Alright. Sige, how much do you need for e-surf in 1 year? Typically, more or less yan.
I would say if we can increase it to 500, hindi na kami mabibigla. Hindi na kami mabibigla. Because depende, Mr. Chair. I mean, pag medyo tinamaan ng sobrang serious, kahit yung 500, malalapnos mauubos. But definitely, yun naman, hindi naman namin kailangan ibigay kagad in tranches namin binibigay. So pinakikiusapan lang ng, ang mahirapan lang doon, yung mga nagpautang na suppliers na nagbigay ng mga materyales. Napapakiusapan naman sila.
But ang concept kasi niyan, quick response eh.
That's right. That's
Para
right,
yung
Mr. Chair.
EC makabalik ka agad. Tuwing may bagyo naman, ang EC tinatamaan din eh. No? In fact, sila ang one of the casualties, mga EC, bagsak
First
yung mga-
casualties Well,
bagsak yung
frontliner
mga-
sila, Mr. Chair.
Bagsak yung mga poste, bagsak yung mga wiring. So, the first thing that the residents want, mabalik yung kuryente. Pero
That's
hindi
true.
naman nila mabalik yung kuryente kung walang pang-repair.
But with the present program, Mr. Chair of NEA, we established a regional procurement hub in every region. So there was a timely response, a quick response, because all major items like the steel poles, the conductors, and distribution transformers were delivered to Masbate in a span of 2 to 3 days.
Mr. Chair, kasi I do support the increase of their quick response fund kasi dapat kasi nauuna talaga yung electricity doon eh. Otherwise, the hospitals won't go. All the relief operations, hindi makakagalaw kung wala. Kaya dapat ready na sila to go the day after ng calamity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll work on that. Pag umiikot rin ako after the calamity, talagang yan request ng tao. Kailan babalik ang kuryente? Pero maraming bagsak kasing mga poste. So,
That's true, Mr.
and the
Chair.
co-ops nakatali yung kanilang working capital. So, it's a way to help the co-ops without passing on the cost to the consumers.
Just to emphasize the point, like Masbate, even the evacuation centers, the control command center, and even cash, Mr. Chair, walang cash doon dahil walang electricity. So it was difficult for them to really start the operations at that time. So kaya nagpapanik din kami pag nadidelay ang mga tao na tutulong from the other co-ops.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. We Senator JV, who has also questions to the energy sector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you still here. I came from the Coast Guard anniversary with the President. Kaya umalis muna ako. Pagbalik ko, dito pa rin kayo. So, nice to see all of you again. Anyway, just siguro, no, I asked this question to the Secretary when she, during her confirmation, just like to get the DOE's position. Of course, yung EPIRA. No? I asked if we can get yung inyo pong suggestions. Which provisions, I'm sure that most of you will agree already by this time that we really need to amend the EPIRA law. No? We just passed in 2001 with very good intention to lower down the cost of electricity by encouraging competition, by privatizing Napocor power plants, transmission lines, distribution system. Ang nangyari po, natuloy yung Napocor power plants privatization, privatization of the transmission lines. Ang di lang natuloy, pagbaba ng presyo. Di ba? Lahat na privatization natuloy. Pero yung inaasahan natin na competition supposedly to lower down the cost of electricity, hindi po nangyari. So, which particular provisions would you think that you would propose to this committee so that we can already start the ball rolling and amend the EPIRA law, which again, has not really served well its intended purpose? Sige, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a draft of the possible amendments. Ang gagawin ko dito? Okay. The first, there are several parts in the EPIRA, and it divides it per sector of the industry na. So, first, my priority was the PSALM extension, which was done already, and second would be the ERC strengthening, not per se in the reorganization of ERC, but streamlining their processes and also giving it teeth. Kasi like the question by the chairman earlier, what are the penalties that have been given to NGCP, for example, for any violations and the delay? So they're limited as to, I think, only 5 million pesos per violation. So we're trying to increase that, and also in addition to the increases in the penalties, not only monetary but also in the number of imprisonment. Also that any penalties that are collected from any of the violations of the power players will be considered by ERC to be as possible refund to our consumers. But the part on ERC, Mr. Chair, I would rather have ERC expound on that kasi sila yung main concern dyan eh. But yes, sir.
Yeah, she was
Okay,
the REC chairperson after secretary. Sige po.
And
Tapos
then-
sila ni Sec.
Yes, sir. So before ERC, I'll just go through the major changes on the generation side. Ano yung generation side changes? And we want more accountability on the part of the generation on their performance. For example, if the contract says you have to deliver 10 megawatts and some, unfortunately, there are some generation companies that only deliver half of that, there is no substantial penalty or accountability. So gusto namin i-strengthen yan. Transmission, separation of the... Ang NGCP kasi ngayon, isa lang yan eh. Transmission, sila yung nagpapatayo, tapos sila nag-ooperate. We want it separated. And then on the distribution, hindi ko na maalala. Ano yung distribution natin? There's also more provisions on distribution. I don't want to go to all of that, but we can submit it to the chairman and also to Senator Ejercito. All the provisions that we have, we are proposing, we can submit it in portions or as a whole, Mr. Chair. Pero ready na po kami if we want to submit with for you to sponsor, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I will be willing. I'm sure our chair would likewise be willing, as the former chair of the Committee on Energy. No, anything that would really bring down the cost of electricity, because I think siguro sa ASEAN, no, we are losing to our foreign investors, foreign direct investors, because of two things: poor infrastructure and high cost of electricity. So if we can really do something about this at the soonest possible time, then we will have a better chance against our ASEAN neighbors.
Mr. Chair, one proposal of Senator Marcoleta is to remove the VAT. It can also be incorporated in the EPIRA, although it is a more controversial topic. It might be more prudent kung separate bill siya. But it can also be an option. We can also incorporate it in the proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sige, si RC Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, we were able to impose penalties on NGCP for its delayed CAPEX. There were around 34 CAPEX projects that got delayed. So we were able to impose 15.8 million. But as the Secretary has stated, there may be already a need to...
In a span of how many years po yan, Chairman?
It was a one time. There were the two cases. One time, it involved 34 projects. But as the Secretary has stated, there may already be a need to update the fines and penalties that may be imposed pursuant to EPIRA under Section 46. Then we, of course, support the pending bills in Congress for ERC strengthening. We have gone through the different versions of the bill. In particular, for ERC's strengthening, we support fully the proposals for at least a partial use of the income or the excess revenues collected out of the imposition of regulatory fees, and as well as the creation of that consumer advocate. That is also a feature of several of the bills that we were able to study. I believe that with consumer representation, there would be a better discussion of the issues that are presented before the Commission, and so we can come out with better decisions.
Thank you for that. I'll take advantage. The Secretary mentioned NGCP and Chairman also, Chairman Juan, no? Meron phone-in question kasi dito, galing sa media natin. Take advantage ko na, Mr. Chair. Gandang tanghali, boss. Baka pwede pong mapa-update sa DOE NAPOCOR, pwede rin NAPOCOR, dito naman si Chairman Jericho, is the DOE still considering taking back the operations of the country's sole grid system in GCP? Thanks, boss. For security, issues of national security.
Mr. Chair, I do agree that there has to be a certain degree of control of the government, not just for national security though. What happened was we gave a franchise for the entire grid system, and if you really read through the concession agreement and the franchise, the government has no powers over, very limited authority. For example, kung
So what I remember also, I was conferring with our chairman. DOE one time, if I remember it right, tried to go and inspect, and you were not even allowed by NGCP. And yung Transco,
papaalam muna kami.
Nagpaalam pa, sarili nating
Mr. Chair.
parang may mali, di ba? And ang concern lang natin doon, of course, with, if everything was normal, especially with the precarious situation in the West Philippine Sea, for a fact that big share is owned by the State Grid Corporation of China, yun ang worry namin dito, na with one flick of a switch, baka pwede tayo maparalyze, Sana, yun yung mga, those are the things that hopefully will not happen, no?
Mr. Chair, I would like to expound on that. For example, NGCP's budget per year is about, I can't remember na. The earnings would be about 20 billion a year, and that's less the cost of capital outlay that they do, no? Which means it's a huge budget per year to construct all this infrastructure. This is not from my research, but based on the hearings in the House of Representatives. And most of the construction that is done are actually by non-Filipino construction firms, meaning the money that is being paid by our consumers so that NGCP can fund this construction are being used for materials and people from outside, Mr. Chair. So in that sense, you're correct that there is no security and the money does not go back to the economy of the Philippines. So that's one danger there also, and that was expounded on during the hearing in the House of Representatives, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll just wait. Anyway, we'll be willing to sponsor amendments to the INQUIRER law. Sad to say, sabi na alala ko, 2000, that was 2001, just 6 months after the assumption of the GMA administration. Talagang pinasbreak di ba? Mura pa noon ng tag-isang envelope lang. Di ba? Para lang maipasa ito. Ay, nako. Tapos buong buhay nating pinagdudusahan, yung 500,000 para mabigay yung ewan ko, totoo yun. Diba? Parang buong buhay natin pinagdurusahan, diba? So hopefully we can make amendments and at least correct a wrong that was done before.
Mr. Chair, it can also be done through a review or amendment of the franchise of NGCP. It can be done through EPIRA or maybe more effectively through the franchise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Senator JB, before we move to another topic, because this is a very important issue, but I was surprised to hear from Secretary na hindi pa done deal yung Maharlika deal, because what I was thinking is yung gobyerno, okay, na-privatize na ito, pumunta na sa kamay ng private sector, 40% na sa State Grid of China. But our way to have eyes and ears is to buy out the local partner or the local entity, no? And which I support and which I think it's important. Kung wala man tayong kung nagkakaproblema man lang tayo dito sa whether pinapapasok ang DOE o hindi, but kung may ownership ng Republic of the Philippines, wala silang choice kundi papasok talaga tayo doon dahil tayo na may-ari noon eh. Pero I was surprised to hear na that's not a done deal yet.
It's not, as per our conversations with MIC, Mr. Chair, wala pa yung, how do you call it, the contract itself. There was a letter of irrevocable letter of intent or
I thought we were celebrating na mababa yung nakuha natin. 'Di ba? Nakatipid pa tayo, ano? Napakagaling ng Maharlika team dahil nakatipid tayo, nakakuha tayo ng discount. Pero wala pa pala.
We are supposed to get
parang nabudol yata tayo eh, no? Hindi, but I'm just saying hindi naman it's beyond the bayad eh. It's really sabi nga ni Senator JB, it's for national security purpose. That purchase I am not looking at making money out of it. I'm looking at securing the country. No? So that's the whole point. But I was surprised na wala pa palang ganun. No?
So far, we have not gotten any official communication regarding we have 2 new members of the board. There's supposed to be 12 and an additional 2 to accommodate Maharlika. So as concessionaires, they should inform Transco for the very least, Mr. Chair, of any changes. But we'll send them official inquiry. Also,
and
Mr.
also
Chair.
some updates because DOE should be in the loop with this transaction because again, no, it's a national security concern, it's an energy security concern, so dapat in the loop ang DOE. So
Yes,
just
Mr. Chair.
update us with the real situation.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chair. Likewise, I had sayang yun, no? Because I think it will be a very wise investment for Maharlika. Kasi ano to eh, tuloy-tuloy to eh. This will be a cash cow instead of putting it in investments that are not that have no certainty. At least this, tingin ko walang talo rito, and we'll hit 2 birds with 1 stone. We'll have a very good investment for Maharlika. At the same time, yun nga, yung binabagit ni Chairman din, binabagit natin, yung issue of national security. I'll move on to another topic, yung one of the things that I was really happy during the SONA PBM, nung nabanggit niya na magkakaroon tayo ng 200 bagong power plants, no? Siguro if just ilan po ba sa halos 200 power plants itong base load plants, ilan ng renewables, siguro yung breakdown lang kung talagang 200 nga. Siguro kung renewable, marami siguro talaga ito. So can you give us yung update on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The President mentioned, I think it's 195 power plants. May renewable tsaka yung non-renewable. Totaling to about 11 gigawatts, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair. For that task, we have created a special task force for 200 power plants, headed by Undersecretary Fontebella and Undersecretary Marasigan. If you allow, Mr. Chair, Yusek Mario can explain further. Thank you.
Yes, Yusek Mario. So for the record, ilan po yung base load rito, power plants? Because I'm more particular, Mr. Chair, doon po sa base load kasi I think this is what we really need. Okay, we support renewables, but whether we like it or not, still intermittent. Iba yung base load which we will need to power our needs in the next coming decades. Sige, Yusek Mario.
Thank you, Honorable Senator JB. Actually, what we are monitoring is about 196 projects and also battery and storage systems. Then for the coal facilities that we are envisioning in the next 3 years, that would be equivalent to 970 megawatts. For the natural gas, we are eyeing for 440 megawatts. And then the rest would be in the form of renewable energies. The largest contribution would be on solar and wind. So the
So mga
total,
ilan po yung total sa renewables na megawatts that you estimate po?
ang estimates po natin sa renewables would be around 7,000 megawatts.
That's good news, no? Hopefully it will be online. Ilan ba talaga yung ano natin? Do you have an estimate of the power generation, that the power needs that we will have in the next 10 years, 5 to 10 years? Kahit ano lang, rough estimate.
We can provide with you the actual data, which is in the form of our power outlook.
Sige po. For our better appreciation. We'll ano.
Thank you very much po.
So, of those, Music Mario probably can answer. Ilan naman dito ang committed, ongoing, or indicative pa lamang?
Lahat po yung binanggit kong projects na 196 are committed projects. So we are closely monitoring not only the administrative side of it, coordinating with concerned agencies that are involved in permitting and licensing, but also the actual, yung physical construction po ang minomonitor natin.
And according to DOE, am I correct, by 2040, we magdadagdag tayo na higit kumulang 46,000 megawatts. Yan po ang target
Yun po ang
natin.
target natin for renewables.
So, gaano kalaking gaano kalaking bahagi ng gap na ito ang masasaklaw ng kasalukuyang pipeline?
Yung po, yeah. Kung ang nasa pipeline po natin ng renewables, it will be in the tune of 20,000. But our ultimate target by 2050, just for offshore solar alone, is in the tune of 19,000 megawatts. So yun po yung ultimate target natin, particularly on the clean energy scenario. But if we want to push through with more renewables, that could even be larger in terms of offshore solar wind, which is in the tune of 50 gigawatts or 50,000 megawatts. It's a challenge. We have to put up the infrastructures, but ano naman po, we're pursuing all those challenges. Thank you.
Yung po sa Yusek Mario, about sa base load, alam naman natin we're still heavily dependent on coal. If I remember it right sa yung presentation, nasa 40% pa rin. So of the base load power plants that you intend or yung pong planong itayo ngayon, ano pong karamihan doon? Still coal, LNG?
Well, basically po, thank you very much for the question, Honorable Senator JV. Basically, the base load capacities that we are looking at remains to be the coal thermal facilities that are not covered by the coal moratorium. But our intention for renewable energy in complement with natural gas and pump storage hydro is to make the intermittents base loads. So makikita po natin yung first project natin ng solar with battery. This is the biggest solar facility that we will have, the Terra Solar. While it is at the tune of 3.6 gigawatt in terms of installed capacity, to make it base load with a battery, it will only generate at 850 megawatts. So that means po mag-operate siya 24 hours. If that scheme can be developed further, then we are looking at renewables also turning into baseload capacities. Notwithstanding that geothermal and some other storage hydros can already serve as baseload facilities. Also, our initiatives for nuclear will provide us additional baseload capacity. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Yusek Mario. I think yun to yung low-hanging fruit natin, geothermal. Yan ang marami tayo eh. Also LNG, kaya medyo very expensive to build, no? Nabanggit nyo na rin po yung nuclear power. Secretary Garin earlier mentioned that with the assumption of the Marcos administration, na-renew yung yung interest on nuclear energy. And what's good about it, before, ang nuclear power kasi na-demonize masyado no? Because of the BNPP. For so many years, nobody would dare touch nuclear issue with the 10-foot pole. Walang politiko na magsasalita tungkol dito. And I think I had the chance to visit Bataan Nuclear Power Plant when I was a first-term senator, sabi nila ako daw yung isa sa mga unang tumapak doon, no, na senador dahil nga siguro takot sa repercussions because it was really demonized. But the nice thing about it, I think people now have an open mind about nuclear energy because I think most of it has been proven successful with our neighbors and in Europe, in the United States, Japan. Yun na po, with the Philippine Energy Plan of 2023, 20 to 20 targets, a phased entry of nuclear energy. In line with this, what are the programs for 2026 to integrate nuclear power into our energy mix? So, meron na ba tayo nito? Yung po mga modular na proposal, or is it really still wise to rehabilitate the Bataan Nuclear Power Plant? Ano po ang plano talaga? Sec. Garin.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. On nuclear, there's so much interest in the small modular reactor. That is also why there's renewed interest, because I guess people think that it's smaller, so it's safer, no? But not technically, unfortunately also, there's still no ready commercially available SMR in the world, except for a couple of countries, no? But although given that, we are preparing as if we're going to have whether SMR or the conventional, which could be 1,200 or 600 megawatts. We do have a target of 1,200 megawatts by 2032. It will depend, however, on the technology that we get. Who decides which technology? More or less, it will be the private, like any coal power plant or diesel or gas-fired power plant. Sila magde-decide ng commercial side. What we need, as on the government side, however, we just need to make sure that if ever somebody wants to build it at that pace, that fast, the agencies have to be ready to accept na applications. So we're gearing up.
Pero the sheer size of yung pong normal nuclear plant will take about 5 to 10 years to build. Even more.
Even more, sir. Sa UAE, their first one was 14 years. Now they're down to 4 years. So it's expensive to delay it also. Naging mahal din siya. So kailangan talaga very precise ka. Kaya we cannot rush into nuclear. We have to be ready. The agencies have to be knowledgeable. Our operators have to be knowledgeable, have to be trained. Kaya ang gusto lang namin na by next year, capacity building, we're done already. Preparations for the permitting, we should be finished already. Kaya para pa may nag-apply, we understand it can be more than 5 years, but at least they can start na, we can grant a license na within 2 years or so. Yun yung objective. Construction we cannot control, Mr. Chair, but we're really it's really part of our roadmap to have nuclear energy, at least a licensed one by within this term, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Nice to hear that. At least everybody's open about it. And I think there are a lot of good stories about it. Yung mga good, mga successful energy mix, no? Yung France, I think 70%, 70-30, no? Yung pong ano. So,
Can I just add lang? There's always a question of kaya ba to ng Pilipino? We've proven that already. We built Bataan Nuclear Power Plant actually and almost turned it on. So kaya back then, if kaya natin yun, I mean, even more so.
Kaya, tsaka nag-welding ng Bataan Nuclear Power Plant are female.
Yes, sir.
Kasi maganang kamay, tama?
And in fact, UAE is building 4 in a row, di ba? Most of them, the construction is done by Filipinos there. So the ability is there. We just need to make sure that everything's in place. Kaya we're confident that we can build one. Just very safe, secure, and with safeguards lang.
Yes, and I agree that we have to be very careful about it kasi nuclear, we have to be very, una, safety is of top utmost priority. Ang siguro kasi yung cost, no, siguro hindi alam ng ating mga kababayan, yung cost of yung generating power ng nuclear is really parang 182 pesos lang, no, compared to the other power sources of energy, nasa 6 pesos. If I don't know, Yusek Mario, tama ba yun? Nasa 2 pesos lang ang nuclear compared to 6 pesos or coal, LNG and others.
It's still difficult pa po to project because the actual delivery of the project will dictate our price.
Tsaka,
It's the infrastructure Yan, mabigat
it's
talaga
about $10
ron.
billion a project, but you were emphasizing earlier, Chair, about the base load that we need, no? Coal is cheap, but it's dirty. You have a gas, which is clean, but a little more expensive. Nuclear is cheap and clean. So it's one of the best solutions for base loads, Mr. Chair.
That's why I'm really pushing for it. It's clean and it's cheap. Yun lang, ang ano lang doon, drawback, yung the time to build, no? At least 10 years, at least. And also, what's frustrating, yung ating Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, if I may remember it right, may tiganapo ko ng mga sinauna dito. It was built in 1970s, completed in 1986. Ang twin plant niya is the Cory 1 of Seoul, South Korea. That's the very first power plant of South Korea also. And Seoul, South Korea already has more than 20 power plants. And look at what it has done for them to industrialize. Natalo na nga nila ang Japan. Dati po, pag sinabi mong Kia, sasakyan mo, pinagtatawa na. Pag nakasagasa daw ng bubble gum, hindi natatakbo. Di ba? Yun ang joke doon. Pero ngayon, mas mahal, mas maganda na yung mga Hyundai, Kia, di ba? Daewoo, cars, and even the television sets. Dati, Sony, Philips lang. Pero ngayon, it's LG and Samsung na. So, nuclear energy, cheap source of power, has really done so much wonders in the industrialization of countries like South Korea. Nakakalungkot kasi kasabay natin, Mr. Chair, yung Cory 1 no? Ng BNPP. Twin plant nga yan Bago nga sila tumakbo, na unang sa atin, hinirap pa yung spare parts para mapatakbo dun. Di ba? Tama ba ako? May mga taga
Mr. Chair, panahon ni Mario yan.
Mr. Mario, totoo ba? Mukhang ikaw lang ang buhay dito nun
Nandito na po ako sa energy at that time.
So, yun lang, no? Sayang yung frustration natin. What could have been na lang tayo Kung nasabayan sana natin yung Korea, we could have been much better than our ASEAN neighbors at this time. Diba? So we have one na hindi tumakbo, sa kanila nasa 20 plus na. Kasabay pa nun sa atin. No? So I'm glad that the DOE already has this position on nuclear energy and developing it better in the future. Thank you for that. Last na lang po, nabanggit kanina as the chairman of Committee on Tourism, nabanggit na rin po kanina ni Senator Pia, no, yung mga areas like Siargao, no, ginagawa naman ng paraan, Palawan, Bohol, Mindoro, because I go around a lot, no, promoting tourism on my motorcycle, my personal advocacy. Yun nga lang po, talagang nakakaano pag nawawala ng energy. Siguro dagdag nyo na lang po yung Mindoro, yung mga island destinations in our and please update us from time to time so that sige pa.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, like for the tourist island areas natin, would be, I think, Palawan, Mindoro. That is being studied na for Maharlika, hopefully, or any investment, private investment or public investment to improve the distribution system within. Siargao, hoping to improve the system within also, but add a connection. We're already doing the computations for that. Basilan is also potential for tourism. There's also a study on improving the distribution lines in the backbone. And then Camotes, there is no major problem with Camotes actually. It's just the potential that it will grow bigger and bigger, and we just need to make sure that all the players there are behaving. And Sikihor, sir, we need to improve the system side. So all the tourist areas na in the Philippines are being assessed now, and we're trying to figure out together with all our agencies on where to get the funding for all these projects, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Secretary Garin and the DOE family. Mr. Chair, thank you. That's all for my questions.
Mr. Chair, maybe the good senator can bring Chairman Nino for his inspection of the lines of the Philippines. Nagpa-bike din pala to eh.
Sama kayo bike tapos kakain ng marami. All right. Thank you for that, Senator JV, and thank you for those very important interventions. I'll go to PNOC, and I saw in your budget yung kaninang na-present na 4.7 billion, these are, wala na ito, if I understand it correctly.
That's right, Mr. Chair.
Itong, can we flash, Comsec? Itong mga land development, Bataan Properties, Green Government Facilities Initiative, Bright Island Initiative, offshore wind, these are, wala na itong mga, these are not going to be pursued anymore?
That's right, Mr. Chair. We're not pursuing those projects anymore.
Instead, you're pursuing a de-risking to equity type of projects.
Yes, sir.
And then land development at PNOC. These
That's
are the
right.
two categories.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that nagkaroon ng Supreme Court ruling adverse to, I saw also here in your presentation, adverse to PNOC. So can you give us an update on that ruling? And then how is it going to affect your plans of developing that Bataan property?
We already received the decision of the second MR we filed last September 2025. And so the Supreme Court decided that there will be no more pleadings. So we're just awaiting for the writ of execution when the decision will be remanded to the regional trial court. The Bataan property is not included in Petron. So with the
This is a different property. This is the Petron refinery property.
Yes, sir.
Correct. So wala siyang connection to your projects or any of your planned endeavors. Tama ba? Is that the way? I have, hindi ko alam which property is which, but the one that the Supreme Court ruled on is not part of your itong I just want clarification. Itong land development at PNOC Bataan properties. These are two different things.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Okay, all right. And then, so yung property na merong adverse ruling, yan property na yan ay kung saan nakatayo ang Petron. Tama? O iba?
The ESB port is part of the Petron case.
The ESP. Yun rin, wala na rin yun.
Wala na rin, sir.
Okay. So how big is the property that was na nawala? Is that the 30 hectares?
More.
Or how big?
Actually, can I say in terms of the market value?
How come you cannot say in terms of land area? What's the difference?
Okay,
Is there
the Petron case would cover bulk plants, the service stations, and the refinery, around 52 hectares.
52 hectares, okay. And then yun ang nawala, no?
Yes, sir.
Itong land development at PNOC property, how big is this?
That's about 520 hectares.
So 520, so malaki pa pala.
That's right, sir.
Alright. Sige. So I'll go to some items in your budget. Itong mga offshore wind, wala na ito.
Wala.
You're not gonna pursue that anymore.
That's right, sir.
So, itong mga de-risking projects, what are these de-risking projects?
These are renewable energy projects which we will be developing. However, we would only do those pre-development before the financial close, and then we convert our de-risk activities, the pre-development, we convert them to equity.
Okay, I understand. And what are these RE projects?
The solar, the battery, the wind, hydro, and geothermal.
Okay. Can you flash that on the screen? Ito ba yung itong de-risk to equity? So you're gonna put in, tama ba? 31 billion? Tama?
No, sir. We're only putting up about 520 million
Okay.
for a total of the 380 megawatt.
This one?
Yes, sir. That's right.
CapEx, project CapEx is 31.9 billion.
But since our budget is only for 2026 520, the total project capex would be the project cost for each technology and the corresponding capacities.
Okay, so where is the investment that will be put in by PNOC?
The third to the last column, 2026, the 520 million.
Okay, yan ang ilalagay nyo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so these are the de-risking projects. And then next year, you're gonna put 350 million. And then 2028, you're gonna put another 100 million.
That's right.
Okay. And the risking is, the concept of the risking is risky para sa private sector in the initial phase. Tama? Papasok mo na yung gobyerno para mawala yung risk.
That's right.
Tama?
Yes.
Pag nawala yung risk, ibebenta natin sa kanila.
That's right.
Ng mas mataas kasi wala ng risk.
Yes, sir.
Tama? Okay. What is the risk of government rooftops? What is the initial risk for government rooftops?
There are technical risks. There are regulatory risks also in the rooftop.
What's the regulatory risk?
Just to correct, the government rooftops there are not new builds. But since we have already have government rooftop projects, we intend to convert them to equity. We invite project developers convert those what we have started to equitize them. We are not putting up new built government rooftop projects, sir.
But we're gonna put 50 million.
Yes, sir, 50 million.
New money into government rooftops.
No, sir. We're not putting up a new investment on government rooftop.
Okay. Those are existing. Mayroon dito 50 eh. What's that 50?
The 50 million for the PNOC de-risking budget, actually, andyan na yan, sir. Because these are not new builds. We will convert them into equity. Because we have projects that we have started but not yet operating. So we are converting them to equity.
Okay. Who owns the project?
PNOC, sir.
PNOC owns the project. Like itong government rooftops, 50 megawatts. ang may-ari niyan is PNOC.
That's right, sir.
And then 2.5 billion ang capex na ilalagay ng PNOC.
Or nilagay na. Yes, sir.
Linagay niya na.
Oo.
Okay. And to de-risk it is you will convert 50 million into PNOC equity at close.
Yes.
But you own the project. It's 100% owned by PNOC.
Yes, sir. We plan to dispose of them, sir.
Are you plan to sell 50 million worth?
Yes, sir.
Trying to understand, hindi ko... I'm
Yes,
trying-
sir. That's right, sir.
Okay, so 2020, you plan to sell 20% at 50 million.
Yes, sir. 20% will be the equity. Convert that to 20% as 50 million.
Okay. And yung 2026 na 50 million, what is that? So yung 50 million doon sa PNOC de-risking, that's sales. Diba?
Yes, sir.
Yung 2026 na 50 million, that is investment.
Yes, sir.
So how can you explain to me what's the difference? In isa cash out, isa cash in. Tama?
The annual dividend column to PNOC is what we expect.
Hindi, yung 2026, the 2026. Kasi the 2026 is part of your capex for 2026, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Correct. So yan ang ilalabas ng gobyerno.
Or nalabas na, sir, nailabas na. Because we're not building. Existing na to.
But it's in 2026. Paano nalabas na?
We already have existing rooftop. Iko-convert lang namin siya
Into?
equity. We're selling this and then come up with we're selling this for private investors and then we get the dividend by at 50 million.
Okay.
Iko-convert namin.
Okay, but in 2026 is your expense eh. Diba? These are, I would assume yan 2026 will be part of your investment.
Yes,
It's in
sir.
the form of maybe MOE.
Or MO, yeah.
Tama?
Yes, sir.
So yung 50 million sa 2026 is MOE. To put it simply.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Tama?
Yeah.
So naglabas
Tama, sir.
tayo ng 50 million. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So, ang tanong ko ngayon, maglalabas tayo ng 50 million. The government rooftops is supposed to be, we're supposed to de-risking government rooftops by coming out with 50 million. Ang tanong ko is, anong risk sa government rooftops? What are we trying to de-risk?
For the market risk, we look for the markets for government rooftop. We do the permitting. We do the site assessment.
For government buildings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eh, di ba, what particular are we de-risking if in gobyerno is a ready market? It's actually, there's no risk. Kagaya nito, pag nagkabit kayo dito, kami naman bibili nung kuryente na kinabit nyo. So what's the risk there?
Yung presyo. We will look for the government, well, the structure itself has to be evaluated. So that's one of the technical risks. And we do the permitting. That's also a regulatory risk.
But everyone goes to regulatory approvals eh. That's part of the process eh. Yung baka geothermal naintindihan ko pa kasi pag nag-drill ka walang steam din problema 'yon. Pag nag-drill ka ng hole ng well walang steam problema 'yon. But Yung government rooftops, may ready market ka na. Diba? The regulatory aspect, everyone goes through it. Whether you're geothermal, it's part of the process. You factor in already the regulatory requirement. So I'm trying to understand what's the same thing with the solar. No, we're pumping in 80 million. Wind, we're also putting 250 million. But I would assume that the wind service contracts, meron na yung study. Meron na siyang study kung mahangin talaga doon o walang hangin. So, in geothermal, I admit, may risk talaga. Yan talaga rin ni-request ng mga geothermal developers. So, I'm trying to understand yung BESS, yung battery electric storage system. What's the risk there?
BSS, solar, wind, geothermal, lahat sila. We identify the risk. Number one, market. The service contract, which falls under the permitting. The grid connectivity. Market risk to off-taker. So we do this, and then we sell what we have spent as equity.
I understand. I understand that the government can de-risk by absorbing the uncertainty.
Yes, sir.
The uncertainty. So I'm trying to understand per technology what is the uncertainty.
Common to this technology would be the grid connectivity, the resource assessment for each technology, and off-taker.
Off-taker, pwede. Kung hindi mo pa alam sino bebentahan mo. Okay. But in solar in government rooftops kasi, I would assume, ang clientele mo is the government. Kagaya pinag-usapan natin kanina ni Mario, you share on the savings, meaning consumption rin yun ng gobyerno itself. So that's my... I'm trying to understand this because we're spending 520 million on this project, the risking to equity. So just submit to us ano pa yung mga write up on this 520 million de-risking investment.
Yes, sir. Sige,
I'm trying to understand anong risk ng batteries, risk ng solar, risk ng wind, government rooftop, geothermal. Oil and gas yan, mataas ang risk.
Yes.
Sigurado ako. Kaya nga, if you want the perfect de-risking project, will be oil and gas and geothermal. If you want to play that, if you want to enter into that market, yan talaga request ng mga developers. Government should, actually, ang request nga, government should share on the risk. Not completely absorb, but share lang. Pero kung gusto ng gobyerno to absorb, that's fine. At least, upfront nila, mababa. Kaysa drill sila ng drill ng well, wala naman makitang oil and gas, problema rin sila. But problema rin natin, re-reimburse natin sila. No? Re-reimburse natin sila. So I want to just send us a write-up on that so that we will understand this concept. And
Yes,
then, itong land development in PNOC Bataan, how much are we going to invest in this project?
We budgeted about 300 million for the development. It's actually more on phased development. The original proposal to that was about a billion, but then we reduce it to phase the development.
Okay. And the land development is here, the concept here is maximize rental value meron ba tayong ano dito, feasibility study or may feasibility study ba? Like for example, how much are we going to, what is the total project cost? What is the expected rental income? Who will be the ones renting? Meron bang ganun na ano? Do we have any feasibility study on that?
The budget there of 300 million was really more on the land development. And then it is really a conservative amount because we want also to explore the potential investor as to their utilization. So if we could come up with a agreement or a proposal that they would develop it first, and then according to how they would like to use it, then it could save us. But the 300 million is we're looking at really on the development of the land, minimal. So we do not, because the area is already identified as an industrial park, as much as possible, we leave it to the investor on how they would develop the land.
I understand. I'll leave the decision making to the board of PNOC. But what I want to understand, this is a business decision. If you think it will be profitable, it will yield more dividends to the Republic of the Philippines, that's fine. But what I want to understand lang is, what is the overall master plan? What is the overall feasibility study? We're putting in 300 million. No, it's not a small amount. 300 million. But anong plano natin? Maglalagay tayo 300 million. Hopefully, the private sector will come in to develop the rest. But we're also expecting income from the private sector, diba?
Yes,
As
sir.
lessees. So, how much are those? Who are we attracting? All of these things should be looked at holistically.
We are already being a lot of, considerable number of investors have already talked to us.
Yes, but who are they? What type are they? What type of investors? Are they manufacturing? Are they call centers? And then what income stream are we looking at?
They are LNG, potential LNG investors, LNG power plants. We have attracted the petrochemical, and then the expansion of petrochemical plants. We have the LNG to power investors. Yes, sir. So I think those are the profile of our potential investors, sir.
Okay, and then you also have maintenance, industrial port operations, and clean energy center, 390 million. Meron pang ganon. Tama ba? That's part of the 1.9 million proposal. 1.9 billion pala proposal. There are three items here. 300 million for land development, 520 for de-risking, and then 390 for the industrial park, port operation, and energy center. What is this?
Total of?
228 lang yung for industrial park, KSB and head office na maintenance.
Okay. Just a small correction, sir. That's only 228,390,000. Covers rehab of the industrial park,
Maintenance, KSB.
maintenance of the ESB.
Yeah, I stand corrected. 200,
Yes, sir.
228, 390 pala. Million.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that?
That falls under the other capital outlay.
But what is it for?
The maintenance of the industrial park, 62 million, rehab and maintenance of the ESB at 45, and the energy center and other PNOC properties, 66, purchase of various ICT equipment, 41, and transport equipment at 11.9.
But I understand wala na yung ESB, di ba? That's already, that project has been canceled already. Yan ang sinasabi ko kanina that we invested 88 million for the ESB, pero eventually kinancel.
Oh, kinancel.
Tama, nag-invest tayo 88 million. Kasi yung unang proposal nyo
800 million.
So 800 million pala, nagkamali pa ako. 800 million.
Yes, sir.
Ang investment.
Supposedly, sir.
Supposedly, pero hindi.
Hindi, magkano yung actual na lagay? Nagastos yan.
Wala, sir, wala. That was not utilized.
Oh, at least walang na-utilize.
Yeah.
No? But yun ang nagiging nagiging issue rin na can you give that ito. Yeah. Here, I 117 million for energy supply base ESB.
Yes,
And
sir.
then 88 million for offshore wind port.
Just not it was
Hindi
not
na nagamit yung 88. Yung 177,
For the regular method.
maintenance lang, sir.
so everyday nagme-maintain tayo. Tama?
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
If I may.
Sige, go ahead, ma'am. Sige, kayo na
yes.
sumagot
If
para
I may,
we put this.
Yes po.
Oo.
The 107, yung 100 plus million na utilization.
Identify yourself first. Para
Yeah, I'm
on
Miss
record.
Jennifer Racho, the Treasury Manager of PNOC.
Sige, okay.
Yes, the 100 plus million utilization for the energy supply base that basically consists of the payment of the, kasi the assets sa ESB was previously owned by EC, the PNOC EC. So binayaran po namin in 2024. That is why may ganong kalaking utilization po. But basically, ang pinaka lang doon, sir, is maintenance of the pier ng ESB, ng mga assets doon. Wala pong about o SWIFT na disbursements.
So maintenance lang ito, talagang
Yes,
physical maintenance. No?
Yes, of the
How much
pier.
is the physical maintenance?
For 2026, sir, we are requesting of about 45 million na budget
For
for
2026?
2026.
Okay.
Just to maintain the facility, sir.
Itong 177,
Bulk of that's almost 116 million was paid to EC.
so in terms
Yeah, for
of...
the payment of the facility.
Okay. And then itong ESB, is it generating revenue?
Yes. Yes, for berthing and the pier
How much
operation.
how much a year ang revenue niya?
On an average of 120 million revenue.
120 million revenue.
Yes.
Okay. Ano ang net income niya?
Ang net niya mga around 80.
80 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Pero gumagastos tayo ng 45 to maintain.
That's only a proposal budget, pero usually naman po hindi siya talaga 100% na-utilize.
Okay. Magkano ang maintenance? I guess yung 40 kasi 120 minus
May
40 is 80, di ba?
mga ganun.
Mga ganyan, di ba?
Opo. Pero kasama na yung mga employee cost doon.
Oh, yeah. Kasi lahat na 'yon.
Yes.
Oo, lahat na. Okay. So, ganito na lang kasi you have 3 items. Submit to us yung feasibility study ng land development. In land development, parte yan ng ESB? O iba yan?
No,
Totally
that's
iba?
in
That's a new project?
Yeah, in the Bataan Industrial Park
Oh,
po
that's a
yan.
brand new project?
Yes.
Okay. Submit to us a feasibility ng land development of Bataan. Kasi we're investing 300. Yung de-risking to equity, a feasibility, also a description, and also itong ESB kasi para malaman rin namin kung ano yung income stream ng ESB. At ang importante dito, the point I'm trying to make, press Christina, is, and I've said this many times, alam siguro ni finance officer yan, na itong mga investment na ito, kahit na corporate budget ninyo, these are still public funds.
Yes, of course.
So we need to be accountable to the public,
Of course.
no? And make sure that all the investments yield to results, especially corporate entity kayo eh. No?
Yes, sir.
That's why sinasabi ko in the past kasi nag-invest sila sa ano ba yung invest? Meron pang off-grid yung may mga iba-iba, may merong off-grid electrification, kaya daming mga projects na it's not connected to one another. So, and sayang yung pera. No?
Yes.
Na-notice ko kasi PNOC is just doing projects for the sake of doing projects. No? Para lang may magawa. No? Yun ang na-notice ko eh. Kaya ano-anong project na yung ginagawa eh. And I said this many times. So, magandang pag-usapan yung mabuti. Kung ano ba talaga ang direction gustong tahakin ng PNOC.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just give us a few days and we'll recalibrate the proposal because, for example, talking to PNOC Mother and also NPC, there could be a collaboration between these two because basically the mandate of PNOC is energy security, and it has to be something that will in line with that. And one way is to do some work together with NPC on whether it's electrification or the hybridization of islands, for example, Mr. Chair, or even with the other works that other agencies that we have. So we'll just do as DOE being the chair of the PNOC, we'll talk again and then we'll submit to you as soon as possible.
And I think the president is new also, if I'm not mistaken. No? So it's good to get yourselves together and craft a roadmap. Where do you want to go? Again, mayroon kayong board. I leave the business decision to you. I leave the direction to you. But sa amin naman, we're just looking at when we invest, ano bang return. No? And when we invest, sigurado bang merong benefit to our constituents. No? Kahit na GOCC or corporate yan, it's the same money. No? That's Republic of the Philippines money yan eh.
We'll do and we'll submit probably within a week, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. For RC, I believe that meron na yatang, I think I heard you earlier that you are now entering into a
yes, sir, for
decommissioning.
Yes, deactivation, sir.
Sorry, deactivation.
Yes, sir. We're just waiting for the memorandum circular from the GGC, and we'll be on the situation of transition, sir.
Okay, all right. And but I also saw in your budget, meron pa kayong 55 million request for a solar project. Sorry, 44 million request. Mayroon pang allocation of 44 million for a solar rooftop project.
No more, sir. No more.
Wala na ito?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
We have no more projects, sir, for the year 2025 and 2026 because we are on the process of deactivation, sir.
Okay, so for 2026, complete wind down na.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
for
you,
that.
sir.
And then for PNOCEC, you're the partner of Malampaya. You have a 10% equity on Malampaya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Correct. And then I want to know, kumusta na yung, kasi we extended the service contract, no? We extended the service contract in the hopes na we can find new wells. I believe that there are 3 wells, no, na we're looking at. It's the
Mr. Chair, that would be Camago, Bagong Pag-asa, and Malampaya East.
yes, Camago, Malampaya, and Bagong Pag-asa. You know, so anong timetable na nakikita niyo diyan in terms of actual production? kasi excited na kami, no? Extend natin. Nakita ko pa sa news na merong dumating na yung rig na bago to drill. So we're very excited. So what timetable are we looking at?
So far, Mr. Chair, the drilling campaign has been ongoing. In fact, with regard to yung Camago well, they've reached the top of the reservoir. So right now, we're still on schedule and on budget, and we expect yung delivery po ng first gas on schedule fourth quarter of 2026. So far, yung schedule po na yun and yung target date for first gas delivery is still there, and the operator naman continues to update the consortium and the Department of Energy. And also, all updates po are given to the Department of Energy, and the Department of Energy will also always be in a position to say kung ano po yung status nung drilling campaign. But for now, it's on schedule.
And ano bang ang potential? This is purely gas, no? Wala tayong makukuhang oil dyan.
Purely gas.
Purely gas siya,
Yes.
no? And ano ba ang potential, ano yung expected, or ano yung potential for these new wells?
Like we said po, yung initially, like the operator was reporting for Camago, for instance, they've reached the top of the reservoir, and according to them, there's positive finding for gas. The log data indicated the presence of hydrocarbons. So for at least po for the Camago well, the prospects are very good. So they continue to they have proceeded to drill also the other two wells.
Based on their seismic study, what is the estimated potential of that area of the new wells, yung tatlo? And what is the expected revenue for government?
Okay.
Including
po,
the 10% PNOCEC.
So Mr. Chair, the remaining, okay, if Malampaya Phase 4 is successful, incremental Camago and Malampaya East reserves are as follows: 290 billion cubic feet of gas and 9 million barrels of condensate. So it is expected that these additional recoverable reserves will extend the life of the field until 2034.
How much is the estimated revenue ng gobyerno for the government side? O how about the estimated revenue ng PNOC? Sige, in 10%, siguro alam mo naman yan kasi PNOC side yun eh. Diba? Magkano kikitain nyo, in other words? Assuming the prices remain the same now and until 2034. Assumption lang naman to. Loose assumption lang.
Kasi on the average, we've actually been making...
Out of this 219 billion
yung present
cubic
well
feet.
ho, we've been making probably about a billion net annually. So here we'll probably be making just a little less, no? But close to a billion yung neto po ng PNOCEC.
A billion pesos?
Yes, that's
Or
what
dollars?
Neto ho yun.
Oo.
That's for our 10% share. That's what we've been making the
A year?
past. Yes, the
Liit
past.
lang, ha?
Kasi po the past couple of
1
years
billion
naman,
peso a year ang kita natin?
yung
I'm sorry,
PNOC.
ang PNOC?
Opo. So actually, neto po yun, and it's also been, because the past few years po medyo bumaba na po yung production. No? So, just to be really conservative
Hindi,
about
itong new
it,
well. In
mga
new well.
ganon din ho siguro, just to be conservative about it.
Okay. So, 1 billion a year for the 10% of ito, of uh, of PNOC, EC.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's our conservative estimate.
So kung ang gobyerno is 40%, 'di ba? So times 4. Correct?
60%.
Sorry,
po.
60% ang gobyerno, times 6. So
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So 6 billion pesos a year. Tama ba? Is that the right math?
60. Oh, yes, Mr. Chair. More or less.
6 billion a year ang gobyerno for the 60%? Is that the right math?
Mr. Chair,
That's
not necessarily. It's about, I think, about 10 billion, somewhere there, Mr. Chair. It's dwindling. At a certain peak, it was about 20 billion per year.
Hindi, but the new lang, itong new well, you said ang kikitain, ang bagong discovery, ang estimate is about 290 billion cubic feet ba? Cubic feet of gas. Ang 10% ng PNOC dito is 1 billion pesos a year. So kung ang gobyerno is 6 times 60%, di 6 billion pesos. Tama ba? Para lalo kayo ma-excite kung magkano kikitain natin, di ba? Yun ang punto ko eh. Para may good news naman. Yun ang kasi puro flood control, puro corruption, puro nakawan. Ito, hindi nakawan to. Pera papasok sa atin to eh. So that's why I'm trying to estimate. Kung meron kayong estimate.
Mr. Chair,
Estimates lang to.
our estimate is we will maintain what we are earning now.
Okay.
Kasi babalik din siya eh. Once
Yes.
it's there, no? So, we're collecting now about 10 billion on the 60%. So, 10 billion plus 1 billion of PNOC. Mga ganun, Mr. Chair.
10 billion pesos a year.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Parang liit ah.
Well, it won't go back to its original kasi
Because of the capacity.
capacity. Mga 50% lang siguro yung pinakamataas nung at its high point.
All right. So then that income stream will start coming in fourth quarter of next year. More or less. No, more or less.
Technically, may konting delay lang on, there's technical things that they have. Well, it's normal for a drill, no? High risk kasi siya. But if there's a delay, it's a matter of weeks lang, mga 1 month siguro maximum.
All right.
But they're on schedule so far.
But so far, everything is on
Yes,
track.
sir. In addition to the extension, we have the 2 wells for the extension, which is Camago and Malabay East. And then ang bagong Pag-asa, yun yung bago talaga.
Yun yung bago.
Yes.
Yun yung
And hopefully we have-
290.
And they're quite positive about the potential of that also.
All
Mr.
right.
Chair.
Thank
That's
you.
additional on top of the 10 billion na.
Sige. Thank you for that. I just have some questions to PSAM. So, na-extend yung President De La Serna, na-extend yung life ng PSAM.
Yes, sir.
To another 10 years.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then there's still remaining $262 billion
Yes, Mr. Chair.
in liabilities. And based on the 10-year projection, are we on track to let's flash this nga, COMSEC, accomplishments of liability management. And malaking accomplishment to kasi we came from 1.2 trillion in 2003. Now we paired it off to 262 billion. So based on that 10-year, one of the Well, one of the reasons why we extended it is to hopefully pay it off
Yes, Mr. Chair.
in 10 years. No?
Yes, Mr.
Aside
Chair.
from the current obligations that you are undertaking. So, based on your projections, mababayaran ba lahat itong utang natin?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, part of the 10-year plan that we have submitted to our board, because of the loan amortizations that we are doing now, we don't have any plans to borrow for the first time starting 2027. And we also have, based on that 10-year plan, Mr. Chair, obviously it comes with certain assumptions on the fiscal space of government and the submission of the Mura Corriente Act allocation, the success of the CBK, which seems to be successful, and we hope to receive the funds this year and to close it in February 2026. And lastly, Mr. Chair, the concession of the Agus and Pulangi complex, Mr. Chair, which we hope to be also successful within the term of the President BBM. Mr. Chair.
But optimistically, yung Murang Kuryente, you only get 8 billion every year.
Yes, Mr. Chair. 8 billion every year, and we are lobbying with the DBM and the Bureau of Treasury to increase that allocation from 8 to 16 billion a year, because the total remaining MK allocation is about 168 billion in 2026. So starting 2027, we are lobbying with the DBM and BTR for a 16 billion allocation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and let's break it down first. Itong 262, saan manggagaling yung income
Reduction.
stream niya? Yeah, reduction niya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So out of that 262, we have about 168 billion of MKA.
Okay.
So less the 262, let's round it off to about 100 million. And if we receive the CBK proceeds, that's about 36 billion. So there's a remaining about 62 billion or 64 billion, Mr. Chair. So from there, we hope that with a successful concession of Agus and Pulangi, it should be more than enough to pay off all of these obligations once they mature, Mr. Chair.
Si Agus and Pulangi, ang modality will be concession, not outright sale.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because there's a specific prohibition in EPIRA, and based on our conversation
Actually, sa EPIRA, ang sabi naman, mag-consult eh. Pwede naman, i-consult
Pwede naman,
lang.
sir. Pwede naman, sir.
Pero,
Pero
sabi niya, mag-consult lang with Congress.
yes, Mr. Chair. Pero yung certain congressmen, sir, have been very passionate about the anti-privatization. So we've rebranded our plans to a concession and keeping the assets within government. Mr. Chair.
What's the time of the concession modality? What's the time frame?
Based on, we've received a number of unsolicited proposals, Mr. Chair. And we are now in the process of evaluating these unsolicited proposals. There's actually already one that has been deemed completed by the PPP Center. So we're going through that timeline, sir, of 10 days, 90 days, and we hope that, it seems to be a very strict timeline, Mr. Chair. Right, and if we find that proposal acceptable to government, then the timeline should be very quick, Mr. Chair.
And anong estimated, without divulging yung exact na amounts doon sa unsolicited proposal, but what indicative price are we looking at?
Well, I think we submitted to your officer, Mr. Chair, right? But that's a very aggressive number, Mr. Chair. It can be as low as 40 billion to as high as 90 billion, Mr. Chair. But again, aggressive numbers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But yun ang nakikita nating numbers.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
More or less.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The best case scenario is you get the Murang Kuryente allocation.
Yes.
The worst case scenario, you only get 8 billion until end of the life.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And therefore, affecting also, the statement that I made that we don't have any plans to borrow in 2027 is also highly dependent on the allocation
Correct,
of the
correct. So
Kuryente.
paano kung, assuming 8 billion lang, kasi yun yung trend for the last many years eh.
Kung 8 billion lang, Mr. Chair, then
Magkano
we'll have to
matitira?
borrow at the minimum 8 billion also for that particular year.
Oh, so pag yun yung 8 billion lang until end of the year, you have to borrow. You have
Yes,
no choice. Eh.
Yes.
But you borrow and then to roll it over, but you still need to sell assets to completely wipe out the 262.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, from my perspective, Mr. Chair, I have to wipe out close to 100 billion worth of obligations because the MKA should cater to that, right? To the differential.
Tama.
So whether or not I receive 8 billion today or receive the balance at the end of 2036, it's now a national government
Yes, liability.
liability. So I just need to provide at the minimum 100 billion, which I hope to receive already from Agus Pulang and other privatization
Yun
activities.
that's my point. Eh. Ang crucial dyan is the concession modality.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because if 8 billion lang ang mabibigay sa inyo, you have no choice but to yung concession, dapat ibenta talaga yung concession.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So from upfront payments to, depending on the modality of the proposals coming from the various unsolicited proposals, Mr. Chair, it can be an upfront payment, then an annual amortization of payments, Mr. Chair, and we hope that should be more than enough to pay off the 262 billion obligation, Mr.
I
Chair.
also heard earlier that yung Mindanao coal, STEAG, is still it's still in your portfolio.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But it's not operating.
It's an operating IPP coal-fired power plant in Mindanao, Mr. Chair, 200 megawatts. The original plan of PISAM there was what we call an ETM, on early transition mechanism, or therefore, in layman's terms, an early retirement of that power plant. However, based on our discussions with the DOE, given the security and stability of the Mindanao grid on energy, we are looking at no longer an early retirement, but a retirement of the power plant in 2031, Mr. Chair.
But you're gonna sell the IPP.
No, the commitment of national government, Mr. Chair, is a decommissioning of the power plant.
At to decommission, sayang naman. But it's an operating plant. But Secretary, why will you decommission it?
By the end of the IPP period in 2031, because it also comes with a commitment from international lenders to lend or to build RE power plants as a replacement, Mr. Chair. So yes, we do lose a 200 megawatt coal-fired power plant in 2031, but hopefully it also comes with a...
Walang interested party to take that? Well, I know coal now is medyo sunset technology na siya, pero walang interested party.
At the moment, Mr. Chair, as compared to the market now, I think, in my personal opinion, Mr. Chair, there's a very the market for a coal-fired power plant in Mindanao is very small.
I'm not promoting coal. I'm just saying asset kasi yan eh. Asset.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it comes with...
Kung merong interested, benta na lang natin. Bahala na siya mag-decommission.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree.
Gagastos ka pa sa decommissioning.
Agree, Mr. Chair. It's a 200 megawatt coal-fired power plant.
Correct. But you have to spend for decommissioning. Tayo gagastos ba yan?
It will be a burden on PISAM. I think we have yet to see the final proposals, Mr. Chair, but it will be a burden on PISAM or national government to decommission the power plant.
Correct.
However, it goes hand in hand also with the corresponding funding for new RE facilities. So that's where the national also government gains.
What do you mean goes hand in hand with RE?
Part of the proposal that we've seen from ADB and other international banks, Mr. Chair, is that if there's a commitment from PISAM or national government to retire the power plant in 2031, there will be a corresponding financing for new RE facilities in the Philippines of more than 200 megawatts, Mr. Chair.
Meron siyang offset, in other words. May kapalit siya. So I will finance new RE projects. Decommission mo yung coal-fired power plant mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary.
CBK was actually 36 billion. Tama na. 36 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Secretary.
And there's a chance that the probability that Agus, that's why Agus, we would rather have it done as soon as possible, and possible stream would be about 60 billion. Am I correct?
We're right there, ma'am.
With 60 and 36, Mr. Chair, that's more than enough to fund our electrification project.
Ano yung 60 billion is going to go to creditors eh, mga utang, 'di ba?
He has
Kasi
10 years to pay for them anyways.
may utang pa tayo eh. 262. So ang pangtapat sana yung Malampaya proceeds through the MKA, Mura Kuryente Fund. Pero kaso lang hindi nabibigay ng DOF. So they're compelled to sell assets to cover the deficiency. Actually, kino-cover nila yung deficiency ng gobyerno natin. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think what Secretary Shah is trying to imply, sir, that there's as part of the energy family, we're also part to help the electrification of the Philippines, and I think there's conversations wherein since PISAM is receiving 36 billion pesos for CBK, then if a certain portion of that can be allocated for the electrification of the Philippines.
Yeah. Okay. So yung 36 billion will go to paying off liabilities or ano na yan? National government well, I'm guess titimbangin niyo ano mas mura, umutang or bayaran ng I guess mas bayaran, di ba?
Again, I think the DOE family wants a certain portion of that, Mr. Chair, for funding of household electrification, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. Okay, yeah, it's during the DOF budget hearing, they're factoring in that they're factoring the revenues from CBK as part of their income stream. So, all right. So with that, I don't have any more questions. Senator JV, do you have any last words?
Mr. Chair, thank you to the DOE family, Secretary Garin, the rest of the DOE family. Yun na lang po, yung IPIRA amendments, we would want it already. Kakalungkot yung IPIRA, ipinera kasi noon eh. Kailangan palitan na, kailangan amyendahan talaga. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Just a last request lang on our part, Mr. Chair. On top of the others that we've mentioned, we have a request for funding for the Philippine Gradiometry and Scientific Survey, which is 627 million. With this we will have more. Hopefully, with this is small compared to the possible more Malampaya income stream that we have. This is continuing lang ato kasi medyo malaki to. But we can start with 627. It's been submitted already.
25, wala yan?
It's
I remember you requested
it's not in 25.
Okay.
So 26 siya, it was in the House version, so hopefully we can support
just send us a justification.
Yes, sir. And then also the additional electrification of NEA, which is 8 billion ba tama? 8 billion for 26. Likewise, endorsed by the HOR, approved by the HOR, and now we're submitting it also to your committee, Mr. Chair. Those are the two. Hopefully with the GMC.
With the GMC. How much is the GMC?
That's
Chairman.
We're looking at around 100 billion based on the last approved budget of both GMC and DMC, Mr. Chair.
For both na ito, GMC and...
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. That's
all right. We'll wait for your official
request.
letter and
Yes,
then
sir.
with the justification.
We'll send it within a few days, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. There being no further questions, the budget of the DOE, ERC, NEA, NPC, PNOC, including PNOC EC, PNOC RC, and PSAM Corporation are now deemed submitted for plenary's consideration, subject to the discussion and the submission of documents requested. So maraming salamat. Thank you. Hearing is suspended.